Game on.
Look at the camera, the lights, and the action. Look at the plan, look at the reaction. Look at the way that we taking advantage. You see me now, now look at me vanish. I see the look in your eyes. It be the look of surprise. That's just a part of the game. You gotta look for the prize.
That was one for the cameras, wasn't it?
Look at the way that we handle it.
I like your style, eh?
I win! Takes the win here in Barcelona.
Jason Mercier, who went with his instinct, he made the call.
There's the professional level, and there's the Ivy League.
Sebastian Pauli coming to terms with what he has just achieved.
Nicky Corrin has done it! 2 main event titles! Sebastian Mallets has gone from poker fanboy to poker champion. This is why people love the EPT.
Hello everyone, welcome to Barcelona and the PokerStars European Poker Tour. We are back in Spain, and today we're bringing you the penultimate day of the record-breaking Estrellas Main Event, the biggest live tournament in PokerStars history. I'm James Hartigan alongside Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies.
Nearly 7,400 entries in this 1K buy-in. They played down to 26 last night. Today we'll watch them play down to 6. Final table tomorrow. That's right, slight change to our original advertised schedule. 2 days of Estrellas action, today and tomorrow, before we segue straight into the European Poker Tour main event, which starts today, by the way. 6 days of action from that one through to and including the final table next Sunday. So live at 1 p.m. today and tomorrow, 12:30 local time for the rest of the week, apart from that final table next Sunday, 1 p.m. Central European summertime. And obviously over the course of today, over the course of the week, we want to hear from you guys. We've got the live chat on Twitch and YouTube. You can now post on X, whatever that means.
What?
At PokerStars, hashtag PokerStarsTV, and of course there's great stuff across our Facebook and Instagram pages as well.
Facebook is now known as Q.
As we bring you inside the main tournament room at Casino Barcelona, we can see the chip leaders coming into the penultimate day of the Estrellas. Josh James, who's among the big stacks, will be at our first featured table. A few Brazilians in the field, including Lucas Rocha, a player who we saw make a very deep run in the EPT main event last year. Blinds will be 125,000, 250,000. Picking the action up at the start of level 33, 60-minute clock throughout this event. The Estrellas, of course, being the regional tour, the local tour here in Spain. And everyone now guaranteed at least 20K with 6-figure scores for the finalists. And look at that top prize, 676K. Joe, this is a 1,000 euro buy-in tournament.
676 times your buy-in, and that's just for first. There's a lot of big scores all along the way. 7th place on out, 6-figure scores.
Total prize pool of 7.1 million euros. And here is the lineup on the main stage, our first feature table. We have the last remaining member of Team Pro, the guy named after a toy truck. Parker Talbot, Tonka, is going to be at the feature table, along with an EPT champion. Lucien Cohen is the French pest exterminator who won Deauville back in 2011, beat Martin Jacobsen heads up, was famous for having a plastic rat as his card protector, hasn't used that rat for a number of years. We're going to see him in action today, along with Tonka, along with a couple of other Canadian players, Luc Lafontaine, and the aforementioned Josh James, who's third in chips coming into the start of play, and will be chip leader at this particular table. Worth highlighting, by the way, that Tonka is pretty short. He's in the danger zone.
Danger zone!
And looks like we are almost ready to get the action started. The players are in their seats. This is day 4 of the Estrellas Poker Tour main event. This was meant to be a 4-day event. A day has been added because the field is so big. It's now a 5-day event. So we'll play down to the final table today. The final 6 will come back tomorrow, and you can watch the final table on Monday across our main platforms, those platforms being PokerStars Twitch and PokerStars YouTube.
What time is it?
It's game time. Huh!
Get your game face on, everyone. as we rail Tonka in the final 26 from a starting field of 7,398. And looks like the start of play is being announced. Tonka says he doesn't feel particularly great today. I'm just going to translate that one for you. And hand number one of the penultimate day of the Estrellas is go. The clock is running.
Our first live broadcast in many months.
And action is going to start on Luc Lafontaine under the gun with Jack Deuce offsuit. He folds.
Loving the way Luke's playing so far.
Stefan Fabian, who qualified online for this tournament, is also out.
Year of Romania.
Domenico Paparo from Italy. King Jack suited, and Paparo is going to open with a raise. A reminder, the blinds are 125, 250 with a 250k big blind ante, so Paparo's made it 525,000. Folded to Lucien Cohen in the big blind. Jack 5 off, and he passes. So we've got 4 tables in action. Table 4 will break when we get to 24. No redraw at 24. There will be a redraw at 16. There will be a redraw at 9. We will keep playing today until we are down to 6.
I, for one, am glad for the change in the way we're going to attack things from a broadcasting perspective. We always join the Estrellas Poker Tour main event, 6-handed or 8-handed. We don't have a lot of context. It would be cool to see it from the second to last day, have a little bit more of a story going into the final table. And actually, you know, obviously these are going to be major scores before the final table. These are people playing a 1K event. Obviously, Tonka has won a ton of money in his past, but plenty of people here are about to have the biggest score of their life, and they don't even have to make the final table to do it.
Also, Joe, we know from our multi-day coverage of EPT main events, and there is no greater example of this than the EPT main event in Barcelona last year. The penultimate day is one of the most exciting days, where it's all on the line. A seat at the final table is up for grabs. We do genuinely see some really exciting, tense, emotional poker. As we see Fabian open here with the Grafton, 10-9 suited, but Tonka's got jacks in the hijack.
And a perfect reshoving stack. But he's not going to reshove. Oh, he has 25 bigs. I thought he had 15 bigs to start the day.
Yeah, I think his chip count may have been a little bit off, to be honest. So the 3-bet is to 1.25 million. Round 2. EPT champion Lucien Cohen, who folds the small blind. Now Luc Lafontaine in the big blind. Jack 9 off.
2 bad cards for him to be folding for Fabian.
So Fabian has got 5.3 million. Pretty similar stack size to Tonka.
So you guys will be able to bust players on the device as normal, unless we say something different.
You know, I've missed a lot about European poker, James, having spent a lot of time in American poker the last few months. European floor staff.
They are greatly missed when they're not present.
Just some firm but chill floor people.
Interesting. A call from Fabian with the 10-9 suited, and these two players are going to the flop.
According to someone who busted me in this exact situation once, totally standard calling with 10-9 suited.
And flopping the flush draw. Tonka still ahead with jacks, 2-1 favorite. An action check to him. And we've got a 3.1 million chip pot. And the effective stack is Fabian with 4.6 behind. Tonka continuing here for 450,000.
Some serious ICM considerations, right? When you're down to the final 26 players, next player out gets 20,000 euros, make it 19 more spots and you win 674,000. I don't think you're going to be super keen on jamming a 10-high flush draw here with that sort of ICM. And if Tonka had that reshoving stack, he wouldn't be in whatever position's about to happen right now.
The Estrellas main event plays without a shot clock.
People calling for the jack of spades in chat. What is wrong with you? What's wrong with you people? There is the all-in.
The check raise shove from Fabian, putting Tonka in a horrible spot.
Exactly what I was saying, and Tonka might have to fold these jacks.
Oh.
He doesn't look that happy about it.
Tonka forgot one very important thing. This is the Year of Romania.
Year of Romania.
And we did have Georgi ask on YouTube whether there are free rolls, and Ed, who is modding our YouTube channel, pointing out that we have something in place to play along to. And this is something we've been doing for the better part of the year now. We have the mini EPT series running on PokerStars in selected territories. If you see it in your client, it's available to you. If you don't see it, you know the rest. 3 low buy-in tournaments every day with added value, WCOOP tickets added to the prize pools. And on the final day of EPT Barcelona, this time next week, we'll have 2 mini main events with gold power passes added to the prize pools.
And what is a gold power pass?
That is worth $10,000, Joe, and that can be redeemed for example, an EPT Cyprus package, could be redeemed for a high buy-in WCOOP main event ticket.
Raise 500,000. 10 class.
Tonka back in action, third hand of the day, opening with ace-jack in early position. Lucien Cohen on the button. Folds. LaFontaine, 10-7 in the small. And Fabian folds the big blind. Tonka steadying the ship, hovering around the 20 big blind mark. We caught up with him at the start of the day, just before play started.
Yeah, so 7,400 runners, that biggest tournament I think we've ever put on at EPT. Absolutely wild, yeah. Talking to a bunch of people, you know, put a couple bullets in. Everyone's really excited it's still in. I made 2 like good friends yesterday too, buddies at the table, and just like we were just cleaning up chips all day, having a great time, you know. It's been really, really fun, yeah. Atmosphere's been incredible. I have a couple key strategies for today. I have 2 strategies that I like to employ when I get deep in tournaments, and that's the get good card strategy and the make the next break strategy. Because if you make the next break, you never bust, and if you get good cards, it helps you not bust as well. So these are my 2 strategies, and yeah, I'm going to look to employ those for sure. I'd absolutely love to win the biggest tournament we've ever put on. In fact, I'd just love to win any live poker tournament. I've been playing live poker. It's become kind of a meme recently, but I've been playing live poker for 13 years now, and I have never won a tournament. So yeah, I'd like to win this one, or just anyone, but this one specifically, considering there's 670,000 euros for first.
Can I just salute Tonka for being the ultimate company man? Not only is he wearing a PokerStars t-shirt, but he's still wearing the PokerStars patch to go with it. He is double badged. He is double logoed. Well, this is hand 4 of the day. Lucien Cohen opening from the cutoff with 8-5 of clubs. And Domenico Paparo deciding what to do with an 11 big blind stack in the big with 10-9 off.
Paparo, don't preach.
Let's it go. I missed the rat. I'm not going to lie. I know it was really annoying for his opponents when he would literally shove the rat in people's faces, but I miss it.
You got to wonder if he regrets that. Like the same way I regret the first time they put us on camera together. Someone asked me if I wanted to stand on a box, and I said no because I thought it would You know, I thought it was kind of lame, and now I look at us on camera, and I look like 7 feet shorter than you. I wish that I had gotten the box, and I wonder if he didn't make his entire identity the rat. Is he wearing a exterminator jumpsuit under that T-shirt?
I mean, hopefully he's poised to go whenever the duty calls. Second hand in a row opened by Lucien Cohen. Queen 10 offsuit. And round 2, Stefan Fabian on the button with ace 5 offsuit.
Queen 10 with a 20 big blind stack. You're really hoping this gets through. People love getting weird with old sourdough.
And that is a 3-bet from Fabian on the button to 1.35 million. We now have the blinds to act. Paparo folds the small, Tonka's in the big. And looks like he's folded already.
Table, yeah.
You want to play?
No, I'm good.
All right.
I'm a fold.
All right.
So second fucking hand, I get jacks and 3-bet a man. And this guy, I think this guy is some like super troll. Like I think he's just sizing everybody up and thinks he's making live reads every hand because he told me he thought I was weak after the board game Queen 7 deuce, and I have pocket jacks and I bet super small and he just shoves all in for the same stack.
Who's he talking to?
And I fold, and he's like, "You look weak," trying to imply that he had some sick read on me. I'm not so sure about that. We're gonna get him.
You got your 2 things.
Was that sorry, buddy? Like an Instagram story?
I think he's got a vlogging crew on the rail.
Wait to sit.
Bet 550,000.
I kind of like it if. Uh-oh.
Yeah, all in. Pass.
Nice move by Lucien
Yeah, give him a
Cohen.
taste of his own medicine.
Yes, you tell him, Tonka.
Love that.
I mean, Cohen just Fabian.
You look like you had nothing there.
Oh! See, I was gonna say
see it. I can see it.
Fabian.
You were really scared. You were really nervous there. That was bad.
I'm always nervous.
Yeah. Yes.
Can you please fold before you get up?
I did fold.
Oh, I folded for you. That's what I was asking.
Oh
Yeah.
shit! My bad.
Yeah.
That's totally my bad.
Yeah, that's what I asked you.
Damn,
play.
sorry.
That's all good.
Damn, I might not even looked at my hand.
Well, this is the first elimination of the day. Andrea Rona eliminated in 26th place, cashing for 20,640 euros. Taking us down to 25. One more elimination and we'll be down to the final 3 tables.
Hey, Roner.
Still want to know what his hand is. That's why.
Yeah. Still tilted about this. Focus more on needling him on the next hand than actually playing my own.
Classic Tonka.
It's only $700,000 on line. It's fine.
That's not that bad.
Yeah, it's just, sit out your big blind while you're at the table. It's not a big deal. It actually seems kind of smart to me. I don't know. Lull everyone else in a false sense of security, you know?
So, of course, the total number of entries, 7,398, does include re-entries. But even if you look at the number of unique players in this event, Joe, it's up nearly 20% year on year.
Cool.
And
poker is alive and well.
Same pattern as last year. Single biggest nation, the single biggest number of players from France, followed by Spain, followed by Italy.
Galactic in attendance.
Damn, I hope I didn't have a good hand. I just, when I came and told you guys that hand, it was like...
Well, here's the thing. If you go and talk to your vlogging crew, that's what's going to happen. Of course, we have our secondary feature table as well. Now, one of the players at this table who you may recognize is the Finnish player Kimmo Karko, who was second to Tom Middleton in the EPT Barcelona main event back in 2013, the second year that we had Finns in sparkly hats on the main stage.
This hand's pretty wild, by the way.
Yeah, we have got a set of threes for Karko, and Smadga has got the diamond draw. That is the red triangle of death. That is an all-in from Karko. And that, I think, is going to end this hand.
Smadga.
And I am hearing that we may have lost someone in 25th place, which means players going to be paused briefly whilst we break a table and get the remaining 24 players sat around the final 3 tables. That means we'll be filling any vacant seats at those 3 tables. And now we are down to 24 players. That means we are probably on a money jump. Sure enough, next player out 20.5 grand, but if you make it to 23rd, 23,700. And of course, it won't be too long until we get to the point in this tournament where there is an increase in prize money with every single elimination. If we check on the top payouts,
I can't pay without my
make the top 10, guaranteed 52K, 62K for 9th, 81K for 8th, then we hit the 6-figure scores. The better part of $250,000 for 4th, nearly 300K for 3rd, more than 415,000 euros for the runner-up, and that first prize that Tonka was referencing a short while ago, 676,000 euros. We have run EPT main events. We have run 5K tournaments with smaller first prizes than that.
For sure.
But when you do have nearly 7,400 entries in a 1K buy-in, that is the prize money you are looking at. That is the return on investment you're looking at. And I do believe we have 2 qualifiers still in the field, including Stefan Fabian, who is on the main stage right now.
I wonder how they calculate that countries thing. Do they calculate it based on the uniques, or is it that the French people re-entered more than anyone else?
I can confirm it's based on uniques.
Okay.
But interestingly, I think if you look at the pie chart, if you look at the breakdown of players who attend EPTs, and this has been the case for a few years now, certainly since we came back with the EPT after the pandemic, France dominates.
Yeah.
More French players than from any other country at every EPT stop.
If only I had ever bothered to learn how to speak French.
So we are going to gain an extra player on the main stage, but the 7 we've been watching stack up as follows. Tonka not in too bad shape. It's Domenico Paparo who is the shortest stack right now. Joshua James still in a very strong position, commanding chip leader at this table and among the tournament top 5 with 63 bigs, 15.7 million, and we still have 45 minutes to play on this blind level. 60-minute clock. Again, because we're playing to a certain number, because we're playing down to 6 today, we don't know how many levels we will play. So we don't know whether we're going to need to have a dinner break or whether we'll be done inside of 6 levels today. It's what I like to call a play it by ear day, a suck it and see day. And that is the player who we lost in 24th. It was Lucas Rocha. Mentioned Lucas earlier on and his great run in the EPT main last year.
Emotional run.
Very emotional. 24th place finish in this Estrellas main in 2023.
I think you can see it's probably hitting him pretty hard right here too. Not quite as outwardly as emotional, but it's certainly disappointing to get this close.
This is definitely a case of so near yet so far.
Yeah.
So yeah, that table breaking and drawing for seats, and confirmation that we are actually down to 23. My bad, it was Cosmin Dragomir from Romania who went out in 25th, taking us to 24. Then the hand where Rocha was busted was the hand out in the field that was still in progress before the table break. So yes, 23 players now.
Pay jump at least for Rocha, right?
Correct. And this is the point where you have to ask the question, how long is it going to take to get, like, what, 7 players seated? Longer than you might think. Meanwhile, the other tables you see in action today, that is day 1A of the 5K EPT main event. And I'm just going to check, because earlier on I was looking at the numbers and I was like, this seems bigger than normal. Now, we know, Joe, that day 1B always attracts a bigger field than day 1A. But we are an hour and a half into day 1A, and we already have 451 entries. Sorry, it's updated again. 462 entries.
That's excellent.
And to be clear, this is day 1A, an hour and a half into day 1A. At this point, we often are barely touching 3 figures. So to get 450 on day 1A this early on, I think we are on track. And again, this is heavily caveated, guys.
Yeah.
We are on track right now to potentially break last year's record.
And last year's broke the previous record.
Correct.
And that broke the previous. Okay.
Yeah. Among the players competing on day 1A, our friend and colleague Maria Ho. If she makes it through day 1A, she'll join us for the final table of this event tomorrow. If she doesn't, she'll try again on day 1B, because remember, single re-entry in the EPT main.
You bring me a nice snack?
Table final.
You don't give to anyone else, just to me? Oh,
Not to anyone else.
Very good.
Sir, can you please put that ID on the table wherever you can?
To the right.
Whatever you.
Wherever you can.
Marcos Tilka coming to the main stage with 20.8 million, 83 big blinds. Say hello to the new table chip leader.
Joshua James. Sorry.
Je sais pas. Parce qu'il y en a qui ont sauté apparemment, ils refont les tables. Ah, on est 23. Ah, y est, 23.
Indeed, 23, 23, Lucien.
Oh,
Yes.
oh.
We're gonna start soon. Don't go.
Welcome, welcome to the table.
I like this guy.
So we are playing 8-handed once again.
Et Mlouk. Ah, ça reprend, ok, ok. Excuse me, excuse me.
It was very enjoyable.
Seriously, though, I need...
Very happy, very happy.
I need one double.
I hope he's retired at this point. Hopefully he's not out spraying rats with chemicals still.
How rich are you?
So that season of the EPT, when Lucien Cohen won the title in Deauville, that was the season when Martin Jakobsen had 2 second-place finishes. He was second to Toby Lewis in Villamora, second to Lucien Cohen in Deauville, and then a couple of months later, I think it was a 4th-place finish in Berlin when Ben Wilanowski won.
What you're saying is he's due.
No, I can have the phone.
I mean, no one's seen or heard from the guy since,
No,
right?
I know.
I'm hoping that one day he'll win a major title.
I don't know.
Looks like it.
My friends say
Your boy has...
they want all my stock, so
Oh, that's
maybe
what you're saying?
in half an hour I don't have it.
Okay.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
No, I said I only want one double.
Ah, one double.
Well, yeah, when you sit down, I said, okay, I take all, but then I changed my mind. No, too greedy. One double.
Ah, only one double. Thank you, sir.
Thank you for...
You're very polite.
Il est cool, là. Mais dis-moi discrètement, parce qu'ils comprennent tous le français.
I think we should take these breaks every once in a while just so the players can get chummy.
Enregistre bien. Moi, quand j'ai fait.
I love how long it takes to like move a handful of poker players a few meters.
Where do I go?
I think we're pretty much ready to restart, by the way. So yes, a reminder, we're into level 33 of this record-breaking Estrellas main event. Blinds are 125,000, 250,000 with a 250K big blind ante. 45 minutes left on the clock. We'll play straight into level 34 before we take the first break of the day. We've broken a table, 23 players remain, and I think we are good to go.
16 only. See? So, what you do? You double me.
So 15 minutes after the last, shuffle up a deal.
Only have 5 million.
Shovel up a deal.
No, sorry. We are from the same city. We have to...
You might have to double back to the cage, maybe.
Yeah.
Frontaman on Twitch asks, but why did they not play down to 24 yesterday? Frontaman, so a day is 24 hours. And if it doesn't happen before the end of that day, it can't happen yesterday, so it had to happen today. If that makes, does that make sense?
Well,
did I explain that correctly?
Well, we have another one of our viewers, Ben Sensation, saying they probably played to a certain level. Correct. They played 8 levels yesterday to the end of level 32. That got us to 26, and that's what we came back with today.
Why didn't they extend the number of hours in the day yesterday to get down to 24, James?
You'd have to talk to tournament director Toby Stone about that one, Joseph.
Well, I will, for Frontaman. Thank you for your question.
So we have 9-7 for Joshua James in the small, and 9-7 for Edouard Barzegian. Sorry.
Are you serious? They both have 9-7? This is nuts.
Blind v blind.
Somebody clip this.
I nearly said Bogosian. I started thinking about Eric Bogosian.
Poker fan. Eric Bogosian, poker fan. Still going to try to get him for the podcast. He ignored me the first time.
I go to talk to the friend on the rail. All I go is raise 3-bet, and I forget that I'm in the big blind. I'm so scared to see.
That's right, Peter. It's the 9-7 off, 9-7 off, off.
Yeah,
and who wanted it more?
Thank you. Thank you.
Barzegian wanted it more.
The 9-7 off. I like how Parker was put on tilt by the first hand, and now he's on tilt by his reaction to the first hand. Like, who knows what he had in the big blind? That's what happens when you're a superstar. Sometimes it affects your game.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you so much.
Gross.
So let me just double check. We've already referenced the fact that Stefan Fabian won his seat online, qualified into the Estrellas main event via a €109 satellite. I believe there is another qualifier.
Please tell me it's Marcos
right?
Tielki.
No, it's the Hungarian player, Peter Tordai, who's not at the feature table. He got into this Estrellas main event via a €162 satellite. He only has about 11K in live earnings.
Like I said, this is going to be all-time great scores for already for some of the people that are still in this field.
Well, Marcos Tielka, the table chip leader, opens with the Spraggy, ace-7 off, gets a call from Lucien Cohen in the big blind with 10-8 off. King-5 deuce.
Cohen seeming quite outwardly disinterested in this hand. Not that this would play any differently otherwise, but if it wasn't going to be a C-bet, I think once you see that Cohen's already looking off to the side at what's going on in his side table, I'm like, C-bet, thank you.
Kenny asking, when will the EPT main event begin, guys? Well, it starts today. Day 1A today, Day 1B tomorrow. We pick up the action on Day 2. So we start streaming the EPT main from Tuesday. You've got 2 consecutive days of the Estrellas main event, playing down to the final table today. Final 6 playing down to a winner tomorrow. The 100K did start yesterday. I think it's going to conclude today. They're already down to 7 players.
Already.
And we have artisanal sourdough for online qualifier Stefan Fabian. Ooh. But the short stack, Domenico Paparo, has ace-queen.
I'm so scared. The hand?
Cannot fold this for 10 big blinds, even against an under-the-gun raise. Gotta do it.
Presented with the red triangle of death, king-queen for Marcos Tonka.
Can you count it, please?
I don't know that you really want to be getting involved here with king-queen offsuit with the under-the-gun open, the shove. There's as much action as can possibly be still to follow you. Tonka does have all the chips, but how are you not going to be dominated in this spot so often? And if you're not dominated here, how are you not going to have someone wake up with a dominated hand behind you? What's the best case scenario? Paparo has 10s, jacks. There we go.
I think this is going to get folded around to Fabian, who will have to decide whether to go for it with ace-5 of diamonds. By the way, we've got a great story about the T-shirt that Lucien Cohen has over his actual shirt. Looks like the shove's going to get through here. You may have noticed, Joe, that the white T-shirt Lucien Cohen is wearing has like a strange stain on the left arm.
Ace-queen. I'll see after, huh? I don't like it.
Is it in the shape of our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ?
I don't believe so.
Now he's not sure.
I'll check in 1 hour.
1 hour. Is it in the shape of our poker?
Was false. All right, we'll see. If you lie to me, next time I'll pay you.
But you fold jacks?
I found king-queen.
King-queen.
King-queen is good for me. If you he says that he have ace-queen, remember, because if he had ace-queen, okay, I believe you, I believe you. Good fall, so. That's why I was thinking.
Is it in the shape of our poker Lord and Savior, Jesus Ferguson?
Good fall.
I have no idea if Lucien Cohen is a religious chap, but I know he is superstitious. So what happened is he was wearing that T-shirt on day 1 of this event.
That decides the tournament.
Someone spilled coffee on
if you
him.
win your all-ins decides the tournament.
And apparently he thought that was a sign of good luck. So he's continued to wear that T-shirt every single day.
2.5 million. Right now,
if you can't have a bird poop on your head, you might as well have someone spill coffee on your arm.
Yeah, a bit more important for me.
A bit more. But for me, it's also important. I'm Catalan.
Greedy.
Interesting.
So you speak wacky Spanish?
I speak, yes.
Late position raise from Joshua James.
But
Stefan Fabian in the big.
English, so.
Those wacky separatists.
Thank you. I'll try my best.
Significantly better than my Spanish. I can't tell you that much right now. I went to Catalan for 2 days.
And in 2 days, you understand something? Quite difficult.
Fabian defending with a hand that is incredibly dominated.
Or is it? Yeah, no, it still is.
I know.
Sevens still ahead as Fabian checks to the pre-flop aggressor. Joshua James does not continue, checks behind. Ace on the turn.
No spade, no straight card. A Fabian, a drawing, a dead.
Checks a second time. James checks a second time. The river is the case 7. It is always coming 7, especially in Barcelona.
Shouldn't be too much trouble for Fabian. Rivering 4th pair that also completes a flush draw.
Cut to all the chips going in the middle. Well, with this rivered set and the action checked to him 3 times, James will go for value. And he's going for a roughly half pot bet, 725,000 into 1.4 million.
What I like to do in this situation is imagine this bet came on the turn. To which I would have promptly folded. And this 7 on the river is not beating anything that was that was already losing on the turn except for a 5. By the way, this is not real strategy, everyone. Don't try this at home. But you can just kind of level yourself here into thinking like, oh, I improved. I have to call.
Yeah.
There you go.
Can you call the waiter, please?
Hey, James, you ready for our first YouTube comment of the day? You might have read one already. I don't know. My first YouTube comment of the way?
Joe, give us your first YouTube comment of the day.
Anthony Solicito says, poker commentators are not stand-up comedians.
Well, he's 50% right. I'm not a stand-up comedian.
Which means he's 50% wrong. Thank you for your comment, Anthony.
And whilst we're talking about people being wrong on YouTube, Marin saying the weather in Barcelona must be really hot. Normally you'd be correct. The weather today is not pleasant. Strong winds, lashing rain, cooler than normal. Not cold by any stretch of the imagination, but not super hot. But the weather has already caused 1 power outage today with warnings that there could be more. I sincerely hope not, for the sake of everyone playing in EPT Barcelona and for the sake of everyone watching at home.
It was hot yesterday.
So Tonka has opened with 6s. Luc Lafontaine has Queen 10 of clubs, the crunchiest of all the Queen 10s on the button.
You're going to feel pretty tempted here to call with the suited Queen 10 in position. Doesn't seem too terrible until you realize that the big blind now has all kinds of incentive.
By the way, I'm liking the watch chain combo from Lafontaine. He feels very coordinated.
Okay, all right. I know that you're into watches now, but don't let it spill over into necklaces, please. That'll be too much.
How much you have? 4 point something. I started with 5 million and I just paid a blind. I didn't pay any answer.
Oh, I love that accent.
Tonka outflopped.
Yeah, as opposed to the pocket jacks hand where he was not outflopped, but it looked like he was. This time he certainly was.
Action went check on the flop. Checked a second time, and now we get Barry Greenstein make an appearance.
I mean, this bluff could work. He's made it big enough, that's for sure. Hey, you got to give it up for Tonka. I mean, come on. Just knows exactly what to do here, how to get someone to fold a queen, possibly even a king.
Impressive.
Really impressive.
Most impressive. And looks like we've come over to the secondary feature table where there's been an all-in and a call. O'Shea with 10s, online qualifier Tourday with ace-king. Classic race underway at the secondary feature table.
Oh, I didn't prepare any classic races.
What have you been doing for the last 3 days? O'Shea, the at-risk player. Needs 10s to hold.
I knew I was forgetting something.
The flop is king high. Looking good for the qualifier. And it seems that a 10 was folded pre because O'Shea only has one out. And he's going to need to hit that 10 on the river. Does not. And that is going to take us down to 22.
Good luck, everyone.
Not Tourday, pocket 10s. Not Tourday. Almost got that out.
That is Manuel O'Shea cashing out in 23rd. €23,740. 22 players remaining in the biggest live poker tournament in PokerStars history. 30 minutes left before the blinds go up.
Okay, 6-5 suited.
Yeah, opening raise came from Barcegian with ace-8 suited. Cohen flattered with the 6-5. Tielka 3-betting from the big with king-queen. So action now back on the original raiser.
Dude loves king-queen offsuit.
100%.
We all have our superstitions, Joe.
Jacks. Oh, pocket sixes.
I have good cards. You will see later.
What?
I have good cards. You will see later. In 1 hour.
Il a dit qu'il y a des bonnes cartes. Tu vas le voir plus tard.
But if you want to pay, you will see now.
I'm very, very good.
If you go all in now, you will see at the moment.
Okay,
Oh.
all in, I am all in.
Consult the stain. What do you see?
It's now we're up close. It's a sizable stain. I mean, it's down the side, it's
coffee,
over
yeah.
the shoulder. It might even be running down the back.
I mean, in some countries, that's an entire espresso.
Ah, no, look me.
You will see in 1 hour and a half.
How much is
We are on TV table. You will see it. Don't worry.
How long does it delay? Half an hour or hour?
Half hour.
Yeah.
Thank you. It's okay, I got it.
No, it's okay.
And the waiter.
I love it. When anyone has a question,
No,
by the
yeah,
way,
but
about anything operational, whether it's the rules of the tournament or about the streaming, Tonka cannot wait to answer. And he is frustratingly right all the time. We always say the #1 rule of being a know-it-all is that you have to be right. To be fair to Tonka, he does behave like a know-it-all, but he is right.
He is right. I can't think of a time when he was wrong.
I'm accepting walks at this time.
Maybe I'll give you one well.
I'm accepting.
Maybe.
We should have
I don't
Tonka
know,
work in
maybe
support
someone
for a day.
Raise.
Yeah, yeah.
Or open raise.
That happens, it happens, you know?
Yeah, for sure. We have to accept.
Yeah, yeah.
All right. One step closer to a walk.
Paparo ain't going to play the button.
That sounds weird. One step closer to okay.
Dude, don't waste our time. Thank you.
Oh,
Let's do it.
Maybe you have the first walk of this table.
No.
It depends on...
Yeah. I'm sorry, Parker, you're not getting a walk.
First is good.
Okay.
And second is better. My goodness, can't do walk.
I understand.
I have to put pressure on you.
I understand.
A lot of pressure.
Wow, big pressure?
You know, walking's a huge part of Spanish culture. I just learned this recently.
I have good hand.
You have good hand.
You can walk across the entire country. Did you know that?
I mean, you could. Why you'd want to?
No, it's like a thing.
All right.
It's called like El Camino.
So the raise is to 750K.
Okay.
Tonka with King Deuce offsuit.
I'll show you one. Look, it's good?
It's good.
Ace?
Ace of hearts. But the other one was not so good.
I had king.
Oh, king, but you're losing. Pre-flop, pre-flop. Pre-flop.
King 7 suited.
Ace 9 off. But it's good to open in war of blinds. Solver says this. I don't know how to play poker, but Solver says this.
Lobster says, have walked the Camino, can recommend.
Huh.
I'm making a tight pass.
Up to 500 entries on day 1A of the EPT main. Only the second level of the day. All of day 1A, or most of day 1A still to play. All of day 1B to play tomorrow.
How is the probability that you have aces?
Low.
Oh, oh.
Very low.
The Outlaw on YouTube says, New Zealand invented jogging. Before that, people only walked or sprinted.
Do we have any way of verifying this?
I'm willing to take it at face value.
So Fabian has opened with King Jack. Paparo also with King Jack. Is the table shorty, has 12 bigs.
Spanish man was in this table in place 4. Oh, no. Maybe he busted.
Your friend? The one with 20 million?
Spanish, the only Spanish man. I'll ask.
Lots of folks noticing that Tonka lied about his hand strength in that post-hand conversation. I thought he was lying, but I thought, oh, maybe I just didn't see it right. He had King 5, right? He said he had King 7.
I hope not. But there are one less, and he isn't here. Maybe bad news for Spain. Not from Canada.
Not for Canada. We have 3 Canadians on one table.
3 Canadians.
Yeah.
Good, too, and... Oh, my goodness. Canadians are...
But the only one who speaks French.
He's the only bad Canadian. The only Quebecois.
Canadian final table.
Canadian final table, let's go.
What is...
Tabernacle.
What's being Spanish here? I have to go. Please, can I change the table?
You know, I grew up playing at LAC.
Thank you.
Quebecois, man.
Oh, he's leaving.
Yeah, then he changed this man, and they will bring a Canadian.
Yeah, one more Canadian.
One more Canadian.
Yeah, bring one more.
I grew up playing in Lac Lémy.
Lac Lémy?
Casino du Lac Lémy,
Yeah.
I went to Ottawa U. So I played at Lac Lémy when I was 18.
Oh, yeah?
And first time I play, right? So I always think, I think next time I play poker outside of Quebec was here in Europe. And I called the floors chef.
Chef. Yeah, chef.
Chef.
And
chef.
Have you played a couple of times to playground?
Yeah. Very nice.
Yeah, it's a nice place, playground.
We have a casino in Toronto now. Hey, Woodbine? They got poker in Toronto.
Oh, yeah?
All in from Paparo.
Oh, a poker room.
Yeah, like 25 minutes, right?
But it's 5 years. In December,
let's see.
5 years I didn't went there. I just passed by Toronto to go play in Bahamas because I make a stop from Costa Rica to Bahamas and then change flight to go to Bahamas. I stopped
bad cards. I didn't like it. 21. Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, Fabian was the original raiser. Paparo shoving with the same hand.
In half an hour. What's going on?
Because of you, man.
No, I only kill one.
1-1?
Jacks versus Ace King. I have Jacks. I will raise and he makes. Oh, damn.
Hertz.
All right, let's get a sweat, eh?
Ortiz, call.
3 hearts or 3 diamonds? One or the other.
I think 4.
You want to see action. Yeah, put some stress.
Fabian with 4 times the equity of Paparo.
7 off.
Yeah, King 7's
King
good.
7 will win because they have Ace Queen and Ace Queen.
A 4-1 favorite.
First, King. Oh, no.
What? How are they chopping this? He was a 4-1 favorite. Man, Paparo got lucky there.
We can confirm that this is a chop, and you know what they say?
Everyone loves a chop pot.
By the way, we did see Edouard Barcegian balanced off the feature table because a short while ago we lost this guy, Christoph Kazyokin, taking us down to 21. This player cashing out for 23,740 euros. So we now have 3 tables of 7 remaining in this record-breaking Estrellas main event. And we're going over to the secondary feature table because I see a red triangle of death, all in and a call. It is Mauricio Salazar-Sanchez who is the at-risk player here.
I think he was the bad guy in Resident Evil 6.
And looks like a classic race, Joe. Looks like Ace-King against 8s. And 8s are holding, but it's a gut shot for the Ace-King. Six of hearts on the turn. Does not change anything. Ace on the river. Barry Greenstein delivers the crushing blow, which will send Mauricio Salazar-Sanchez to the rail. That is an elimination. That is a KO. Just verifying the stacks.
Sayonara Salazar-Sanchez.
And that's going to take us down from 21 to 20.
So, James, given that we don't really cover these sorts of events from this stage, is this going to come to a grinding halt like an EPT would at this point, or is it just going to keep up, do you think?
My gut instinct is that when we get close to the final table, it might slow down, maybe when we're down to 10 or 9 players.
I don't know what's going to happen.
When you get to that stage where there is a pay jump with every elimination, it does change the dynamic considerably.
But it could stay quick until then. I mean, it looks like we're still pretty shallow. We've got 4 stacks here, 20 big blinds and below.
Correct. By the way, while we were watching that all-in run out of the secondary feature table, from the third table, Gino Serpa was eliminated. Wow. So right now we are actually at 19 players. So that means we are 3 away from being down to 2 tables, 3 away from the redraw, 19 remaining from a starting field of 7,398.
And shout out to all the players who have sub-20 big blind stacks who have been laddering all the live long.
Yeah, everyone now guaranteed 27K. Next ladder is at 17 when you move up over 31K.
And that's 7K up from the start of the day.
So Marcos Tilka still table chip leader, starting this hand with 23.5 million, more than 90 big blinds, opening with Jack-10 suited.
Shorty is like a melody playing in my head.
Ace-Jack for Tonka, playing 20 bigs. Let's it go. Folded around to Lucien Cohen. He passes. Luc Lafontaine, 6-5 of diamonds on the button. And now around to the big blind. Domenico Paparo, 7-6 off.
All right, people calling Tonka a nit for folding ace-jack there. Come on, get real. I don't really have to explain it, do I? Facing an under-the-gun raise, lots of action behind, too many chips. He's got 20 big blinds, ace-jack, easy fold.
I'm not sure it's possible to win an argument against chat pros. Over to the secondary feature table once again.
Oh, no. My goodness.
Oh, dear. Car crash calamity.
Bring out the stretcher.
But interesting, Ahuja just calling with queens. They're not getting it in pre. Karadimos, huge favorite with aces. And an even bigger favorite now on a Jack 9-9 board. How do you get away from this, Joe, if you're the player with queens?
Well, the way you get away from it is that you have a massive, massive stack. And I don't know if you get away from it, but I don't think you have to go broke. I wouldn't say massive stack, I guess, but we're talking like in the plus 50 big blind range.
1.5 million is the continuation bet from Karadimos, who 3-bet pre with the aces and just got flattered by Ahuja with queens.
I think you flat here. Hope it goes check-check on the turn. Reevaluate on the river.
Ahuja calls. Turn card is the 7 of clubs. Ahuja down to 5% equity. Needs a queen on the river. Checks a second time.
Really hoping for a check back. One of the hands that might 3-bet you pre-flop is jacks. Obviously kings and aces, but you do it. There it goes. It does go check-check, and you know, but you are beating ace-king that would 3-bet you. Like there's tons of combinations with ace-king that are going to 3-bet you. Ace-queen potentially might 3-bet, like an ace-queen suited.
We do now have a straighty, flushy paired board, so this is not exactly comfort zone for aces.
I mean, it's a really bad spot for Ahuja, right? You don't really want to check and have to call off a huge bet. Oh, wow.
Check.
Very lucky. You called it, James.
So a decent pot for Karadimos, but credit to Ahuja for only losing 3 million chips in that situation.
Every time you say Ahuja, I think his flag is going to be from Indiana and not India. He's a Hoosier. A what? A Hoosier.
Did you lose the micro?
Huh?
Did you lose the microphone? Ah.
No, he's talking about the coffee on his shirt.
Ah, okay.
J'ai perdu le micro, je sais pas.
Is that the style?
Ah, what?
Style? You buy it like that?
Lucky. One man attack.
Huh? Good vibes, yeah.
Because one man attack, cafe is good.
You play 4 millions?
5-8.
5-8?
Stop trying to play a poker hand, Tilka. We're learning about the coffee stain on Lucien Cohen's shirt.
2-2.
Consult the beans.
I just embrace anyone who has that positive attitude. If someone spills coffee on any of my clothes, I'm pissed off. I don't think this is good luck. I don't think this is good fortune. It's like, you've ruined my T-shirt, and now I'm wet and uncomfortable.
I think everything's unlucky, like when I'm in a gambling arena. Someone being too loud near me, unlucky. Someone being annoying near me, unlucky. Someone spilling something on me, unlucky. Someone bumping my chair, unlucky.
Also, looking at this purely in practical terms, I'm assuming that this was lukewarm/cold coffee, because if someone spills hot coffee on you, that can cause burns.
Getting burned, unlucky.
Just put one chip in.
No, because...
just put one chip. Just put 5.
200.
No, just put the 5.
Do we know if it was a macchiato, an espresso, a latte, a cappuccino, soy milk, oats, almond, coconut?
You are the only one that wins EPTs here.
Well.
Hey, my blind, huh? Oh,
I really like your view.
A big blind. Hey. Slow,
huh? I'll be careful, sir, I promise.
Because I am all in, huh?
Oh, don't fall. I'm scared of this. I don't want to
be careful, be careful.
Yeah, do you have to be careful about saying I'm all in? Yeah.
Yes, you do.
8-5. Crazy man. I am... Attention.
The Tonka's open on the button with 8s. Joshua James in from the small blind with a6. The declaration that he's all in is not binding. And Cohen elects just to call from the big blind.
That was sexy.
Sexy call.
Sexy call.
Sexy call.
Excuse me.
This movement is called sexy call.
Sexy. I am the sexy.
I really like this call.
Oh, sexy. You are the sexy check. Ah, pardon.
You can't make your sexy check until James has checked.
No good for you, this. You raise, you re-raise, I am re-raise. Ah.
Oh, 2 flush draws out there now. James looking for a diamond, Cohen looking for a spade. Tonka still with the best hand with pocket 8s.
Cohen doesn't seem like the type to fold a flush draw.
No, he's not folding.
Yeah.
But Tonka,
not to say that you should.
Tonka has folded the best hand.
Yeah, queen high.
Oh, solid fold by Tonka because Cohen gets there on the river. Oh, and James deciding to bet river with ace high with the missed draw. And there is the red triangle. There is the all-in from Cohen, who celebrates.
I am the best.
That's a bluff.
I am the best. No. Look after. I am the crazy. I am the crazy. Oh, yeah.
Rats off to you.
Jack 7 of clubs.
You, my
He really
friend.
scared you with his speech.
No, Jack 7 of clubs.
Hey, my friend.
Full house.
Yeah, but Jack 7 of clubs, you know. Can't play this one. Jack 10 of clubs is much better, but Jack 7 is not good. Sir, I folded Jack 7 of clubs. You will see it.
I want you to.
I called your all-in with full.
Not you?
I folded because of a speech, Jack 7 of clubs, fold. And then Jack 7, river 7. Oh my God. And then you all in. You all eliminated.
My friend.
You really scared me.
I am the crazy. I am the crazy. Oh yeah. C'est mon frère. Parle français toi en plus. Aïe, aïe, aïe. Eh, je peux dire un petit peu à ma femme et mes enfants, je vous aime.
EPT beast, you know? He won EPT 11 years ago.
Yes, my friend.
Oh my goodness.
Now you're seeing.
Now I'm really scared.
Respect.
I have respect before, know that.
You weren't even allowed to play poker then.
What's your nationality?
Spain.
Spain. Oh, my friend. Spain. You serious, hein?
Now I respect more.
Hey, you serious? Tu me laisses faire le travail, frère. Ah, pardon. Tu me laisses faire le travail, s'il te plaît. Faut exciter un peu la galerie, hein, sinon on est mort.
All right, buddy.
Careful, EPT champion.
Yes. Oh là là. Non, j'y vais. Oh, pardon. J'ai pas mis les cartes.
10-9 for Luc Lafontaine. He folds as well.
He is crazy.
I am a crazy.
The crazy rat.
The
crazy. Rat. My name is
the Rat Man.
Rat Man. Rat Man. Am I no Spider-Man?
Sound like
no
Scatman.
Batman.
I'm Spider-Man.
No Superman.
I'm Spider-Man.
I am a Rat Man.
You are the Rat Man.
Rat Man.
Here I thought he was trying to distance himself from the Rat Man character.
Where is the rat? If he's still owning it, where is the rat?
On peut pas parler français, c'est affolant.
Looky.
Speak French.
Yeah, speak French, bro. Come on.
Come on, baby. Ah, excuse me. We're crazy. I am so crazy. You.
That's right, Uncle Jonesy. Full respect to anyone who makes a Scatman John reference in 2023.
Sérieux, hein? Sérieux.
Oh.
Aces again, this time for Joshua James. Lucien Cohen, King Jack suited. Round two, Stefan Fabian in the big blind, 7-4 offsuit.
Ratman.
So I guess it's going to be James Cohen heads up to the flop. I'm on board with the whole Ratman thing. I'm not sure about the blah, 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 blah.
Yes, me, it's more the noise a fish makes.
450,000.
I absolutely love seeing people have fun playing poker, though.
You, 4-6, is good for you. No,
they complete everything.
What a read.
Oh, that is very pretty.
No?
Now the stack is good.
Congratulations on the 25 million.
No for 6.
Nothing.
No for 6.
Mean nothing for me.
For
You arrive here, nothing for you.
Where does he get 4-6 from?
No, but the thing is, nothing that if you are in the final table, then you'll be
Soul reads, Joe. Soul reads.
But until then,
he's the Ratman.
I feel that I can go out in 1 second.
Oh yeah, for sure. They can come here.
For sure.
Ah, for sure.
Or here. Or here.
Definitely there.
Just to be clear, Alex P, out of all the nicknames you could pick for yourself, he goes for Ratman. He used to have a plastic rat that he would force in the faces of his opponent.
Okay.
He was an exterminator. He killed rats for a living before he started playing poker.
You will win because I won't go.
I got a fun Lauden Things question for later. James, I want you to think about how many rats has Lucien Cohen killed in his career?
Oh, my good word.
All right? Think about it. You're the brain. You're Johnny Lauden.
Cohen with ace-king, opens from the cutoff. Won EPT Deauville back in 2011. Now looking to add an Estrellas title to his resume. This is an all-in, right? 8 big blinds, pocket 8s.
I like the synergy.
All in.
There it is.
Well, he's going to get called in at least one spot. Oh, Fabian with ace-queen. Oh, boy.
Quiet. Going to have
Fabian reshoves.
Wow.
Ooh.
Action back on Cohen, who calls. And Lucien Cohen has both players covered here.
Oh, wow.
Dai, fatevi male tutti.
Good luck,
Eight
guys.
of club, boom, on the flop.
Così ne escono altri.
Allez, le roi,
Eight
il
of
reste tout de
club.
suite. Le roi, c'est mieux.
Pest removal and potentially
What, man?
pay jump
Double, double.
removal.
C'est faire, toi.
So if Cohen gets there,
Allez, fais-moi ça, fais-moi kiffer, toi.
double KO alert.
Ratman.
I mean, that's one that can't really get us in trouble with the royalties. That's pretty far off the real deal.
Correct.
You didn't want to spec the show?
That's not
Bye,
scatting.
Eight of clubs.
It's bling.
Smart.
Company man, you know.
Yeah.
Right on the flop. Eight of club.
I feel like it comes
King the flop.
King 8 deuce.
Oh, damn.
Or we could just,
I
you
feel
know,
King
see
eight
what
is-
the flop is and thank you.
The flop is Queen, Jack, 7.
10.
Worst to first.
10.
So Fabian
all
has
alive.
taken the lead.
With this flop.
Domination
Eight of
rotation.
diamond could be good for me.
The 10 gives the rat man the straight.
Yes 10, j'ai dit.
Sorry, what?
Yes
Oh, damn.
And
they call
that is a double
What did
KO.
they call you?
Now, King. Was man.
What did they call you, though?
Yes Tu sais le faire, toi.
God damn.
I want him to shout Rat Man. Why won't he shout Rat? What did they call you, sir?
En plus, j'en fais sauter deux, en plus.
Ah, you won't
J'en fais
shout
sauter
it.
deux, là.
Wasn't quite a double flop.
Crazy.
Wow.
Stefan, Fabian,
Man.
and Luc Lafontaine both eliminated.
So they recognize him.
And that's going to take us down to 17 players. That means we're one away from the redraw.
We are 17.
Oh non, j'aurais fait un strike à 10.
Hey, Bob.
Wow.
Hey, Bob.
Ouais, va te faire niquer, tu vas me casser les bonnes nouvelles. Mais je m'en fous de tes mauvaises nouvelles, là, je viens de revenir, là.
Vas-y.
Non, je suis loin, je viens de faire un coup à strike, j'ai
But
fait...
we are now on cameras. He really likes show.
You know what,
Another two
guys?
people,
I'm taking back what I
another
said
two
about
people.
coffee. If anyone wants to
Change,
spill a drink on me, if this is the impact it has,
People fly, fly out.
My friend!
Consult the beans.
You are rich now.
I am crazy man!
so with both Fabian and Lafontaine eliminated there, we are down to 17.
Exterminated.
Eh, mon frère, t'étais gentil, mon frère. Oh là là,
Indeed.
c'est bon, hein.
At this point, let's bring Nick Walsh into the mix. Welcome to Barcelona, Nicholas.
I'm so excited to be
Ah,
here.
t'es bon, toi, t'es
It's
bon,
a
t'es
pleasure.
bon. T'es bon, mon
Let's
Dieu.
get into it.
T'es
I
bon.
see we've already kicked off in fine form.
Possible.
Something about a spilled drink, James.
Lucien Cohen had coffee spilt on his shirt on day one, thought it was lucky, decided to keep the shirt on for the entire tournament. And hey, when you get it in with ace-king against ace-queen and eights, it effectively gets there on the turn and you bust two players. What's to argue with?
Consult the beans.
He's the rat man.
I've only witnessed this in a visual format, James, at this point. I walk into the room, guys. I see a blah, blah, blah happening. I haven't actually heard it yet, so I'm hoping this continues throughout the rest of this table.
Correct. Right?
Correct.
Blinds are up, by the way. We've ticked into level
we'll
34. 150,000, 300,000
No,
with a 300k big blind ante.
Yes? We redraw. I think.
Ouais, mon frère! Eh, viens ici, t'es le champion, toi. Viens ici, viens ici. T'es le champion, viens!
Guy's got chips. Cohen now playing more than 50 bigs.
James, I've walked into the room, and all I can think is, Barcelona never, ever, ever lets us down.
I'm
You rat man!
thrilled to be covering the late stages of this huge tournament. Nearly 7,400 entries, Nick. A record breaker, biggest live event PokerStars has ever run. Unique players up nearly 20% year on year. And we get to see the penultimate day and the final day, playing down to 6 today and seeing that final table tomorrow.
Yeah, it's stunning. It's absolutely stunning. And I know it was a slight change to our broadcast day.
Yes.
However, I have to say,
No good?
I'm actually okay with that because this is the event. This is so serious. Poker tournaments are about small, well, relatively small buy-ins with massive payouts. We're talking about big multipliers. Of course, it's not a small buy-in, guys, but seeing the conclusion of this and doing it in such fine form, so exciting. I'd rather watch this than the 100K. I know that might sound crazy to people, but seriously, this is where it's at. And this is a serious look, James. That bucket hat, was it the year of bucket hat last year?
We did have some bucket hats last year. Bucket hats back in 2023, and it is Joshua James from Canada who started the action here, opening under the gun with King 9, folded to the blinds.
His friends call him JJ.
You rat man.
I'm just kidding, I made that up. I've never met him before in my life, but it's a strong look. Look at Parker, man. Oh, love that guy.
Tonka has made the top 17, looking to secure a seat at the final 2 tables. One more elimination, and we will be 2 tables of 8, playing down to 6 today.
I am the French, Ratman French.
The French Ratman.
French Ratman.
Nice hand, buddy.
You crazy.
Yesterday you were quiet. No sound yesterday. Yesterday.
I know, because
So we've been keeping tabs, Nick, on how things are progressing in the EPT main, of course, at day 1A starting today. And a impressive field for a 1A. Nearly 550 entries so far. And we're, what, 2 hours, 20 minutes into play. If we continue on pace and have a huge day 1B tomorrow, are we going to beat the record set last year of 2,294 entries?
I don't want to jinx it. I'm not going to comment, but internally, I am very excited to try and smash that record and just reconfirm that people like to play poker, James.
Yeah. By the way, Nick, because you referenced it, the super high roller is down to the final 9 players. A smaller field than maybe we anticipated. That tournament likely to conclude today rather than tomorrow, hence why we will be covering the Estrellas for the next 2 days.
I'll give you a little bit of color, James. I passed my friend Kahan Mokri in the hall the other day as he was returning to the super high roller. And I said, hey, buddy, you going to win this tournament? And he went, nah, unlikely. Is he chip leading? He's chip leading. Okay, yeah, classic Kahan. Oh, the king of Denmark returns.
Ooh. No. Hey, good.
King 6 of cards.
Wow.
I'm joking. He's Norwegian.
Have King 6 of cards.
Ah, King 6. Oh.
King 6.
By 2 pair. Hey, my friend. Call you. Hey, my friend.
We'll make a lot of points.
Hey, my friend.
But I think you will lose because you have only the king.
Hey, my friend.
King deuce of clubs.
King?
Deuce of clubs.
Oh, clubs. Oh, and there are 2 clubs. We have to wait for the river.
Yeah. You lose.
Maybe I lose. You have 18%.
Oh, my friend.
6 of clubs.
Oh. Less. You have.
Hey, my friend. Excuse me, mister. You call. You stop. I am pay.
I don't know what's going to happen.
So clearly we've got people watching the stream who've never seen Lucien Cohen before. He has been on the circuit for more than a decade. Won the EPT main event in Deauville in 2011, beating Martin Jacobsen heads up.
Hey, my big blind, huh?
He's made deep runs in other EPTs as well, armed with his plastic wrap, which no longer accompanies him at the table.
Dangerous, 600, huh? Dangerous. Dangerous, invitation. Invitation, I am call. Invitation, thank you very much.
Cohen with a dominating hand here, 10-8 against 8-7.
Pretty hands. Oh, and what a flop.
Domination rotation in Marcos Tielka's favor.
There's a really cheeky nueve on this turn that could alter the destiny of the 10-8 of diamonds.
Way to jinx things, Lechner's. We're in for a very short day, aren't we? I predict it's going to slow down as we get closer to the final 6.
Not being funny. What does Lechner's know about poker?
Nothing.
Honestly. Imagine. What a chat pro. 3 of clubs, no change.
Well, it does give Tielka the flush draw to go with that pair of 7s. 89% equity now. Cohen is like Cabral, just in a different way. I mean, that comment is just so ridiculous on so many levels that I can't even be bothered to acknowledge he wrote it.
Yeah, that really sweet club on the turn there. Not only top pair with the best hand, but also the draw too.
No good for me, this. Là, je dégueulais. Tirage 15. Tirage 15.
So Marcos Tilka among the tournament chip leaders and still the table chip leader with more than 26 mil, close to 90 bigs.
Yeah, for sure.
Domenico Paparo nursing a super short stack, playing 7 big blinds now.
Combien? Le titre, combien? C'est 150.
He's under the gun.
Mister, no look.
Nope, doesn't want it.
No look. Non, parce que no look.
Oh, never lucky. Parker Talbot, ace king.
All in.
He did say all in.
And that means he'll be presented with the red triangle of death.
He doesn't have too many big blinds, so he's just going to play it for all.
So it's round to Paparo, and it's all into call for the Italian. King 4.
Yeah, I don't think so.
No.
And Mr. Talbot picks up a pot. He doesn't have many big blinds, but with the antes in play, with that big blind ante in play, it's good. It's good. You're picking up chunks, and in relation to his stack, that's a huge and very significant increase.
Because I have
So we still have 3 tables in play at the moment. There'll be 2 tables when we're down to 16. That means we have the feature table on the main stage. There is an outer table, but there is our secondary feature table, and we're going to go to that table right now, Nick, where there is a hand in progress, and I'm going to channel my inner Mathis to tell you, almost 10 million in the pot.
I hope you won't go all in, please.
No gamble, no future. I like the demeanor. The control here is very impressive. And it looks like he has the nuts, James.
Yeah, Hoosier with the straight to the queen. Kaufman with just a pair of 7s and the ace kicker has bet 2.4 million, and Hoosier is responding with a raise.
I mean, it's a dramatic moment, James, but I think we know where this is going.
Depends. You convince yourself that you've got a bluff catcher. You convince yourself that it's missed spades.
Yeah. It's just one of those situations where you're like, he could be bluffing with a better hand. That's the big issue.
By the way, the player sat to the left of your screen, not involved in the hand, that is Kimmo Kirko, the Finnish player who finished second to Tom Middleton in the EPT Barcelona main event in 2013. So he is an EPT runner-up, while we have an EPT winner on the main stage. Please call, please call, please call.
I mean,
oh my word, he's actually considering this.
I was going to say at this point, is this just Hollywood? But it looks as though he is actually interested in the outcome and trying to call to see some cards. I don't know. This is pretty wild, James. This run out is so bad for ace-7 of hearts. Yeah. Okay, cool. You made it look good, though. Very convincing.
Huge pot, though, for Ahuja.
I had a straight once. No good, James. No good.
I'm sorry to hear that, Nick. Ankit Ahuja has $1.5 million in total live earnings, is 6th on the Indian all-time money list.
Let's go. I love to see India represented there. A lot of Indian poker friends, and they're very, very passionate about their poker if you're in the scene.
So we've come back to the main stage. There's been an under-the-gun raise from Joshua James to 600,000. Action on Lucien Cohen, he's folded. Short stack Domenico Paparo is on the button. Ace Queen.
Yeah, 7 big blinds, James. Come on. What else you gonna do? Yeah.
Your moment, sir.
Your moment, sir, he says. Yeah, absolutely. Here we go.
Oh, damn.
Oh, Tonka with 7s.
Ooh. Okay, so James, the UTG Open here, the Under the Gun Open from James, might dissuade 7s. It looks like he's feeling good about it. And he decides to call.
Yes.
The issue with the call here, James,
a pair.
is it might induce the call from behind, but we're heads up and we're all in and at risk. Paparo.
Queen. Easy.
When the original raise are folding, it is Ace Queen versus 7s. It's a classic race at the feature table, and it's a race that Domenico Paparo needs to win to survive.
Queen on the flop. Queen, queen, queen. Queen, queen.
7s holding. Paparo needs an ace or a queen.
Yeah, it's always coming 7, but at the moment he doesn't even need it.
River. One time.
He's using his one time.
That's official.
And it pays off. Barry Greenstein deployed. Paparo spikes the ace on the river to double up and survive.
Take note, guys. That's how you use your one time. And that was glorious.
Not gonna
the
lie,
absolute drill. Final 17.
Really felt like.
Paparo
With that guy?
now playing 18 bigs. Tonka becomes the short stack at the table with 13 bigs.
We played backgammon.
If there was ever an individual who could play 13 bigs, it's this guy. Absolute hero. I love that man.
Just have to fade the ace.
Going down.
You have newfound life, sir. You're back.
I think. I hope.
Triple up.
Paparo now with Jack 5. Yeah, I want everyone to keep note of the date, the time that Domenico Paparo used his one time. He cannot use it again.
I have to pay.
That's it. You only get one. That's why it's a one time.
The clue is in the name.
Yep. Yep.
Yes. The flip or live flip.
James with a quick check.
Normal.
I don't know if I like the pace on that, James. It's a little bit of a like a yeah. Let's go, let's go, let's go. You got to still represent something here. 7 tray is a quickie, snappy kind of check in the big blind. Mr. Talbot checking. I love this check too, James. He's got Jack high. He actually has showdown blind versus blind with the Jack high, and he has the draw.
Because it's different.
Well, that jack on the turn sees Tonka improved. Second pair has Joshua James drawing dead.
Yeah, I mean, based on that check.
Ooh, and do you think a bet gets paid here? Now James has paired his 7.
If I'm Parker, I'm going to make it one big blind and just absolutely pray he has a deuce or a 7 or a 10. If Parker misses a value bet here, he's dead to me. He's dead to me.
That's why I pay.
Okay, still best friends. Okay, great. Yeah, love to see it. He makes the bet.
I have good hand.
Ooh, and it's a lot more than a min raise. I say a lot more. It's like 2x, but still, it's chunky in relation to the size of the pot.
No call though. And I love the suggestion, by the way, from Fuyo Couch. This is the kind of thing I'd come up with. This is the kind of thing that Jimmy the Bee would bring to the table. If he says one time again, instant elimination. So you used it one time. Don't try and get away with using it again. If you say, if you try and use another one time, that's it. We're taking your chips out of play. You're done.
Okay, so James, I absolutely agree with this. However, that would be me eliminated from every tournament I've ever played because I do have a tendency to just whip that out, you know, just for the memes, and it's not acceptable. You're right. One time and that's it.
Senkle 92 asking about the W Coop live stream schedule. It's quite a limited schedule, just to warn you, Tobias, and I'm going to tell you right here, right now, don't expect to see any mixed games coverage. I'm sorry.
Who is this Senkle guy anyway? Man, unbelievable chat pro. Pocket 2s in the cutoff.
8 pass. 10 pass.
Cohen ain't folding a6 suited.
Does this look like a man who's folded a6 suited? The range of emotion on this man's face, James. What a character. Love it.
Still alive for now.
Oh. Spicy.
Must be favorite, 54%.
Tilka still ahead for now with the deuces. A statistical underdog, though.
Yeah, you can see what he's thinking here, James. You gotta be firing even when you got the deuces. It's actually a value bet. With that stack against Tilka, yeah, okay, fair enough. I dig the flat. I was gonna say it's not the wildest check raise I've ever seen, but you probably have other better candidates than the ace high because ace high, of course, can still be the best hand at this point as well.
So we get the jack on the turn, and that means Tilka is now better than a 2-1 favorite.
Yeah, I think at this point he's just deciding whether or not he's turning his hand into a bluff. And I feel like the jack isn't the worst candidate ever. On this board, you're going to get 5-6 to fold. You're going to get 6-7 to fold. You're going to get spades to fold. You're going to get a 3 or a 4 to fold. So if you punch this up to like 2.4, which is probably a good sizing at this stage, at this stack depth.
2 million.
How much? Yeah, I like it a lot. I think this is definitely the way to go. This is what I would do too. Oh, wait a second though.
You sit.
I feel like this is a bit of a tell though, James.
A very splashy call, hoping to spike that spade on the river. Instead, it's the ace, just as good. Barry Greenstein out in force today. Flaming Barry's a Kimbo.
He's done it, James. That glance down, yep. He's going to make a bet. It's going to be blocker bettery, I kind of imagine. Yep, so about 1/3 on the riv.
By the way, you'll have seen that we've ticked down to 16. There has been an elimination, and we'll get to that in a moment. Let's see how this hand plays out with Cohen getting there on the river, bets 2 million, which was the same as Tonka's bet sizing on the turn.
So the only move here, James, is to fold and or read into this sizing and kind of like go for something mad. Theoretically speaking, Tonka should actually have many more strong hands that could raise as opposed to the defending range of the big blind here. If he just shipped it here, that would be pretty incredible, and I honestly think Cohen would have to get out of the way.
You win, sir.
Tonka lets it go.
I think he mixed those up a little bit.
More chips for the Ratman. Meanwhile, we are down to 16 players. Whilst that hand was playing out on the main stage, we lost Louis Nyberg, cashing out in 17th place for just over 31,000 euros. So that means it is time for the redraw. 2 tables remain, 8 seats at each table, and those seats will be randomly assigned. And we will take a short break, Nick, whilst the redraw takes place.
Yep.
And whilst those seat assignments are made and we get a new feature table, a new secondary feature table, and then come back and continue playing down to the final 6 on the penultimate day of this record-breaking Estrellas main event, the first day of our live coverage from EPT Barcelona. At the secondary feature table, Tom Middleton's pre-flop raise with King 10 was just called by Parker Talbot with Ace King. Talbot's flopped top pair in the nut flush draw, but Middleton's got top 2.
And it looks like Talbot's going to check call this flop. Me likey.
Middleton continues for 28,000.
He's got to continue on a board like this. It's wetter than the abyss.
Talbot calls.
2 calls.
The turn card is the 6 of diamonds. Middleton now a 73% favorite. Talbot checks a second time.
My guess is that Tom's going to bet every street for value until a queen, a jack, or a heart comes.
He does bet again, 57,000.
Another fine spot for Talbot to just call.
That's what he will do. 218,000 in the middle. A heart on the river. Talbot has the nut flush, and he checks it.
Love the check here. If Tom had been bluffing, he'd likely bet this river.
He checks behind. Talbot tables a winner.
Think both guys played it super. Thanks for asking.
I'm just trying to build the image. I mean, I destroy the Brazilian image so we can just do some different stuff over there.
I didn't realize just how many sick hero calls you made, both at the final table and in the run-up to the final table. I am never, ever, ever going to try and bluff you, because your basically your calling frequency is high.
I mean, yeah, there was 2 big hero calls. One on the semi-final and another in the final.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, it was like a very good spot there that just appeared to me. Like it's not like a big hero call or anything. You can try to bluff me. I'm not gonna call you.
So you're saying this is not standard for you. You're not the guy, like, because we see like Adrian Mateos, for example, will like hero call pretty regularly. He's right a lot, but he's wrong sometimes too. You're saying that this is not usually something you do.
Yeah, I'm just trying to build the image. I mean, destroy the Brazilian image so we can just do some different stuff over there.
So what was it about those 2 spots specifically? Was it just sort of you know, replaying the action through the streets and decided the line didn't make a lot of sense, or was it personally based? Was it, hey, this person seems uncomfortable, there's a live read here? How did you come to that decision?
No, it was just the spots. Actually, the one in the semifinal was just like a very good price. I remember he limped small blind. I think I checked behind and bet 3 streets, and he check raised the river. I already put like 700 in. It was like 1.2 million more, something like that. It was just a very, very good price for me. And I mean, he was a good player. Of course, he could be bluffing. I don't remember correctly the board or anything, but I think I had some good calling properties on my hand, like a good blocker. So that one was more like that, and the other one in the final table was just the line didn't make much sense with basically anything. And there was a little bit of live information in the ace queen hand, just because he wanted to go in pre-flop like really badly, and then he decided not to. And with that stack size, usually like the hands that he almost go in pre-flop but doesn't are all like dominated by ace queen. So it was very, very rarely he would have the king. There was 2 in the board, and king queen he would show free. So yeah.
Oh, James, did that make the TV coverage that he wanted to go all in with ace queen? I feel like I don't remember seeing that in what we.
I think certainly by that point, this is the hand against Pinto, right? He was pretty short, so I think his options were incredibly limited, and he decides to play through the streets instead. I think it was Queen Jack was his hand.
It was not like very, very explicit. He just started to count his stack and like almost go and not going.
Cool.
And then calls, you know?
But you make that ace high hero call, Fabiano, which takes us down to the final 6. So it was kind of, I guess, the second half of the final table on the final day. What both days had in common, and I still can't quite comprehend it, is just how everyone was treating this like it was a 1-2 home game in their local casino. Everyone's having a laugh. Everyone's messing about. Everyone's just enjoying the moment. You've got huge crowds on the rail who've clearly had quite a bit to drink. The sums of money, the difference in prize money with each elimination is obscene. And yet, everyone just seems really relaxed.
Yeah, it was like an amazing crew. Like, I remember exactly the point where it started to get tense, and then everything like just was not tense anymore. It was like 15 left. I went to the river in a very small pot and bet like third pair or something like for fin value. And the guy calls me with second pair and I lost. And then Patrick Yaros was at my side. He said, like, well, why did you bluff your third pair? Like, something like that. It was like like a very good joke. And then we started just messing with each other up from then onwards.
Yeah, to James's point, it seemed like there are a lot of things that happened between Patrick Yaros and Jimmy Guerrero, who I think that if it were a different group of people, their antics, their attitude, people might have gotten angry.
I also think that there was clearly a lot of history between Kyan Mokri and Jimmy. They've clearly played a lot of hands against each other. And again, that bore out a very interesting dynamic between those guys.
$25 minutes left on the level. Or one hand, who knows? Jimmy folds 8 deuce. Yarosh, pocket 4s in the cutoff.
Hello.
Ace queen for Kowalski. Starts the hand with 35 big blinds. Too much for an all-in, but could certainly call on the button, is what I was going to say.
Wow, yeah, he's playing it slow here in position. Ace-Queen seated a very, very, very playable hand in position. You see what he's doing here, Joe, and you've identified it. He doesn't want to go too crazy pre-flop here.
Oh, Pinto.
Uh-oh. Shields.
Oh, boy.
Shields up.
Pinto with the worst of it of these 3 hands. It's only $250K to call, though.
Oh, Joe, I feel like he wants to squeeze this in.
It does seem like he's sizing up and all in. One, two, three, carry the one. A squared plus B squared equals C squared.
A equals MC squared.
20 days, half November, April, June, and November.
Pi is 3.1472.
Just a call.
Okay.
All right, we're going 3 ways to this flop. 4's the slightly ahead for now. King 6-3. Everybody misses. So 4's way ahead now. Kowalski does like to hit his turns and rivers, though. Pinto checks, Jarosz checks, Kowalski in position. You just pretend those spades are clubs if you want. Kowalski checks as well. Turn is another king. So 4 is way, way good. Could potentially be counterfeited by a 6.
Oh, dear.
But Pinto is going to try to bluff at this. I mean, could this work? 350 into 1.8 is maybe the sort of bet someone would make with a king.
I mean, I think it's just not enough to get Jarosz to fold. I mean, he's got a good price just to spike a 4 on the river and make the boat.
Right.
It's ridiculously good pot odds here. If you wanted to try and represent a king.
He's like, I can't. Oh, I can't believe I'm folding this.
Yeah, you can tell it pained him. I mean, Kowalski kind of has a similarly strength hand to the 4s here. Like if your opponent doesn't have a pair, you're pretty much going to be good, like, every time.
If this is what it is, which is a very lame bluff attempt, ace high is getting a great price.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's actually interesting because ace queen probably has 2 live cards a lot of the time. He might be doing this with, you know, pocket 4s himself, pocket 2s, pocket 7s, something
Even
like that.
Even if it's not a bluff, right.
Yeah, I think
if it's like a weak value bet.
Yeah,
the river is an 8. So Kowalski does not improve, does have the best hand. Pinto moves all in.
Oh my days, what a player.
What an absolute boss. Shoves with queen jack high.
Oh my God, Joe, the hero call.
Who's bluffing in this spot? Oh, Kowalski's asking for a count. It's more or less a pot-sized river, shove, bluff.
Joe, the hero call would be unbelievable here.
It sure would. Is this how we're going to end the night, with a hero call from Kowalski? He is really giving this a think. Kowalski smirking at himself. Can't believe what he's thinking about doing right now. Last time bank card.
Oh, the drama.
Is Pinto, the relative amateur, gonna make a bluff like this in this spot at this time of night for this amount of money on the line?
Joey, he shoves so quickly on that river. I don't know if that might have been a tell.
Nick, that's a great point. That is a great point, as if the river didn't matter at all, as if he had decided ahead of time. He makes the call! The hero Kowalski!
Wow! Unbelievable, he's done it!
Kowalski puts this night to bed with the ace-high hero call.
Let's go!
Pinto went for it, did not pull it off. In the most dramatic fashion I have ever seen, we have finally put an end to day 5 at this record-breaking EPT Barcelona main event. Bendinelli ladders up. Neville Costa ladders up.
Kowalski, the hero of the day. Patrick Yarosh ladders up. Kehan Mokri ladders up. The hero Kowalski.
Welcome back to Barcelona and the 2023 edition of the PokerStars European Poker Tour. We had a record-breaking EPT main event last year. Not sure how big the field's going to be this year, but we do know that this is a record breaker. The Estrellas main event. Nearly 7,400 total entries, 16 players remaining, and this is the new feature table as we come back from that unscheduled break. Having had the redraw for the final two tables, we've still got Tonka on the main stage. We've got EPT runner-up Kimo Kurko on the main stage, and we've got Ankit Ahuja from India, who is the table chip leader with nearly 80 big blinds. These are the other 8 players, so sadly, the rat man, Lucien Cohen, is now going to be on the secondary table. We'll get the camera out there from time to time. We are playing down to 6 today. Tomorrow we will come back and stream the final table, and the winner of this huge tournament, the biggest live tournament in PokerStars history, will get the first prize of more than 675 grand. It's James Hartigan alongside Nick Walsh.
Hello, hello, we're back.
We are indeed, Nick, and about to get cards in the air once again. So we are 22 minutes into level 34. Looks like the clock is running once again. Blinds are still 150,000, 300,000 with a 300k big blind ante. And of course, at the end of this level, there will be another break. That will be the scheduled break. And then we'll have another 2 levels back to back off the break, back of that 20-minute break.
It's scheduled, guys. It's scheduled, okay?
Play with one. Too good.
All right, straight back in now, guys. That bucket hat look, fresh to death. And here's the guy we want to see win this tournament. Okay, making a professional fold.
So action has been folded to the table chip leader. Ankit Ahuja with King Jack offsuit, raises. Domenico Paparo had a double up just before the end of the last session. Still relatively short though, with a sub 20 big blind stack. Actually going to highlight, Nick, that half the table, 4 players have sub 20 bigs right now.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've reached that stage now where, you know, we need a
sorry, you meant the table was big.
Condensation of tables, and you can feel the pressure. A few people here feeling the squeeze, sub 20, and that's where a lot of magic happens. That's where a lot of situations occur that just need to be in. The chips need to go in the middle, and hopefully we'll be down to a final in quick time.
Did Marcos Tilka draw exactly the same seat he was sat in before?
Exactly. And it is a king high flop. Ahuja. I think JT here, pretty much mandatory defending the big blind. I appreciate the professionalism from Tilka here. You know, you gotta make it look good, even if you know it's pretty much, you know, busto. Little trappy though from Ahuja.
And the queen on the turn means Tilka is now open-ended. Has 18% equity. Want to quickly handle this question from Cafe Rice. Anyone know if there will be online satellites for EPT Prague this year? I can say with 100% certainty there will be. Obviously Prague not running until December. But remember, with Power Path now running, if you do manage to bank a gold Power Pass, you can save it and redeem it down the line for an EPT Prague package. That will become available in due course.
I was literally just having a conversation about Power Path, guys, with a friend here. It is actually crazy value. If you guys aren't participating in that, check it out, because it really is a high value situation for you guys to come out and play some of the best events online and live. Like James said, redeem it how you want it. That's what's cool about it. You can win that pass, and then you can use it however you feel is most appropriate to your lifestyle, and that's really cool.
Ahuja deciding to bet the river with top pair. As I like to say, Nick, you have the power how you want to redeem your Power Pass.
Exactly. I actually use James's voice when I'm on stream for Sunday Million now. I play that little power path bit that you do. Whenever I want a 1 minute and 30-second break, I've got James to help me out, as he always does. I think this is really cool from that previous pot. So the JT there had the opportunity to bet the straight draw on the turn, which is something we very frequently do. However, he's picking up on the vibe. Who's checking the king high paired board? He recognizes the check on that flop texture is not one that he's going to get a ton of folds from, so he just slows it down, and I love that. I think that's very clever and manages to lose the minimum there when he definitely could have picked up the pace on the turn. Hand number 36 underway. Folding around. Professional fold from Tonka there. Parker Talbot, 15 big blinds. What a champion.
Ahuja back in action. Increased his stack on the last hand. Now has more than 80 bigs and is opening here with the ace deuce. And has made it what looks like 700,000. A white and 2 blacks, right?
Yeah, that looks like the spot.
And action on Kimo Karko. And folds.
Oh, I was going to say, it looks like he was sizing a 3-bet, or at least he was thinking about it. You can tell. Small blind now, ace-8 suited. So Ahuja here, 79 bigs. Tilka, 71. So the two biggest stacks at the table. This is a very reasonable 3-bet. And if not a 3-bet, I think it's probably a call. It just depends how messy you want to make it. We're final 16. No
I
fear.
heard the word raise that.
Yeah. Yeah, I like it. I like it a lot. I think they're at a stack depth where you can kind of tangle a little bit, but you're not terrified you're going to do a stack. If we're 40 big blinds effective, it's so awkward, and you can definitely find yourself in situations where you 3-bet and misstep, and then you end up busting. Yeah, nice play there from Tilka.
Remember,
no fear from the big stack. Love it.
So we were referencing those power passes. Want to highlight that when we get to the final day of the mini EPT Barcelona series that's running online right now, we will be awarding a gold power pass to the winner of both the mini main event at the $5.50 buy-in and the mini main event at the $55 buy-in point. Of course, plenty more mini tournaments to play before then, all of which had W-Coop tickets added to the prize pool, with W-Coop just around the corner, starting the week after we get back from Barcelona and running until the first week of October.
Sure, W-Coop is cool, but UKIPT Brighton, that's where it's at, right, James?
Of course, yes. I mean, that's literally days after we get back from Barcelona. I don't know why I agreed to it. Don't get me wrong, Nick. I want to come to Brighton. I want to play a UKIPT, but I know how I normally am physically and mentally after coming back from Barcelona, and I am concerned that at my age, I don't have the mental and physical stamina to do it.
I'm having flashbacks from Barcelona last year. That was a real trek, but what an EPT it was. Don't break my heart like that, James. UKIPT Brighton is going to be insane. It's going to be great.
That's what I'm worried about.
By the way, guys, if you haven't already booked your travel to UKIPT Brighton, I'm going to be putting on something. I haven't figured it out yet. I'm going to think about it during this trip in Barcelona, but we're going to hit the town. We're going to go out. We're going to do something cool.
Oh, when you said you're putting something on, I thought you meant like a kind of bus, a mini bus. So if you haven't booked your travel, don't worry. I'm going to organise it all for you. I'm going to be driving around London, picking people up, bringing them to Brighton.
The Venga bus is coming. We're going to do it. It's going to be great.
Nick Walsh's party bus, making a thing.
We're definitely making it a thing. But, yeah, I know Spraggy's going to be there. I know Finton's going to be there. We've got loads of friends from the Twitch scene coming down as well. Chris Stragalis is coming.
Of course he is. No one loves it more than Strag.
Absolutely. Strag is coming. Can't wait.
So this was a button raise from Tielka, flattered by Igor Kaufman in the big blind. And we've only seen one of Kaufman's cards. We know he has at least an open-ended straight draw.
By the way, James, I had a friend ask me about you know, not a poker player. How do they do the cards up at the final table? We're talking about RFID and all that kind of stuff. Do you know how many decks we get through in one single EPT? I know we've got about like 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 pounds worth of decks just floating.
The answer is a lot.
Yeah. So these cards tend to be a little bit more sort of rigid than your conventional.
Well, of course, the decks are rotated regularly. Obviously,
right.
You know, we don't normally use, we don't ever use a deck for more than a single level.
Yep.
And then you have issues where cards go funky, right? Where the microchips break and you have to change them because of technical reasons.
Yeah.
So if you think of the fact that the deck is being changed at least once per hour, and then also for technical reasons as well. So what are we looking at? At least probably 10 to 15 decks per day.
Yeah. And if I remember correctly, each deck is, because they're RFID, it's like 200 pounds.
I don't know. It doesn't come out of my budget. I don't care.
This just in, James Hartigan funding all decks at EPT Barcelona.
No. So Tonka continued flop for 800K, and his barrel turn second bar for 2 million.
Yes, love when he does that.
And espresso.
So, Kaufman here. What if he has 7-3 of hearts?
Okay, so Mateus has asked fairly on YouTube, why can we only see one card? Now, Ronan, we have the #1 rule on this stream. If you're going to be a know-it-all, be right. Because the camera didn't manage to see. No cameras, as we just explained. RFID technology, there are scanners under the table, chips in the cards. Unfortunately, if the players don't cooperate and don't put their cards side by side in the box, we only pick up one of them.
Come on, guys. We literally just had a whole conversation about the RFID. Our power mod, Tom, put the command !RFID in the chat and explained how that works. Shout out to our set designers, by the way. ESPT looking blingin' right now on our feature.
Tommy Wynn under the gun, folds. Round 2, Domenico Paparo.
So Paparo here, 18 big blinds. I don't think this is one you want to tangle with. We've really boiled it down now, James. A lot of good decision making here. A lot of very solid play. Not tempted by that ace as an open from that position. Seems pretty obvious, but, you know, again, in the moment on the feature table. Lots of pressure. Now, James, here's a hand you want to play on the button every single time. Ace-10 suited. Fold from the small blind. Somebody asked, is Tonka still in? I don't know. I'm not sure.
Focal.
Does anyone know if Tonka's still in?
I think we can say with 100% certainty, yes. Focal Point UK is asking about mobile phones being used to scan RFID. Two things to say about that. The first is these are encrypted cards. These are not, and also these are not off-the-shelf RFIDs. They are coded and encrypted by us and assigned to our in-house graphics system. Secondly, you'll notice that players are not allowed to have any electronic devices at the feature table. Phones, smartwatches, headphones, iPads, not allowed.
Yeah, very strict about that. I mean, even the team that manages that for us, it's all under guard. It's the game integrity here, here and also any EPT is extremely high.
Oh, one way. Okay.
I really appreciate that we encrypt our own cards as well. I think that's a step that, you know, a lot of productions don't take, and I think that's very cool that we have our own system for that.
The action has slowed down a little bit since we came back from the redraw. As we see Igor Kaufman opening here with 6-4 of hearts on the button.
Yeah, very reasonable, 100% in range. I think from the button here, you want to play a lot of these nice suited connector-y kind of situations. I know it's gappy, but definitely a spot. Looks like he got straight through, though.
Yeah, I was going to say, Ratman.
Yeah, and an interesting observation from Draxian, talking about the speed of play and the action we see slowing down after the redraw. And I guess, as Draxian says, Nick, people are sizing each other up, right? You're getting used to the maybe people you haven't played against so far.
Yeah, absolutely. You got to feel at the table. I mean, presumably some players will have experience from other tables as they've gotten down to the final 2 now.
Yeah.
However, I think it's also to do with ICM as well, James. As we know at this point, a lot of these guys will be very well studied on the art of the adjustment as we are getting down to some serious pay jumps. 676,000 euros up top. How do I negotiate myself and lead myself into a situation where I can win more money than the next guy and increase my earnings for this year? That's the question on everyone's mind. And I think there's just a lot of tighter play at this stage, right? Final 2 tables. The pressure is very significant. Paparo here with ace-king off, opening from under the gun. Seems extremely reasonable. Parker's not interested.
I think there's 1 or 2.
I feel like there was like 100 in yesterday.
Yeah, quite a few.
Raise and take it for Paparo. And thank you to Tom for highlighting that the first of our mini EPT tournament starts inside of 5 minutes. Obviously, there will be late registration, but if you want to be in from the start, you've got a few minutes left to find it in the client and play. Remember, WCOOP tickets added to the prize pool of every single mini EPT event. Me love you. Is this not officially an EPT, an ESPT instead? I appreciate it's confusing, but basically at every single EPT, the local tour always populates the first few days. So, for example, when we were in Monte Carlo, the France Poker Series took place at the start of the festival, and we had the FPS main event. So in the first few days of EPT Barcelona, we have the Estrellas Poker Tour, which is the Spanish tour, and this is the Estrellas main event, which just happens to be the biggest live poker tournament that Stars has ever staged. 7,398 total entries, final 16 left, playing down to a winner tomorrow.
It's a ludicrous number. That just doesn't happen live. Honestly, it's mental.
So as far as how long will we be streaming today, it is a bit of a how long is a piece of string question, because the objective is to get down to 6. We're not playing a set number of levels or a set number of hours. We're playing down to 6, which should be achievable, but can't say whether it'll be early evening or late night. To a certain degree, the blinds dictate the action, but again, stack distribution, table dynamics, card distribution will all be factors in deciding how long this goes today.
I'm just so excited to see live poker thriving like this. So excited to see the appetite, and it's just so cool that Barcelona just consistently churns out these massive live fields. And I mean, look, you're playing an Estrellas. First place is almost 700,000 euros. This is life-changing stuff, and those are the multipliers. That's why we play, you know, tournament poker. You're looking for the big payouts, and it's great to see it in a live setting and not just online, where it's much more accessible for players to jump in and facilitate these huge fields.
To answer your question, Adam, we've referenced a few times already that today is day 1A of the actual EPT main event, and our friend and colleague Maria Ho is playing day 1A. If she makes it through the day, expect to hear her on the mic tomorrow for the final table of this tournament. If she doesn't make it through day 1A, I think she'll probably fire a second bullet on day 1B. 625 entries so far in the EPT main, with most of day 1A and all of day 1B still to play. Kaufman has called in early position. Interesting strategy.
Yeah. So UTG +2 limp. Yeah, it's really interesting to mix this up, though, James, because obviously that limp is pretty unconventional in the sense that, for the most part, we're going to enter a pot with a raise. If you guys are new to poker, obviously entering the pot with a raise is a good strategy under many circumstances because you give yourself the opportunity to win it non-showdown pre-flop, which is very lucrative, especially with the antes in play. But then also, building a pot when you have a relatively strong hand is always good too because you line yourself up to win some more. So having limped, he puts in a c-bet, takes it down on a very dry flop, 8-8-7 rainbow.
Charlie B says the commentators sound angry. Poor read, sir. And Geordie says, how much is the ante? So we play with the big blind ante on the EPT. That means the ante is the same as the size of the big blind and is posted by the player in the big blind.
I don't know what is going to get played.
I played a lot worse than that. Kind of a nutted hand in mine.
Interesting concept, though, mixing it up there with the unconventional limp. There definitely is some limping that we do in tournament poker as we get shallower for sure. But it can really mess with people. It can really freak people out when you start sneaking those in there. Creating a balanced strategy there, also very powerful as well. James now, UTG has a good one. Pocket Jables
raises to 650,000. And this is going to get folded by whose user. The action will be on Paro. Oh, the Ratman's at the table.
No bust? Yeah, bust somebody over there. Come on.
Lucien Cohen sat at the secondary table right now.
We get the field, James. We get the characters. Viva España.
He won a three-way all-in.
Uh-oh.
2 people.
Uh-oh.
For like 17 million or something.
Did he get it in good?
He had ace-king against ace-queen and ace, and the flop came queen-jack-7. And then the turn was a 10, and that's when he was screaming.
Ace 1.8.
3-bet from Tonka with the aces. Now, Joshua James has around 40 bigs behind neck. How do you play jacks here? And there is no correct answer, right?
You have a few options, and they're all wrong. Yeah, pocket jacks. Now, okay, we spoke about this a little bit earlier on, guys. 41 big blinds now for Joshua. That's after he's put in the raise. Yeah, I mean, you're supposed to call, but honestly, just jacks, you guys. Chat, you know what I'm talking about. Who likes jacks? Nobody likes jacks. Flop comes.
Low.
Oh, it's a nightmare. It's an absolute nightmare, James. Basically, this is an exercise in how can I lose the minimum, which is always the case when it comes to pocket jacks somehow. And the betting lead goes to Tonka. He is the aggressor, having put in that 3-bet pre-flop.
1.5.
1.5. This is on the larger side, but it's a good adjustment for the fact that we're a little bit on the deeper side. The continuation here, facing a 41 big blind effective situation. Tonka obviously significantly deeper. However, 40 big blinds at this stage in the tournament is an absolute mountain of cash locked up.
Well, Joshua James calls the continuation bet, taking us to the turn. 7 million in the middle. Board pairs on the turn.
Oh, so clean. Now, if I'm Tonka, I think this is your cue to size up. So there's 7 million in there. I think you want to make it something in the region of like 4 million.
And that is a pretty leveraging bet. You make it 4 million here into a player who's got less than 10 million behind. You're kind of, to use the time on a cliche, putting them to a decision for all their chips.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this also might be an alternative just to ship, James. You might go, slight overbet. That actually kind of signals weakness to me as well, right? If you had a hand like ace-king of clubs, you might do that. King-queen of clubs. How much?
4 million.
Ah, too small. No, messed it up. Unlucky Tonka. Just kidding. No, nice bet there. Very considered, very controlled. Love to see this from Tonka. It's so weird though, James, right? Because if you're James, you're just feeling like, am I being exploited?
All in and a call. Wow. Joshua James shoves the turn and sees that he's drawing to 2 outs. He needs the jack of spades or the jack of hearts on the river, or he will exit in 16th place.
Unfortunate situation for James.
And this is a huge pot, 26.65 million in the middle. The river card is another 7. It is always coming 7. And Joshua James is KO'd in 16th.
Thanks.
Yeah, wow. I mean,
we get 5 grand.
Groundbreaking pot there.
He cashes out for 31.5K. Everyone else ladders up because there is now a money jump. Now we're down to 15 players. And Marcos Tilka is going to have close to 38 million. Marcos Tilka now playing more than 125 big blinds.
Yeah, and as I said, guys, 40 big blinds is a huge stack at this stage in the tournament. And now 126 bigs is a monumental stack for Marcos Tilka.
Can I get the chips here?
Yeah,
black chips.
Yeah, there are 2.5.
Wow. I mean, talk about a good feeling, James. Look at that stack.
2.5. Sir.
Final 15 ESPT. You're feeling, you're having a great day. You're having a great day for.
And great laddering for players like Tommy Nguyen and Tonka, who are playing 10, 13 bigs respectively.
Yep.
I want some chips from you too.
Again, guys, the pressure here so significant. This is where it counts. You can have 1 chip, you can have 1,000,000 chips. A ladder is a ladder. It doesn't matter as long as you're still in the running.
For the moment.
They will come color you up, but you can put your chips wherever you want for now, for sure. Yeah.
Okay.
Tonka's so pragmatic. He's like, everyone knows you got the biggest stack at the table. It doesn't matter. If you got everyone covered, that's what we need to know. That's the important information.
40 million.
Yeah, I think he have kings.
Hello to Suha on YouTube, who says, hey James, hey Nick, good to hear your voice again after such a long time. Hope you guys are doing well. What an incredible number of entries this is, 7,398. You are correct.
Hey, how's it going? Folds round, small blind, queen 8 suited for Tilka.
For you? Did not fold.
Raising into Kaufman, who has 29 bigs. You can steal this. I think that's fine. If with the bigger stack, I'd prefer to go. Yep, puts in a raise. Yeah, the dynamic here is so interesting, obviously, with the bigger stack. Just afford to... I'm basically positive Queen 8 suited is going to be about a 50-50 raise and or limp. It's got good playability post-flop, but also a hand that you can steal with. Domination situation, though, James.
Indeed. Kaufman, the dominator. And it is an 8 on the flop. By the way, thank you to the live stream stats team, observing that Tilka has almost 20% of the chips in play,
1 million.
with 15 players still remaining.
Yeah, as I said, I mean, 40 big blinds was huge for James, but now Tilka in such a good position.
Now I can give you the answer because I didn't have time to count.
I think he asked him how much he had.
But less, more than 50 million, I think.
This is such an interesting dynamic, though, James, because both players actually have considerable showdown. And therefore, it's going to go bet, call. It's going to go check, check on the turn.
37.5.
Every single time. Yeah, 100%. And on the river, they're both going to get to showdown, and he's going to shrug and say, yeah, you got it, unless he improves to that queen.
Did you count it?
Yes.
Oh, man, you're a machine.
A YouTube viewer who shall not be named says, hey, British commentator, can you say my name again? Learn mine, and I'll acknowledge yours.
Wait a second, guys. I take it back. Was this a lead? King 8 with the diamond decides to lead small. Really cool.
Everything. Have to fold.
Yeah, he has to fold. Yeah, quite right. I mean, it's such an interesting spot because Kaufman actually finds a situation where he can slow down the action in a believable way with the diamond blocker, blocking the diamond flush, of course, but also a spot where the lead, I think, is just so powerful and very rarely going to be
Can I give?
It's probably more weighted towards value than bluffs. There will be some bluffs if he's got a nice balanced lead there. But nice play from Kaufman. Does take it down. Was winning anyway, but it's a pot going his way.
Thank you.
Seven-handed at the feature table right now, and 4 of those players with fewer than 20 bigs each. Parker, Talbot, Tonka playing 11 bigs, Tommy Nguyen playing 10 bigs. And blinds going up inside of 10 minutes. That's when we'll hit the next break. And the other side of that break, the blinds will increase.
Wasn't that long ago you were on a feature table yourself, James? IPO Dublin, am I right?
I was at the feature table of the Irish Poker Open on day 1.
Yeah, tough run of cards for James during that, but you'll know what it feels like to be at this table. Are the lights as hot as they look, James?
No, it's fine.
Temperature-controlled lights.
King, Queen, Deuce. Florian says, where is Ratman? Is he still playing? He is. Lucien Cohen, the former EPT champion who's in the final 15 of the Estrellas Main, is at the other table. We are 2 tables right now. Table of 7 on the main stage and a table of 8 as the secondary table. Bad lookalikes have started. Poker Dude says, bald guy looks like the uncle from The Breaking Bad. I was a big fan of The Breaking Bad. I actually preferred the Better Call Saul. But who was the uncle? Hank.
Hank.
I don't think of Hank as the uncle. I think of Hank as the brother-in-law. I mean, you're looking at it from the perspective of the kids, who are relatively minor characters in the story.
Very minor, yeah.
But yeah, I'll give you that. Hank Schrader, that's as bad lookalikes go. I'll allow it.
Yeah, that's decent. I mean, really bad lookalike, but yeah. Breaking Bad lookalike. Husha has decided to open from UTG here. Only the ace of spades exposed. Well, kings. That's a good hand.
A lot of people with good things to say about The Breaking Bad and also The Better Call Saul. Paparo all in, and now we see how good Ahuja's ace is.
So 5.4 million chips in the middle for Domenico Paparo. That was his stack. So we're looking just shy of 20 bigs.
Looks like a fold. MH asks, how did you and Stapleton do at the World Series of Poker, James? I'm not going to get into it here, mainly because I want you to listen to the Poker in the Ears podcast, available on all podcast platforms. And the first episode that we recorded back from our summer break, which was last week's show featuring Nate Silver, we talk about our experience playing the World Series main event this summer.
Poker in the Ears podcast. That's an award-winning podcast, James.
I believe that is true, Nick.
Oh, unbelievable.
I don't think
Check
so.
it out, guys.
I don't think so either, to be honest.
And now I will fulfill your request, Charlie B, and put some British stank on your name.
If it's the
This would involve me
but
getting...
it's difficult to pay me an all-in because I really have to have very good cards.
Yeah, you're a tight player, I know.
To pay all-in, yes.
So far, we only see aces.
Slight needle. Love to see it. Oh, Parker. Oh,
No, to pay your
love
all-in,
that
I
guy.
have more than tens and more than ace-queen.
Wow. Yeah, this is
If I have jacks, I'll pay. Queens, I pay. Ace king off, I pay.
Folding around in the small blind now. We're looking at a blind v blind scenario.
Limbo.
Mr. Win.
Ah.
8
No,
big
to pay
blinds
your
all
all-in.
in with queen 4 seems
Raise.
good.
With ace-queen, raise. Any problem.
Stylish fold from Husha.
Did you ever watch Gladiators on TV, Nick?
Yeah, of course.
with Ulrika Johnson and John Fashanu?
Absolutely.
Every time I see Ankit Ahuja's name, I want to say, Ahuja, in the style of John Fashanu.
I understand. Yeah, no, I'm loving it. And yeah, if you guys don't know your push fold, that's what it looks like. Queen 4 all in every time they're blind v blind.
And no, we'll play the 6 today. We'll go to final table at 9 and then official final table at 6. And tomorrow we'll play 6 handed down.
Corporal Poon, I completely disagree with you, but you're entitled to your opinion. I mean, you're wrong, but you are entitled to your opinion.
What day is it?
Sorry. It's Sunday, don't worry.
Oh.
We're safe.
Thank God.
I didn't see nothing and I won't play.
Also, you're banned. Ahuja. Now 74 big blinds.
Ahuja!
No gamble, no future. Come on, do something cool.
Well, it is a call in the small with Queen 10.
Stealing.
Yep, very cool adjustment here. Paparo in the big blind here, 20 big blinds. So we're going to start mixing in tons of limping. Absolutely mountains. And it's going to be balanced. So Paparo needs to be very careful how he approaches this. Jack 4 suited plays great in position. I think this is meant to be a 100% check behind. You're going to play tons of your suited hands as a check there versus limp. If you're playing against bad players, you can raise like 100%. It's all good. And look at the flop here. Great flop for Jack 4 diamonds. Now 50% equity, slight favorite ahead of the better hand. Yep, take a check.
Now it's time to make a few.
Seems good.
Oh, top pair for Ahuja on the turn. Now a 3-1 favorite against Paparo's diamond draw. And Corporal Poon, just stop. Otherwise, we're going to have Ed ban you. This analysis is poor. Please stop.
3 minutes to break. I think I will.
They will take chips on break.
You want to go big here now.
No, they will. They'll give you more weight.
See, I think 400 is just not enough. If you're going to get paid on this turn, you're going to get way more value from weaker 10s. You're going to get way more value from diamonds. I think he missed about 400K there. Probably goes closer to pot on the turn for the most part. But no improvement. So Queen 10 still the best of it. Having made the 400 on the turn, I would definitely consider going big on the river now to try and punish those 10x, 7x, 5x situations. There will, of course, be some 5x in there still because they will have straight draws that they might still call within position.
Ahuja going for value here as the Rat Man returns to the table.
Relax.
What is Paparo thinking about him?
That's fine.
It's an interesting spot because, of course, he might be considering representing, because he's blocking the straight with the 4, right? He's blocking 4-6. He might be considering repping a 3 and or the straight with the blocker.
No.
I don't know. It's a question as well, James, whether or not the 3 would miss the bet on the flop, right? It went check, check on the flop.
No more chips.
He has a plan.
Appreciate the contemplation, though. It's really good to...
You have to be...
Yes.
I have a plan.
Wow.
For this chip.
Paparo.
Look.
Mixing it up.
Keep going.
I mean, almost immediately you saw the body language from Ahuja there.
Yeah.
Like, he was like, yeah, I'm in. Yeah, call.
Now
he was already reaching for chips before he even gave it a second to think.
God damn, now it's different.
Get the little penis on the top and we're good.
Oh,
there it is.
Now. Woo! Now. And then?
The rest? Yeah. Get the tip.
Finished.
Oh, my God.
Now much better. You think it will fall?
There's the call. Great call from Ahuja. Nice try from Paparo.
We play one more, or are we done?
And I think we are going to squeeze in one more hand before the break as Ankit Ahuja chips up to 25.5 million.
Yeah, I mean, like, I appreciate the heart, and it's a spot where I think that might work, but picks it off, and there you go. He's another pot going his direction.
She starts.
No, I want to smoke.
You will have lots of time to smoke, don't worry.
No, I want to smoke.
Go. Run.
No, I can't run.
So I'm assuming that Tonka's running commentary was about how Tilka was stacking his chips.
Can't go now.
And how phallic it looks right now.
Uh-oh. Tilka under the gun with queens.
You have plans?
Does this guy ever lose?
And I show my hand because
Ace queen for Tommy Nguyen.
Yeah, there's no option. It's all in, guys. 10 big blinds. What is he going to do?
Red triangle time. And it's been folded around to the blinds. Paparo in the small. Passes. Kimo Kurko in the big. Is also out. Tilka.
Please. But it's about 4 million?
Yeah, you're calling.
Yeah, exactly. It's absolutely no question, but...
Call.
Yeah, exactly. Here we go. So Barry Greenstein's made a fair few appearances today. But if there is not an ace on the desk, if we don't see some strawberries, we are going to lose Tommy Nguyen.
This could take us to 14.
Break.
That's the thing I couldn't go to smoke.
Get my phone now.
Can I?
Spades are in Tilka's favor. 3 outs right now, 4 win.
No strawberries.
Thank you, young lady. First try.
You just like
watch it, man.
You don't want me to play.
Just
tell me, man.
Needs to spike a 3-outer. Needs Barry Greenstein to make another appearance.
None of them was mine.
It's a 5 on the river, and that will see Tommy Nguyen KO'd in 15th place.
So now...
So when we come back from break, because that was the last hand of the level, we will have 2 tables of 7, the final 14, as Tommy Nguyen cashes for 36,160 euros.
This is turned off. Already.
So we've come to the end of the first session. We've played down from 26 to 14. 20-minute break, and when we come back, they will continue playing down to the final 6. That is the objective on the penultimate day of this record-breaking Estrellas main event. And these are the chips the players are watching right now on the main stage. When the blinds go to 200, 400, still plenty of chips for Tilka and Ahuja, but danger zone for Paparo and Tonka, 8 big blinds each. So join us again in just over 15 minutes' time for more action from the Estrellas main event here at the PokerStars European Poker Tour in Barcelona.
Blinds up already, 80,000, 160,000 with a 20k ante. Action folded to Fiorini. Queen 9. The Italian will pass. Pocket 10s for Big Toro.
Ooh, and they're red.
How much is he going to make it? That's 335,000. Then Morguri will fold. Andreas Christoforo's got ace-jack.
Looks like we're going to be racing.
He starts the hand with just over 10 big blinds.
He can't fold and he can't call.
He is all in. Whoa there, pocket jacks for Kimo Kurko.
How much? This is all going in. I'm all in.
He reshoves for just shy of 3 million.
Anybody else want to pick up a huge hand?
Sormanen is in the big blind. He folds. It's back on Nielsen. What does he do here with 10s?
Definite fold. It's one you might give some extra thought to because of the severity of the situation, but this fold is easier than movie theater trivia.
Come on, Big Toro. He passes. So Cristoforo is at risk. And he only has one live card.
Don't say what you had, please, please.
I respect, and hopefully K-Dog does too.
But slowly as...
Asso valer, valer.
Rude.
They are calling for an ace. Clubs, of course, work for him as well.
Oh, it was an ace.
He flops a gut shot. Nielsen would have flopped a set.
Ew.
Jack still lead. Cristoforo drawing to an ace or a king. He's got 7 outs. 4 on the turn. Same outs with one more chance to hit. The river card is a 3. We lose Andreas Cristoforo.
Ace queen.
He is our 8th place finisher here at EPT Barcelona.
Oh my God, he so doesn't care.
Cristoforo will collect just over 100,000 euros. Action is on Kimo Koko. Ace king. And he will raise from under the gun. He makes it 320,000. RC Sormanen folds. Tom Middleton passes. Edward Bagu has 10s.
Dealer, triangle me.
He is all in. And he's going to get called in at least one spot. King 8 for Fiorini. He folds. Nielsen's out. Guri doesn't have a hand, but Kirko does. And he calls, putting Bagu at risk.
And you can see nobody's too thrilled about flipping at this point.
We saw a king folded, which means Bagu is a 60% favorite here to double up.
Exactly, so why would you be thrilled? You're at best 60% for hundreds of thousands in real money equity.
And a huge favorite now with a 10 on the flop.
Bagu's pretty much got this one in the Bagu.
There's a 91% chance he'll be playing a stack of 5 million, and Kirko will be down to 2.1 million. We have a sweat.
I may have misspoken.
A diamond on the turn sees Kirko pick up a flush draw. 8 cards for Bagu to fade. The river is the 4 of diamonds. Wow. The Finn rivers a flush. And Edouard Bagu is out in 7th.
What an awesome run for the amateur. Really like that guy. I want to have him home for dinner. And his family's so sweet.
Kimo Koko got there the hard way. He now has more than 7 million.
His daughters are so much nicer than American girls. They'll be like, oh my God, Dad, you finished 8th. How embarrassing.
7th.
7th, Dad, whatever.
Luca Fiorini has absolute junk. That's not junk. Aces for Nielsen. He's counting out a raise.
Raise.
He makes it 435,000 from the cutoff. Queen Jack for Kimo Koko in the small blind.
And while he's got 4.4 million, that's sadly only 22 big blinds.
Owen.
He shoves! Sormanen in the big blind.
I'm surprised Creston's containing himself over there.
King 8, he'll fold that. Nielsen's calling faux show.
I call.
Eventually.
I'm going to rule that not so much a slow roll as a big moment roll.
Someone disagrees with you. I just heard a Finn say slow roll.
Yeah, the Finns also think these hats are a good idea. They didn't work out last year, and they're not doing so hot this year either. Bad juju.
Kirko at risk and way behind. Big Toro stack about to get even bigger. Let's see a flop. Queen 9-8. That does give Kirko some hope. He's got 9 outs.
Oh, now he wants it quiet.
A queen for trips. A jack for 2 pair. A 10 for a straight. It's a 3 on the turn.
You guys, he said, shh.
Kirko is a 76% favorite to go out in 5th. But he gets there on the river again!
Huge double up.
Aces cracked.
And is there an audio problem? Because this place is silent.
Blind still 120-240. Middleton on the button, folds. Preston Nielsen in the small blind.
Race.
King 8 of diamonds. And he makes it. 480,000.
Preston should probably raise a little bigger small to big. Chemo's going to call with all but his absolutely worst hands. Can make it more, or just limping's cool too.
7-4 suited. Far from unplayable. Kurko defends, and we go heads up to the flop.
Happy to see a flop for cheap with that hand.
Wow, flop better, Chemo.
Ruh-roh. Despite the fact that he's drawing deader than the crew of the Black Pearl, I do like a bet here.
Nielsen continues with top pair. How is Kurko going to play his straight?
He should probably just call here. No reason to blow out so many hands that are drawing deader than the crew of the Black Pearl.
Looks like he's raising.
That's a big stack of greens.
1.41 million.
How much?
Kurko's very lucky he's up against a hand as strong as top pair. I assume Big Toro's calling at least one more street.
Hang on a sec.
Race.
He re-raises. Nielsen 3-bets to over 3 million.
No. There's no reason to play a gigantic pot out of position with just top pair and not even top kicker. This raise is only ever getting called by hands that are kicking you around like Patrick Swayze and Roadhouse. I think the only bigger mistake that can be made on this hand is if Chemo folds.
All in.
He shoves.
I call.
And Nielsen calls.
And once he 3-bet, Creston definitely had to call the all-in. He's not drawing totally dead.
Straight.
He's drawing pretty thin. Kurko's a 91% favorite.
This happens sometimes when you win too many hands. You think you're invincible.
Oh, Big Toro picks up outs. An 8 or a 5 would see him double up.
Maybe he is invincible.
The river card is a queen. Big Toro is terminated.
Okay.
Sorry, man. Sorry about the deal.
This town's been pretty good to bulls of late. They banned bullfighting in 2012, and in 2013, Preston the Killer, a.k.a. Big Toro, gored his way into 3rd place in the EPT. And into our hearts. Love you, big guy. Miss you every day. Cash is for 440 grand.
We're heading over to our secondary feature table. Phil Ivey with aces, Rafaela Jerby with 2-pair on the turn. Ivey shoves. And Jerby will call.
He looks like a Jerby.
And Phil Ivey will need to see an ace, 5 or 3 on the river. But it's a 4, so we lose Phil Ivey for now. He can, of course, reload.
How much, what are these chips here? 1,000? Yeah, I think, yeah, you got it. So what happens now? I get up and go to the cage and rebuy again?
You rebuy now, or...
How do you rebuy now? What? I can rebuy and stay at this table?
I know why he wants to stay at this table.
Yeah, you got it. Okay.
There are 2 reasons why Phil will want to stay at this table, and they are Raphael and Jerby.
It's going to cost Ivey 50,000 euros to come back into the tournament. Jerby now up to 410,000 in chips.
And this graphic should read, Phil Ivey, he'll be back.
Back at our secondary feature table, it's Rafaela Jerby against Phil Gruesome. 2-pair for Gruesome, Broadway for Jerby.
This is going to be a shame.
Jerby checks, Gruesome bets, 40,000.
Here comes the raise. Throws that bet in with some force. Try to Jerby your enthusiasm, pal.
115,000 total.
Phil Gruesome looks a little nonplussed and maybe even a little suspicious, though I don't think he can ever lay this down on the flop.
115, right? Yeah.
He calls.
When this goes 3 bets pre-flop, you just can't fold there. Jerby's allegedly friends with Daro Minieri, but I don't see them cruising around on Daro's moped together.
6 of clubs on the turn.
All in.
Jerby shoves.
Check raise, then the open shove. That's going to look pretty strong.
Now I need a call. Exact call.
It's all in for my friend Umberto, just for him.
It would be all in for Phil to call. Phil is likely going to have to think this through.
He's got top 2.
Wowzers!
What a fold!
Iken has sick laydowns.
Why did Jerby show him?
Hey, all of Italy just fist pumped. The rest of the world shaking their heads.
Staying on the secondary feature table.
So there's a couple of players in this hand.
4 to be precise, and Jason Mercier has moved all in with an up and down straight draw. Raffaella Jerby with the same hand has made the call.
Jerby cold calls a bet and a shove with an open ender. Story checks out.
Mike Watson also open-ended. To the low end of the straight, he folds. Phil Gruesome with 2 pair.
Gruesome's going to have the best hand here a lot, but if Jerby had a set, he'd probably play it the same way.
135, right? Yeah, hold on.
Gruesome calls. So Mercier all in. Action on the side, potentially, between Gruesome and Jerby as we go to the turn. And that turn card is the Jack of Hearts. It's the straight for Jerby and Mercier.
Gruesome way behind now. Jason and Jerby are set to chop, but Jason's free-rolling hearts. Great spot to be in. Unfortunately, he can't get any of the side action.
Gruesome checks the turn.
Terrible card for him.
And Jerby now moves all in.
Phil can maybe get away from this now. We saw him make a pretty solid laydown before a 2-pair. After Jerby versus Ivey, we know he likes to get it in when he thinks he's ahead. Can I say this is pretty gruesome? Because it is pretty gruesome. It is loaded with Gru.
Another great fold from the German.
Oh, no chance to win anyways.
Jerby can only chop. Mercier can scoop it with a heart.
It is a heart.
Ooh, baby.
Guys, Jason Mercier just rivered a guy. Did we get that? Were we rolling on that?
Jason Mercier triples up to over 467,000.
Phil Gruesome has made more impressive folds than that clown that climbs into the suitcase at Cirque du Soleil.
All in.
Phil Ivey all in with 5s, called by Raffaella Jerby with kings.
Oh boy, first Negreanu, now Ivey. We're losing all our star power. Who's going to carry this show, Mercier? And it's these two again. For all intents, Jerby's looking like he's going to get Ivey again.
No help for Phil on that flop. He's in for 2 bullets, and unless he sees a 5 on the river, he's out. He is gone. Once again, Raffaella Jerby takes the scalp of Phil Ivey.
Now let's see how fast he can get out of the room and dodge the exit interview. Over or under? Oh, he goes left. One last obstacle. Tournament director Toby coming in through the door. The sidestep, and he is out of here.
Jerby is thrilled.
È finito un po' più atrás. Non era niente di importante perché c'era poca roba davanti.
He's saying how he can't wait to tell Mama. She's never gonna believe me. Hello, my babies, and welcome back to the PokerStars European Poker Tour from Barcelona. Joe Stapleton, Nicholas Michael Walsh.
Hello.
Casino Barcelona. Day 4 of the main event of the Estrellas Poker Tour. Not the EPT main event, but this is huge. 14 players remaining. Parker Talbot at the bottom of the barrel at the moment. Last remaining team pro. Marcos Thielka, a player we've been following since the beginning of the day today, is the current chip leader. And this tournament moves slightly faster than your typical main event. Nearly 7,400 total runners, now down to the final 14, 13 players between everyone and the winner. And that winner is going to take home 676,000 euros. A scant 676 times your buy-in. Hachi Machi.
Hachi Machi.
And we are just 4 places away from being able to start awarding that 10th place money, 52,080 euros. The goal today to play down to the final 6, come back tomorrow and play from 6 to 676,000. Parker Talbot, 8 big blinds. And look, we all love Parker.
Yes, for sure.
We all want Tonka to go deep in this thing, but I will say, scoot your chairs a little closer, because Parker's going to show you exactly how to play 8 big blinds, because whatever he does is going to be correct. Ankit Ahuja. Ahuja, your daddy. Someone suggested. Did we like that? Did I get a chuckle from the crowd there? Okay.
Hachi Machi.
That was from Glenn Weber out in Canada. Ahuja, healthy with 64 big blinds. Domenico Paparo, the other 8 big blind stack.
Hello.
And this is the overall and table chip leader.
You look like you're in good spirits. I'm a rat man.
Blah, 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 blah.
I'm not rat man. Yeah, my friend. Rat man.
Lucian Cohen, EPT Deauville champion from 100 years ago.
It's possible that I have 500 more.
I'm so happy he's rejoined the feature, Jay.
Yes.
Joe, excuse me.
Sure?
Yeah, you can do
We like characters. I mean, everyone's got to be in pretty good spirits here. You're down to the final 14 out of 7,400 entries.
Yeah.
Igor Kaufman.
Yeah.
29 big blinds.
You're having a good time.
Everybody guaranteed at this point.
Could be.
36,000 euros.
What a trip.
Hey,
what a trip. I love Barcelona. I love when I win 36,000 euros in Barcelona.
Everything
Kimo Kirko still alive in this thing. We just saw Kimo in the break content from the Barcelona tournaments that really, I would say, put this stop on the map for a lot of TV viewers.
Yeah, absolutely.
There was a couple of years in a row where we had fins and hats at the final table. Certainly memorable for me very early on in my EPT career.
It's possible you bust, man? Possible you bust?
Yes. And Cohen with his lucky coffee stain on his left arm.
Hey, my friend, it's good.
Consult the beans.
Super. Oh, c'est du super.
Stare into the ether. Consult the beans.
The rats. Good.
It is worth mentioning that Lucid used to bring a rubber rat with him 12 years ago.
I'm sitting between sharks. I'm not a winner.
He's bringing it back though.
Yeah, but not a winner.
I thought that he didn't have the rat anymore because he's like, I don't want to be the
rat man.
But apparently he's back.
He's back. Cards are in the air again.
I wish you guys no luck. I need all of it. I need everyone's luck for the next hour.
Oh, my friend. Oh, my friend. My friend. No. But no possible. No possible.
Okay. All right.
Speak English.
It's a version of English.
My friend.
Parker, 8 big blinds, ace-4 of clubs. He knows what he needs to do, but does he want to do it?
Yeah,
2.4.
Oh, he's a rat man.
Oh, 2.4.
2.4 out of his 3.2. Okay. I guess this is in case things go bananas behind him and it's aces versus kings.
All in.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So really good awareness here. Paparo on the button. Paparo starts the hand with about 8 big blinds himself. He might pull the trigger here, Joe.
Oh! He knows Parker's going to have to open with worse than ace-jacks, certainly.
Yep. He has a range advantage, and it's all in. Teal'c's going to get out of the way with the 6 high, and Parker, having put in most of his stacks, got a call.
Oh, my crazy man.
This
I
is
have 6-6.
pretty much the worst news possible for Parker.
Yeah, he had a little. He's glancing at the other table. He knows there's no chance of a ladder, so he's got to gamble here. Guys in the chat, please send your vibes for our boy Tonka. I don't want to anti-rail Paparo, but I'm anti-railing Paparo.
I guess one thing Parker's got going for him is that maybe the stacks are off and maybe he technically has Paparo covered.
Potentially. You know the other thing he's got going for him? Club, club, club on the flop, Joe.
Clubs? Just one club, Jacks.
Nah, stop. Jack? While we wait for this hand to be dealt, I'm going to read a shout out from Parker's good friend Rory Jennings. He's watching with the crew.
I have 5, 6.
I don't know if they're friends. That's the only way I could work in the shout out.
I've never seen so many 4s in the chat before, Joe, and I love it. Come on, guys. Send vibes now. This is the time. We want a Tonka to arrive at our final table.
This is the bargaining phase.
You're rooting for him?
We need a Rat Man and a Tonka at the final table. That's what I want.
Unfortunately, he will lose.
I don't care who wins. For me, it's everything.
Domination situation to the flop. 9-9-7, one club. So opportunities. Something we were ignoring moments ago.
4 of clubs. Just kidding.
OMG.
Let's
go.
Parker pairs his 4. Paparo in big, big trouble.
Hold.
River card is a queen. The pair of 4s does hold. Parker's going to double up, and we're just going to, like I said, verify those chip stacks. They were very, very close. Somehow, Lucien Cohen celebrating despite not being in the hand. And that is it. 1 chip. A chip and a chair.
What a rub down.
For Domenico Paparo.
Hey, I'm kidding, huh?
I know.
That's a face of someone who's never lucky.
What an improvement.
The slow-mo voice is excellent there.
Poor fellow.
He dealt me out of the EPT.
Yeah, unlucky there for Paparo.
He dealt me
very unlucky indeed. And obviously, we love our boy Tonka. We want to see him do good, but the AJ should have taken it there, statistically speaking.
Rory Jennings writes in once again to say, get TF in. I assume that's a soccer reference.
Parker is going to have to change his name now. Always coming 4. No longer never lucky. Entering hand number 51.
Ratman.
Wow, really pushing it now.
Look, Ratman.
All right, now we're starting to get into copyright territory. It worked before when he was going rap band. Blah, 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 blah.
Did you guys give him the memo ahead of time? He was only allowed to say the words and then do a blah, blah, blah.
Never come to that, but maybe we should. Paparo all in with King 5 suited for 1/8 of a small blind.
Be careful, though, it wasn't all in.
How to guarantee you're never put on a feature table. Always sing copyrighted lyrics.
You're right, man.
Cohen is also going to take a stab at this, defending the big blind jack tray of clubs. So 3 suited hands.
Only the ante.
Only the ante and 25 from the
Paparo not eligible for much of this pot. Will not even have a small blind. Actually, it's not true because I think he gets all the antes, right?
Yeah.
Isn't that how it works?
Yeah.
Check.
So we'll end up with about 4 big blinds somehow. That's pretty good value.
Yeah, that's a sweet pickup at this point in the tournament. Those 4 bigs are worth a serious chunk.
And Paparo really needs to fade the spade.
Counter on the stream for Ratmans.
How much?
450,000.
Continuation.
No, he doesn't have to fade the spade. Excuse me. He has to fade the diamond, you dodo. Has to fade the diamond. It was too easy to rhyme it.
I know he's shallow, Joe, but look, this is still a significant situation. As we've already pointed out, decent pot going his way if he can hold here. And 4 big blinds at this stage in the tournament, very serious opportunity to regain some chips and remain in the tournament and find some more ladders.
It's good we have the human calculator here.
And the human calculator.
That's what I said.
Excuse me. No, you're not, sir. Joe Stapleton is the human calculator. Thank you very much. More opportunities on the turn. A 4 will give Paparo the straight.
Not bad.
And 76.
Still needs to fade the diamond or the ace.
How many 100%?
Barry Greenstein delivers yet another elimination from this tournament. Man, that is a bit of a heartbreaker. Paparo could not fade the river.
Please, one more. Ratman.
There is somebody who have paracetamol or heat cake. ¿Tenéis paracetamol por ahí, alguno?
And we are now
have some essential oil in my room.
Down to 13. And I believe that's a pay jump. It is indeed. Everyone now guaranteed 43,000 euros, 36,000 for Paparo.
Yeah, skipping back just now, we saw Parker obviously getting lucky with the ace-4 versus the ace-jack and finds the ladder. That's a big jump now. We're getting serious now, Joe. Not too far away from a final table. 13 remain, and
7.5
Hoosier makes the fold. Looks like Parker's already opened, though. Ace-5 suited, UTG. It is the artisanal sourdough.
Sorry, I just have to be petty for a second. Just quick shout out to Viggs. You're wrong and you're banned. Thank you for your comment.
Yeah, thanks for coming, buddy.
Cohen folding a couple of diamonds. 1 player left. Kaufman in the big blind. Easy to defend with pair of 3s. One of the most fun times to set mine. What can you do? 3's good here after this Jack 8-7 flop.
Yeah, at this point, Kaufman, 26 big blinds. Pocket 3s is such a weird combo because you're not going to be able to play it really unless you are in the big blind facing a small open. Check, check. Parker wants to take the chilled line. Kaufman is going to try and lead out, but I don't think he's going to see a fold here. Talbot now, obviously the opportunity to counterfeit any 8, any 7, any diamond, any ace, any 5. Tons of equity. 44% on the turn is very significant for a hand that actually isn't made yet.
Board runs out with a 10 on the river. 3 still good.
Checks.
Kaufman checks. Parker with the ace-high showdown value. I just always assume in these spots that Parker's going to not let someone show down the best hand easily, even with the showdown value he has. I just always assume Parker's going to do what he has to do.
So it's weird because he has showdown with the ace-high is the problem, right? Like, because he's still beating 5-6. But he doesn't want to probably let a 7 or an 8 get to showdown. If he didn't have the ace-high, Joe, I think he probably would fire there. It seems like a really good spot to try and be aggressive. But I think he's just beating too many semi-bluffs on the turn to want to try and increase and or be, value townning himself versus the made straight. Although I don't think a made straight bets turn and then checks river and allows their opponent to get to showdown with a check. They always probably want to continue.
Parker with around 13 big blinds now after that double up. And having posted the big blind in this hand. Under the gun folds, queen tray off for Kimo Kirko. Dilke's out. Queen 4 for Cohen. Out. Action on Igor Kaufman in the small blind. Ace-6 off. Are you supposed to? What are you supposed to do here with the 13 big blinds in the big blind? Do you just do you raise or you just put them all in?
You're all in every single time.
With Ace-6, small versus big? Okay. We did just see a 3x raise instead of the all-in. Parker dominated.
Yeah, that's an interesting spot, because if you get shoved on, are you going to really 3x fold here? That doesn't seem reasonable. But again, he might be doing something just to try and represent more strength. I think theoretically, 20 big blinds effective or less, blind v blind, any offsuit ace is going to be all in.
Parker is just going to get to see a flop.
Yeah, he's got good equity here pre-flop too.
25% pre-flop, cut in half after missing the flop entirely.
I don't know if this is like a bit of a misstep. I think Kaufman's still going to win this pot probably because he's going to c-bet this and try and just take it down right here, right now. But I just think letting Parker enter the pot at all is a huge mistake when you could just insta-profit by jamming against a good opponent.
Yeah, I mean, this is a particularly good situation with a dominating hand, but if Parker has 2 live cards here, you really don't want Parker seeing a flop.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
4-5 or 7-8, hands that he's going to have to fold to a shove that.
Sure. Yeah, it's a bet. It's a bet and a fold. I just think with the addition of the ICM pressure on Parker, the jam just does so well, even better than it would do if we were playing, level 2 of this event, where we're still trying to battle to try and get in the money. But as played, does pick it up. Nice work.
It's actually something I wanted to bring up, but there was a ton of commotion. So when Parker, remember? Oh, of course. All right. You know what? I'll just wait for you, Lucien. Go ahead. So when Parker pulled that move where he was like almost all in.
Yeah.
You would only ever do that in situations when you're already in the money, right? And when you could potentially ladder up. You wouldn't really do that when there's still 4,000 people in the field, would you?
It is specifically designed for these situations, absolutely. But what you'll find online is really interesting. When guys are multi-tabling, they've got a button that they press that puts them almost all in every time. But they haven't left themselves a button to be all in. So in many cases, what you'll see is people doing that early stage just because that's the button they've got. But that's what it's for. That's the purpose of that raise fold. And Parker, having so much experience, he knows the spots to be doing that. More so than most.
Well, because for a second when I saw him do that, I was like, oh yeah, why didn't I do that in the main event when I was all in? And then I realized it was because I was still over 9,000 people from the money. So it wouldn't have really mattered. 7, 6, 5, top pair, and a straight draw for Cohen. Kaufman with the same straight draw.
And a really quick check from Cohen. I have no idea why he would check this flop.
Trapping, probably. Cohen's pair of 7s is good.
Just seems like a great spot to be defending your hand, protecting it just a little bit. You get value from the 6, you get value from the 5, you get value from the 8, you get value from the 4, you get value from from all kinds of stuff there. Check, check, check. Doesn't want any.
Non, mais ma parole. Serious, me. I'm check after. Look. I'm but normally I'm raise. 5, 6, 7, 8. Yes or no? I am a rat man. Boodoo, 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 boodoo.
Okay.
Today we play until we are 6. And then tomorrow final day.
That's just what I was about to say.
I think there will be a vote later on. Like maybe
Maybe we play today until
finish. Yeah. Like
Don't think there will be a vote.
we can vote.
I think so. It's like
But he's the rat man.
Yeah, no, main event.
Parker mostly all in again.
J'en ai marre, il faut que je gratte un peu les trucs. Ah oui, parce que j'ai pris les blindes et il a mis 8. Et tu sais que je lâche pas. Hein. C'est ça, il est salaud, obligé de checker.
I think there are 4 million. 4 million.
Pocket sixes from a button gets through.
So I have a problem.
JMO asks, why is he called the Rat Man? In his day job, Lucien at least was an exterminator.
Oh, really?
A rat killer. A pest remover.
It's mine.
Was he ethical?
I do not know. I would guess not. It's France.
That's a problem.
They beat up geese for fun. But I do not know. It's entirely possible. He was a very kind. He would like lure them out with a flute, rehome them, give them a wheel of cheese, and send them on their way. I don't know. However, that was his day job. He used to have a rubber rat with him that he called Lucky. And we thought he had dropped the whole rat shtick, but when he doubled up today, won a big pot, it all came flooding back.
Still a rat man. Once a rat man, always a rat man.
My friend.
Under the gun, Cohen, ace jack of the suited variety.
You have very good hand.
Min raise.
But only if you say it's me. Very good hand.
I don't know speak English, mais. Oh!
I'll call for
Of
you.
course. Ah yeah. Ah yeah, il commence à y voilà.
Tonka defending the king deuce off.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
Is it any king you're defending in the big blind? Against, I mean, maybe not against under the gun, but...
So, we're under the gun, we're short-handed. I think king deuce is pretty close, Joe, because obviously it's...
So it's not a slam dunk,
No, absolutely not.
Okay, it's not a slam dunk, yes, either.
I think it's to do with the chip stacks here. I think Tonka just having a ton of chips.
Check.
Pairs the deuce.
You want me to check?
You shake? No.
If you want, yes.
You shake?
You want me to check?
Check? No.
Check.
Okay, check.
River, no improvement.
No improvement. Ace high for Cohen. No heart, no ace, no jack, pair of deuces. Going to be good at showdown.
You tell me what you want to check. Check. I do whatever you want. What's the problem?
There's a big chips.
I only check.
I am player.
Only check. Check.
Afternoon.
No problems. I don't want no trouble.
No speak English.
Only check.
No speak English.
Incroyable.
I mean, this is reminding me
Very, very expensive.
of Barcelona last year. There was a lot of goofy stuff happening at the table that you would think wouldn't be happening considering the money they're playing for.
Yeah.
Some behavior at the table that some people might find obnoxious, but seems to be going over fine.
Someone, please. One of you.
Oh, man. Last year, I have such fond memories of that, Joe. Absolutely incredible scene.
Remember Jimmy Guerrero last year was going, I mean, it was...
That was the exact person I was thinking of when you said that. Absolutely. Really giving it the needle on the final table.
She takes advantage of we are speaking about it.
Speaking
Raise.
raise.
Ah.
Oh.
You tried.
Is that binding?
I mean, Cohen said I'm all in out of turn earlier session.
Not being funny, guys, but just say it when you don't got cards.
Kimo Kirko shoving over the top of this open with 10-9 suited from Ahuja, who's the second biggest stack at the table.
I go. I tell you my hand
after night.
Okay. I'm fine with the
Tonight,
goofiness, but slowing the game down.
No,
You got 400.
no. I folded ace 5.
What? Ace 5?
Ace 5.
Oh,
good hand, huh?
Ça va.
Ace high.
You free, huh? You free.
I'm very tight. Can't pay with ace 5.
I'm pay ace 5.
Yeah, I know, but I can't.
Big.
No, I'm scared, so I can't pay with ace 5.
You pay me, you sleep. Okay? You. Comment on dit on rigole? Comment on dit on rit en anglais? Hein? Non, rigoler.
I mean, this guy's an EPT main event champion. This is small potatoes for him.
Yeah.
I am the clown.
Still can't get over that number, though, Joe. 7,398 runners. It's just monumental to consider how many players have entered this tournament.
Telke with queen 9 off on the button seems reasonable for the chip leader to open here.
Hey. Slow.
Raise 900,000.
Let's go.
On the night, you remember?
Whenever you start singing the night, you always fold. Every time you sing the night, you fold.
You fold.
Wow. Defend from the 9-5 offsuit. This is unconventional, to say the least. You got to have a folding range at some point, Joe.
Domination,
every time
rotation.
He sings the night, he folds.
5's good.
Every time he starts singing.
I am a very, very. Yeah, my friend.
He's got a lead.
My friend. Hey, dangerous, my friend.
So donk lead? It is indeed. Play out
Je
of
commence à avoir les
flow.
boules, hein. Je touche pas un jeu. Hein? Ouais, mais j'ai les boules.
Look, I'm not being. If I got queen 9 with the 9 of hearts here, I'm just going to float this every day of the year and just punish this guy for the lead. I know you got no hand, but, like, is he really leading a king on this board? He's going to have 9-5. He's going to have 6-7. He's going to have hearts. He's going to have all kinds of weird stuff.
So what are you saying? Raise?
I'm saying call, and then when he slows down, you just absolutely punish turn. And if it comes a heart, you just drill 2 streets. That works too.
Well, it is an option. We'll see if it works.
Sure, I just appreciate that, you know, he's
picked up on the same thing that you've picked up on.
Exactly.
One way or another.
Exactly. I think it's really hard to have a balanced leading range here. I'm sure it exists. I'm sure there is a balanced leading range. I just don't think people do it. It's just a computer thing, you know.
C'est ça là, avec le numéro, j'en ai 2.
Yeah, that's what you get. Stay in your box. Don't be leading at me.
Non, c'est pas la mienne. J'ai pas mon numéro. Ah ouais, elle a mis, mais c'est la mienne.
Check to the aggressor. Don't be silly.
Ah ouais, t'as raison.
And Marcos Thielke with 106 big blinds. Ahuja folding king 10 off. Opened 10-9 off. Pocket 8s for Cohen. Wheat.
44 big blinds.
900.
Raise 900,000.
Exposed hand from Parker.
Very good.
Ain't gonna matter though. The hand is over.
No pay.
There is a member round 2 do tonight. Ratman. Il faut leur dire qu'on rigole, hein, on n'est pas là pour se constiper non plus. Dis-le en anglais à tous. Lui, c'est qu'un tournoi, hein, à 600 000 €, mais c'est qu'un tournoi.
BCN 187 saying, isn't etiquette a French word?
C'est pas une fin en soi, on va dire.
Wonderful stuff. Under the gun, Kirko, 13 big blinds with an ace. He might be tempted to put it in here. We are shorthanded.
Dangerous. You are the dangerous.
Yep, seems good. I think probably a bunch of suited ones going to go in there, but I think that's a reasonable adjustment.
You know what else is a French word? Douche. Now I happen to like his antics. I was just naming another French word.
Incroyable.
Douche means shower, and I happen to find this guy refreshing.
Gomme, je suis le seul français. Il n'y a plus de français.
Kaufman on the button. He's going to put in a raise. And Mr. Talbot knows what's up. He's like, this is a shove every time. He knows it is. 11 big blinds for Parker. Seems good, bruh.
Non, je suis pas favori du tout, moi. Je suis tout ce que... Je suis pour le show, ils m'ont payé.
Sois unos mierdas de amigos, tío.
You want to go my life. Remember to go.
Counted out the call.
Oh,
Can't afford it. That is a call.
King, queen, king, queen, king, queen.
Parker is at risk.
I mean, the time it took him to call, it must be king, queen, right?
It's certainly not ace, king.
There's no chance it's ace, king. There's no chance it's
bad
king.
thing.
It's got to be king, queen. It's got to be. King, jack suited, minimum.
No, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. You play with cards like this. Now you can fold if you want.
Don't leave us hanging. What is it?
I mean, we'll see it eventually, I guess.
Il reste 200 000, il va les mettre. Apparemment, il n'a pas de violine. What is the problem?
Oh, so Kaufman must have exposed his hand, and Parker now has to decide whether or not he wants to call, having seen the king-jack.
Oh.
Okay, after the flop, it looks like.
Yeah, I think it was a gentleman's agreement at that point. They knew what the deal was, but I appreciate the professionalism from the floor.
Parker's so good, he gets players to expose their hand against him. Queen high flop, ace high, faring well, one spade. There is another spade for Parker, so that's going to eliminate two of Kaufman's outs.
King of spades, no problem. Easy send.
Now only 4 outs.
How much percent is that?
For him, 8%.
Wow. How could I lose?
Parker does not lose. That's another double up for Tonka. This time via Igor Kaufman, who was stacked and is now down to 16 big blinds.
This guy's never lucky, Joe. Have you noticed that?
Never lucky.
Never.
I've seen him not get lucky twice so far. Parker up to 25 big blinds
on est 13
now.
depuis tout à l'heure, on est vraiment 13 là tout à l'heure. On est 13.
Tibla on Twitch says the spin up is real.
On est 13 joueurs, 13.
Igor Kaufman maybe a little bit thirsty with that king jack off call. Is Parker ever shoving King 10?
King 10 suited, sure, absolutely.
Suited,
There's tons of suited Broadway in there for sure. No, the King Jack call is solid. That's definitely correct.
Raise 900.
Just taking a peek at our other table. And it's an all-in situation. King 8 suited versus 2 10s. 10s are holding. No heart. Not much chance of a straight happening for the King 8. Deuce on the turn. King 8 needs to hit a king. That is Tordai. Not Tordai. Or no time Tordai. Okay, I'll work it out for the TV shows. Tordai eliminated in 13th place. That's going to take us down to 12. 43,380 euros. And we are on another page up now as the tables will be balanced at 6 and 6.
Ilan, je suis sale quand j'applaudis ou pas? Je suis sale quand j'applaudis? En plus, c'est un beau bébé, hein, le mec. Ah bon, t'as remarqué? T'es un champion, toi, ça se voit. Allô? Hein? À la Courneuve. Ouais, 93. Eh? Il faut encore 12. Peut-être qu'ils vont faire la tapis à 9. Hein.
Non, sinon, ils vont se réunir à 8.
Ça va être dur.
How many stacks do you play?
Kaufman back in action, opening Queen Jack offsuit from under the gun +1, which isn't as bad as it sounds given that we're six-handed. But Kaufman opening off a 15 big blind stack with Queen Jack offsuit.
Ouais. Non, mais ils sont pas loin. Hein. 5 millions. 25. 13 ou 14. Hein? Joël?
650. Yeah, 6,050,000.
Nous, ça fait quoi? De l'oseille ou pas? Non, je crois que c'est 10 11, ça change.
With an easy not fold in the big blind. Still has all of the chips. And the flop is ace, queen, 7, 2 hearts, top pair for Dielka. Second pair for Kaufman. Pretty frustrating to open Queen Jack and hit the queen and have it not even be top pair. This continuation bet is money down the drain for Igor Kaufman.
Yeah, tricky spot now. I wonder if we see a raise on the flop.
Just a call.
Yeah, I think this is probably more GTO. You're not really super confident, especially from that earlier position raise, but that's a queen.
What a way to improve. Kaufman with trips. A hammerlock on the hand. What an absolute blessing on the turn.
The only thing I'll say, Joe, is that this turn continue, I think, is really telling. Like, I think it's difficult for Kaufman to have a bluff on this turn that isn't literally like a hard draw and maybe a combination hard draw, straight draw. I don't know if Tonka can fold, but it's just one of those situations.
Well, especially when the bet was the same size as the flop bet, you're not really, even if you're super far behind, you can still call that and hopefully improve. Improving didn't happen.
What I like about that, though, Joe, is he allowed himself to be sub-pot behind, right? He's SPR less than 1, so he actually can shove for less than pot.
Oh, wow. He got called.
Wow, qué suerte.
I don't think it was a shove.
He said, que suerte. He means very lucky.
How lucky.
How lucky indeed.
Nice. 2 million snapped by Tielka. And Kaufman is going to get more chips back than he lost to Tonka, I believe.
Que suerte indeed. You know, Joe, it's obviously very unlucky on the turn. He's got a hand. He's got a calling hand for sure. I'm not trying to dog on Tilka.
Literally lost
I suffer to imagine what that bluff would be. You know what I'm saying? It has to be like Jack 10 of hearts. And even then, Jack 10 of hearts might bet flop, bet turn, and then give up on the river still. It's just such a weird one. But you can see what happened. Very unlucky for Tilka in a huge pot. Huge moment there for Kaufman.
Kaufman back up to almost 30 big blinds.
Here first.
Ratman.
Losing Cohen is in the big blind this hand. Tilka, after that devastating loss,
beautiful swatch. Beautiful.
Down to 96 big blinds. Jack 10 in the small.
Raise 1.2 million.
1.2 million.
You heard the man. 1.2 million. The old 3Xer, small to big.
Cool.
Cohen makes the call with Queen 7 suited.
Seems good.
And the flop is ace, deuce, deuce, 1 spade. Queen high good.
All right, Joe, this is what's going to happen. Tilka is going to bet 700,000.
It might be pretty close. 800,000.
I'll take it.
You are off by 100,000. That's a lot. That was a snap raise from Cohen.
Quarter of a big blind, Joe.
Excuse me?
You win, sir.
You win, sir. Bluffs with the best hand.
Avec mon zeb. Avec mon zeb.
You're bluffing with the best hand. Don't show it. No. This isn't the moment to show.
Well done, sir.
So here's the thing, Joe.
We will raise.
Great raise. You know it's a spot your opponent's bluffing a ton. However, what are you representing in this situation? You're going to have a deuce and that's it? I don't know. But it gets it done, and the aggression is paid off.
Hanging out over at this other table now where pocket aces have been out-flopped by ace 10. This is awful. 5.8 million in the middle. Vlasovich with 6.9 behind. Ferreira's checked to Vlasovich. And it goes to the river, which is the 3 of diamonds. So luckily for Ferreira, there hasn't been a ton of betting. Ferreira finally going for some value. This is Diogo Ferreira. Up against Danilo Vlasovich.
Yeah, the way it played, Joe, there's a chance that a raise on the river here is going to get paid.
I think I would fold aces to a river raise here.
Yeah, it really depends on the previous streets, though, right?
Right. We did not see all the action. There's like not a ton of missed draws then. Someone could be repping. I think the cutoff, I assume this went raise from the cutoff, 3-bet from the big blind call because it did get called. It did get called, it looks like.
You know what?
I'm going to start calling you Prediction. Prediction Nick. Nick Predict. Old Nick Predict over here. Saw that raise coming, saw the call coming, and Vilasevich wins a huge pot.
Yeah, I mean, it's got a similar energy to that ace-queen situation that we saw earlier, queen-jack versus the ace-9. Like, when you're looking for the bluffs and it just doesn't feel like there's any in the box, you know what I mean? Like, those are the moments when you really have to consider giving up those clear, quote-unquote, obvious calls, you know what I'm saying?
Speaking of obvious, just want to read this from El Jaru, who says, is that Joe Stapleton? He sounds old. You sound
banned.
Like nothing.
I can't hear you. I can't.
Because you're banned. Thank you for your comment.
You sound youthful, Joe. Like a spring chicken.
I mean, I've been doing this for 15 years. What's the youngest I could be?
That looks like a man who's very satisfied with his position in this tournament right now.
Yeah. He's a good player, me.
I had king.
I am really enjoying.
I'm kidding, Cozy. I'm kidding, no.
Don't worry. I'm okay. I'm enjoying.
I'm already called.
Don't worry.
Huh?
Okay.
If I call already, call again?
Can we get some claps in the chat for Joe Stapleton?
No.
The absolute legend that is. No, stop it.
No, at this age,
no.
clapping can really hurt my eardrums.
I'm a very...
I can't follow the scroll as much as I used to.
I am sick and tired of the disrespect. Put some respect on his name when you say it.
Remember tonight.
Antonio, a normal person on YouTube, asked, Joe, will you be coming back to Philly one day? I will indeed, I think. PokerStars is live in Philly. PokerStars has live events in Philly. There's a great summer series going on there right now if you're in the area.
Tonight.
Yeah, I am really excited about some PokerStars events in the United States. Let's get it, guys. Let's get it popping again.
All right, small blind versus big blind. Talbot versus Ahuja. Jack, 9-6, 2 clubs. Ace high. Parker is the best hand.
These are such interesting spots. Ahuja, man, so composed.
And Parker picks up more equity.
Presumably still checking. This is one of those situations. You got showdown, you got to draw. Why bluff? Why are you bluffing with the best hand? You're not going to do it. Although Ahuja now kind of got an interesting moment where he's got a gut shot, might get better hands to fold in the turn in position, but also does have showdown with the king high still. And a king on the river is going to give Ahuja the best of it. Talbot, again, just has showdown. Like, he's not going to bluff. It's going to go check bet. And presumably a fold. But wait.
No check.
Plot twist.
Nick Predict. Slightly lowering that 1,000 batting average. You're only batting 888
now. I'm sorry. You know, you can appreciate what happened here, though. I mean, maybe Parker's expecting a king to bet the turn a bunch. Or some combinations that interact with the king. Maybe a queen X to bet the turn, for example. Trying to get some 6X to fold. Trying to get some 9X to fold. Yeah, it's a call.
Ace high.
Can I see ace what?
Ace 4.
Ace 4. Okay, thanks.
Yeah, that's all right. A little bit of respect there. Feels good. You are allowed to ask to see the cards.
Yeah, sure.
That's a lot of information, though, I think, as well. I think that in that situation, you know, merits a little bit of info. You make the call. You want to see how it was played. Ahuja, very professional, loving the composure. Got a good method in his live game.
Didn't Talbot make the final table last EPT also?
He did make
a final table.
Yeah, it was in Prague.
Prague, it was the Eureka?
It was. I think it was the Eureka. Or was it the main? It was the
main event?
Yeah.
Parker. EPT Prague.
Parker
the main event.
Parker Talbot. Talbot.
Tonka.
Tonka. He's never lucky, though. That's the thing.
Sensitive Tony says, what a terrible lead size. What a terrible comment. You banned. Thank you for it.
Don't be so sensitive, Tony. Hooja. Jack 9 seems like a very clear steal for me. And it's a steal all in. Let's go.
Kimo Kirko with 8 big blinds has an ace.
Yeah, he's calling. He's calling. The time is now.
The time is meow. Kimo Kirko with a lot of history here in Barcelona.
I don't know about you, Joe. The J9, man, feels good.
You don't love this spot with ace high.
Yeah, I love a Jack 9 shove, though. This is definitely the play. 1,000% a shove. Never miss this opportunity to shove BVB.
Allez, priez. Run this 100 times, you're only going to win at 55. Now, a lot more often.
Non, il faut 2 carreaux.
Kirko does want to avoid a diamond or a straight card on the turn, but so far a pair of aces is looking real good.
King of diamonds would be a nightmare, Joe.
9 is not ideal,
5 outs.
but not the worst.
10%.
Never easy, huh?
I appreciate the human calculator giving us the rundown of how many outs he has, though.
Yes.
100.
Fades the 9, fades the jack, double up Kirko.
Tonka flexing there. He knows he has 100% on the turn. And 100% on the river.
I was very happy when you said first one is bad.
For somebody.
Oh, well, the second one has to be an ace.
For somebody.
We have 5 outs.
Yeah.
90%.
Kirko still the shortest stack at the table, but is up to 19 bigs now.
something.
No longer in the danger zone.
Danger zone!
87.5. 87.
Look at calculator. Look, please.
Yeah, Tonka looking
Only
into the
5
future
outs.
there.
I'm a guessing machine.
100% on the riv.
I am a guessing machine.
Tonka is a guessing machine.
Tonka's catchphrase is never lucky, but it's more like never wrong. The guy's not far off most of the time.
He's never wrong, but never lucky. Cohen under the gun. We're still 6-handed here in Barcelona. 12 players remain, but 2 tables of 6 and folding around.
Ace-7 on the button for a Hooja.
Might be tempted. He's going to play this spot, obviously. I'm just wondering if he ever is going to say all in. But, of course, Marcos Tonka, excuse me, up as 89 big, so that's out of the question. It's just going to be a normal steal.
Ooh.
Yeah, with Tonka having mountains, you're just going to steal. Obviously, you're not going to be jamming the effective stack depth between our button. Ahuja has 52 bigs, Tonka 89. This is just going to play like a normal open and potential 3-bet. I think Tonka probably always going to size up here, maybe like a 4x, maybe like a 3.6. Did he say 3.2, Joe?
Oh, thank you.
How close to the prediction? 3.3.
Yep. With a 52 big blind effective stack here, I did expect to see at least a 4x, but obviously at this stage in the tournament, you apply a lot more pressure than you would do earlier in the stages with a smaller size. So why not, utilize that?
Là-bas, ça va pas sauter là-bas?
Yeah, seems good. Standard open, standard 3-bet.
I had one of those.
but not so high, I think.
Does ditch the dominating hand. Ahuja down to 52 bigs.
I feel like Tonka so far, obviously having a really nice run of cards, but I feel like the gameplay has been very solid. Some really good decisions being made thus far.
We've got fewer than 10 minutes left to go on this level. Gonna roll straight on into the next level. No breaks.
My friend, no same, huh? It's a big...
You want to play this face?
No,
Okay.
no, look.
Only call.
Okay.
Small blind limps.
Only faceful.
Okay.
Look, check in the dark.
Look.
Check in the dark.
D'accord, check in the dark.
Is that
Okay,
binding?
check in the dark.
I mean, so far the other cards are in the dark.
Check. Ah, excuse me. Check.
I appreciate Cohen's complete disregard for the situation.
Check in the dark, no?
No. Now it's not check because I have project of flush. I can bet.
Yeah, full
I
pot.
have to bet
1.2.
a little bit. 1 million.
Tonka's really tilted me today, Joe. I usually drill these situations.
7.
I don't know, man. You're pretty close.
And king.
Our eagle-eyed viewers might spot some team pros on the rail. GJ Reggie and Peace and Love.
Yep, Seb Huber.
You believe me?
Look at those fish.
Sweating the action. And what have we got here? I see a red triangle of death. And yes, we have a casualty.
Good fall, sir.
Edward Barcegian. Sporting some PokerStars gear I have never seen before.
Is that official PokerStars merch?
Did he make that himself?
I've never seen that before. This is not regulation.
Barcegian out in 12th place, which is a ladder for everyone else and a significant one. Everyone now guaranteed more than 50,000 euros.
No hard decision. Too easy. Call. You have kings. Oh no, jacks.
Disqualified for wearing unregulated merch.
Call.
Just kidding.
Check. Look. Check. Check. Huh? Check. Check.
You think Cohen's gonna, fight for a pot eventually, or?
Hey, it's just you get a hand and you check it down. See who wins.
Believe me, I would love to play poker that way. It never works that way for me. It works that I flop top pair, I bet, get raised, and then they shove turn on me. Like that's how it goes for me.
You gotta manifest, Joe. You gotta manifest.
Analysis.
So you remember Elderu said I sounded
They are
old.
analyzing all of you. They are a lot of pros, huh?
Trying
pros over there,
get
yeah.
back
I
on
have
my good
friends pro,
graces
huh?
with,
They are analyzing all of you.
Well,
love you, Joe. You're not old.
Because I know you're not pro.
I'm not pro. I play poker.
Well,
Come on.
it's a great honor for me to work with old man Joe. So.
Il a une belle montre, il a une belle montre. Good swatch. Good swatch.
We'll get to Elderu later.
Wait.
Pocket nines for Tonka.
I love you, Joe. You're not old. I've just been listening to you for too many years. I should have said you sound a bit sleepy today.
Oh, I see. It's
a lesser insult.
It's a common mistake.
Yeah, you're still banned. Pocket nines for Tonka, 8s for Cohen. Kaufman has called with the deuce of hearts. I hope there's not an ace of hearts to go with it. And this is a flop that probably nobody likes. There's one check. Tonka with all the chips and the betting lead.
Goes for about 1/3 here. This is not Cohen approved. Why aren't we checking it down? Gets away from it. Does have the worst hand against the 9s at least. Kaufman obviously still the opportunity to have an ace behind. But we'll have a bunch of other suited stuff as well. Does fold. Nice bet, protection, and a 4.7 million pot going directly to our friend and chip leader, Tonka.
Back over 100 bigs now.
With 5 minutes on the clock to the next table.
What happens?
I am 2-8.
Huh?
2-8.
You lose, you lose.
Oh, no, I lose.
You want to know my hand? I told you if you want to know.
Because, no, ace 4, 6. It's
No,
possible
but
pay.
I'm winning you pre-flop. I have a pocket pair higher than yours. If not, believe me, you will see after.
You pay. No good.
Great read from Tonka.
Raise 900.
Hey, oh.
I have good hand.
Oh.
What
Slow,
do I have
slow.
to do? If I have good cards. Now you will see it. The other hand, I have a pocket pair.
You know what's funny, Joe? I feel okay. I was gonna say this before he called.
Yeah.
I feel like Cohen's the kind of guy that actually would be more enticed to play a hand like this in position, having had that conversation that he just had with that guy. Does that make sense?
Definitely. He's a field player.
He's a field player. He's a field player.
Oh, he's like, oh, I was just talking about this sort of hand. I have to play it.
Right.
Now, for sure.
Exactly. Ahuja decides to call with the ace-10 suited. An opportunity to squeeze, but I think against the chip leader, just keeping it chill seems good, especially when you're in a good position. With 49 bigs, our friend Ankit Ahuja probably feeling good about his stack right now.
So far, so good for Cohen with the pair of 4s and the straight draw. No diamonds for any of the players. No hearts on the board.
1 million.
And Tonka coming in hot. Bet $1 million. It's the snap call from Cohen. The quick fold from Ahuja.
Ooh.
10 on the turn. Quick shout out to Brenticle. What's up, Eagle Eyes?
Yeah, thank you, mate. I appreciate that. I hope you enjoyed the stream today. So ace-10 would have improved, doesn't, having folded flop. Check.
9 of diamonds on the river. Completes a potential flush. Completes a weird straight. Couple of straights. And Cohen's going to get another free showdown.
Mais mon frère, je paye. I am a right
Do you think Cohen's just like checked his showdown all the way to the final 12? Final 11?
Street,
Excuse me?
It's working.
It's working.
Ah, je suis rentré, j'en ai marre. 4-5 de trèfle, j'ai suivi 900 000, 1 million. 4-5 de trèfle. J'ai pas le 15, j'ai le 4. J'ai gagné avec le 4. Mais sinon, j'envoie.
Can I talk over when he's speaking French? Or?
Regarde.
Now, I don't speak French, but I think if I could directly translate that, it was, he told me he had a pocket pair, but I was definitely beating him in the previous pot, so I couldn't fold 5-4 suited.
Non, j'ai le 5, moi j'ai 4-5.
It's like we're going to squeeze in one more hand at that level. The next hand will be 250,000, 500,000 with a 500,000 big blind ante.
He might be a field player, but he's certainly got that one right. Parker Talbot has 17 big blinds and a suited queen on the button. He's raising. Who's just out of the way? Queen ain't no good. Big blind. Okay, he's all in. Kirko's all in.
Again, you mean? 17 big blinds.
I mean, it's sourdough. What are you going to do?
I mean, you're just way ahead of Parker's button raising range.
Yeah.
but is not all in. Maybe figure 17 is a little too many big blinds to get in.
You know what? I stand corrected, but I really felt like that would be a clear one. Maybe just randomized a little bit.
Both players pair their numbers. 6 is ahead.
Yeah, I like the check here. You don't want to get check raised on this board when you've got so much showdown, and that's a heart on the turn.
I know that Parker's never lucky, and we've disproven that many times, but he's just always got equity.
I think the moral of the story is he's always lucky, and he's about to get a little bit more.
Jose Pereira on YouTube says, wow, Kirko, wrong move.
I mean, I think probably it's a decent move. It's just running into Queen 6 of Hearts, unfortunately. It does make the call, obviously. Makes a lot of sense.
9-ball, river pocket. Pair of 6s, will win at showdown.
Kirko does have showdown with a pair, so probably doesn't want to continue bluffing here unless he's got Parker on a very specific range. Can still get value from King, Queen of Hearts. Can still get, or sorry, not value. Will still beat King, Queen of Hearts. Will still beat Ace, King of Hearts. Will still beat Ace, Jack of Hearts. Ace, Queen of Hearts. There's a ton of stuff here that calls turn having checked flop that he's beating, so I don't think he's going to want to bluff. It goes check. Parker's probably going to do the same.
Parker does check. Showdown time. Ship it to Tonka.
Never lucky.
And with that, we're going to release Nick into the wild for a little while. Welcome James Hardigan back into the booth.
Hello, Joseph. How are things going in this record-breaking Estrellas main event?
I mean, we lost 5 players during that level, I think, so they're moving.
Yeah, we've got another 60 minutes of poker to play before the next break. Of course, we would potentially take a break earlier than that if we somehow got down to 9, because that would necessitate the final redraw of this tournament. And right now we are at 11. I don't think it's beyond the realms of possibility to have 2 bust outs between now and the end of this level. We have got 1 short stack at this table, Kimo Kirko. And of course, there are 5 players over at the other table. Now we're at the 250,000, 500,000 blind level, 500K big blind ante. Playing down to 6 today, by the way. We'll keep going until we have the official 6-handed final table. Those players will come back tomorrow for the final day, a day added to this event with 7,398 entries. We needed that extra day to get this to its conclusion, to crown a champion and pay that winner more than 675K. Ahuja with the Jack of Diamonds, calling the raise from Igor Kaufman.
No, I think it was a limp
from
Kaufman.
Oh. A near Gibbons, an under the gun +1 limp from Kaufman.
An Ibbins.
So the raise is to 1.55 million. Now the action's back on the limper.
Who does call. And is probably crushed here, I would guess.
Jack 9 of diamonds. Action check to Ahuja. We established earlier on that Ankit Ahuja is number 6 on India's all-time money list, has $1.5 million in live earnings. Igor Kaufman. Don't know a lot about Igor other than that he is from Israel.
I look forward to Elkanah writing in and tell us we're pronouncing his name wrong.
My name is Dr. Kaufman. Film. Someone will get it.
Ah, voilà ma French. C'est le moment où tu viens. Mais
Ahuja hovering around the 44 big blind mark. Same size stack as Lucien Cohen. Marcos Tonka still table chip leader with more than 75 bigs. Congratulations to Dark JF, who correctly identified that line from the James Bond film Tomorrow Never Dies. Dr. Kaufman, played by the late, great Vincent Schiavelli, is the assassin who kills Terry Hatcher and then threatens to torture Bond. This is more a hobby, but I'm very talented.
There's only one doctor in the Brosnan Bonds, and it's Dr. Christmas Jones.
I don't know any good doctor jokes.
What was the name of that actress that played Christmas Jones again?
Denise Richards.
I never told anyone this, but I hooked up with Denise Richards. Was assistant.
I was going to say there is no way, no way that we would not have heard about it ad nauseum had it been Denise herself. Ahuja back in action, opening to 1.1 million with King Jack offsuit. Tonka in the small blind with 7-4. And Lucien Cohen, EPT Deauville 2011 champion, Queen 6 in the bag.
Smallest stack over there, 10 million.
Christian Sturt writes in to say, assistant of the assistant, wasn't it? Don't joke the joke.
You put a hat on a hat, don't do that.
Come on, it's like putting pie on cake. Just don't joke the joke.
I don't know, if you put cake on pie though, I can kind of see
Cake on pie is okay, but pie on cake,
no,
good.
pie on cake.
Yeah.
Flatten it, ruin it.
Oh yeah, you're banned, by the way. Don't joke the joke.
Il veut me voler, hein. Il veut me voler, hein.
All right, James, have a coffee.
Not me. Like Timmy Mallet, I am wide awake. So folded to Tonka on the button, King 9 offsuit.
1.1.
And he's raised to 1.1 million. Cohen folding the small blind, Kaufman in the big blind. As aces. Who is it who's sleepy at the table? Maybe they should lick Lucien Cohen's shirt. Get some of that coffee out of there. Get some of that caffeine in their system.
I was going to say, I think Lucien Cohen may be tuckered himself out.
Re-raise from Kaufman to 3 million.
Seems like a pretty easy give up. Maybe you just don't want to make it look that easy.
Yeah. Unless you convince yourself that this is just a position play, big blind button dynamic, and maybe a 4-bet pushes your opponent off. He doesn't know that Kaufman has aces. PUBG Karakin says, hello guys, could you read some comments? We've been doing that for most of the day.
Let me handle this one. Yes. Thank you for your question.
Esta tenéis que mirar con qué me resube. Mirarlo en móvil. Ahora le foldeo yo, pero quiero saber qué
So
tiene
the
para
re-raise
a ver si me
gets
lo está
through
haciendo
that.
Si me lo está haciendo tricky o me lo está haciendo
As
bien.
we head across the room, the main event on break right now, but one tournament that's not on break is the Super High Roller, which is down to the final 6 players. Just going around the table here, we've got Mikolai Vaska-Boynikov, Sam Grafton, Jean-Noel Thorel, Kyan Mokri, Tim Adams, and Steve O'Dwyer. A limited number of entries in this Super High Roller and already down to the final 6. So even though it's meant to be a 3-day tournament, it will play down to a winner today. Hence, we are not streaming the final table of this tomorrow. Instead, we are streaming the final table of the Estrellas main event because that's had a day added to it.
I like how they have their dedicated wait staff and media table.
Well, that hand was a raise and take it for Kyan Mokri, who is chip leader right now with
yeah, sure
1.9 million. So back to this record-breaking Estrellas main event, the penultimate day. 11 players remaining as we play down to 6 tonight. And is it my imagination, or is that a pretty committing raise from Kimmo Kirko? That's a virtual all-in. 5 million, leaving himself 800K behind.
Ooh.
And Kaufman wakes up with kings.
We have changed. It's back to the same table.
Is it aces and kings, like back-to-back hands? Nearly?
And Kirko is the player at risk and is going to need to see an ace on the desk.
E6, I think.
You'll see later in the translation.
Yeah?
You'll see later in the...
Yeah. A6, A6. Wait, he says that? A6.
I'll check.
He's shaking his head now.
Maybe next time will be a 4-bet.
Well, this could be the hand that takes us down to 10.
Didn't even have time to get a shiny hat.
Kings holding post-flop, and that will see Kirko's equity drop to 18%.
A lot of backdoors.
Yeah, 5 of hearts.
5 of hearts will be incredible. Oh, damn.
Okay, has now picked up the heart draw. That's something.
Maybe a shiny hat is in his future.
Ace on the river or a heart required. The river is the 6 of diamonds. And that will see Kimmo Kirko KO'd. He is our 11th place finisher. We are down to 10 in the Estrellas main.
What a life.
By kings.
52,080 euros.
With dealer, I think it's a good hand, pick 9, with 2.
And if we get one more elimination, or rather when we have the next elimination, we will have the redraw for the 9 seats at the unofficial final table.
I wanted to tell you, but I didn't want to tell him.
10.
And a page up. A 10K page up.
Yes, because 10th place will also get 52 grand, and then we've got 62.5 grand for 9th.
Bubble time of final table. I like it.
Yep, 5 players on the main stage, 5 players at the outer table. Top Seat Box asks, how is Ratman in the top 10? The guy's an EPT main event champion. Show some respect.
Sorry.
Been in the game a while.
I apologize.
I'm getting strong vibes like last year's EPT main event final table with the fun everyone is having here. The mix of personalities on paper seems like it wouldn't work, but it is.
Action on a Hoosier. Queen Jack in the big, facing this button raise from Dr. Kaufman.
A Hoosier daddy, James.
Looks like he's defended and
No
flop
hand
top pair.
No need for hand. Thank you. No need.
Sí. Supongo que no me va a mentir si sabe que lo puedo mirar luego. ¿Tú alguien me pilla Marlboro Gold antes del descanso? Quedan 43 minutos, queda mucho. Porque así puedo fumar como un bastardo. Este descanso sí que voy a fumar. Será el descanso, estamos en Bubble de mesa final. Lo sé. De 20 minutos. No, no voy a comer, bro. Déjale. Quizás me pido un bote de macarrones y me lo como aquí.
Check, check. Sorry, one
Es lo que
check.
como cada día.
Oh, it was check,
O
check.
pídeme un bikini.
Yeah, gets the showdown and Ahuja wins another
Me
pot.
lo voy a comer aquí el bikini. Si me lo pilláis de ahí, me lo como aquí.
Not a lot of pressure being exerted. It's kind of understandable.
Would you call 8
People
million?
playing relatively cautiously.
Would you call 8 million blind versus blind?
It's a lot. Why?
I would shove if he folded.
If you folded? Yeah.
8 mil.
Hein?
Yes, for
Ouais,
sure.
mais là, je suis calme.
Apologize.
Là, c'est le bas du ventre, là. On est à 10, il faut attendre.
What did you have?
Oh, yeah.
Ouais, non, 9, mais c'est à 6, il a fond, mais 9, on va
It's time to go bowling real soon.
Ouais, non, on est 10, là.
3.5 hours of
Il faut qu'il y en ait un qui saute.
Yeah, he had about
Je suis dans la moyenne. Même pas, j'ai un peu moins que la moyenne.
Parker, what did you have?
Suited connector
Suited connector, yeah.
that you were ahead of before the flop, and I would have.
Yeah, and you would have. Yeah, but I think, I don't know.
But I mean,
À la base, très bien.
I see it's.
I didn't think you would call that.
Plus fort à 9 que comme ça, 5, 6.
I don't.
So this is a fair question from Johnny Lamberton, who says, why is he always yelling, referring to Cohen? Obviously, he's got friends on the rail, and rather than get out of his chair to go over to the rail and talk to them, it's easier and more convenient for him to just stay at the table and shout at them.
It's a generous
That is blind.
explanation of the yelling.
Who's big blind?
I put his big blind.
So I understand that people may have called Lucien Cohen to get rid of their rats. Who would they get called to get rid of Lucien Cohen?
Yes.
One more.
Ah, one more, merde.
I have to track down some kind of mutated rat that can get its revenge on
Revenge rat?
Yeah.
Hey, my
On
friend,
his brethren.
slow,
Have you ever heard of something called a Rat King?
Yes.
Do you know what it is? Do you just...
Isn't the Rat King some kind of actors club or something?
Rat King is like a thing that happens in the sewers of New York City when like thousands of rats become tangled together.
Oh. I was thinking of a different... Isn't there like some private members club full of actors where they have like... The head of this club is called Rat King or King Rat? Am I making this up?
That one I don't know about.
Okay, let me
Coffin opening, 10-9 suited, while we do some important research behind the scenes. Ahuja calls, 7-6 suited. Cohen's out with the 8-deuce of clubs. And the flop is king 8-5. 3 diamonds. Coffin with the 10 of diamonds. Solid. 10 high was already ahead. 5, 6, 7, 8 for Ahuja.
Faut que j'aille le ball, là. Je peux plus.
I just made this up completely. The Grand Order of Water Rats.
Oh, wow.
The Grand Order of Water Rats is a British entertainment industry fraternity and charitable organisation based in London. Founded in 1889 by the music hall comedians Joe Elvin and Jack Lotto. And whoever is in charge of the organisation is known as King Rat.
In 2023, I don't want to be a member of any club called the Grand Order of anything. Diamond on the river. completes the flush for Kaufman.
Would you like to know who the current King Rat is, Joe?
Is it a known person?
Succeeding Dougie Brown, Chris Emmett is the current King Rat.
So the answer is no, not a known person.
The British actor and comedian, best known for his work in the late 1970s on Radio 4 comedies The Burkiss Way and Alison and Maud. And I wish I was making this up, but I'm reading this straight from the internet.
Yikes. Is all I have to say. And Ahuja is gonna bet. Is going to bluff at this pot and gets snapped off by Kaufman. What a level Kaufman's having. Aces and then kings. The sevens were no good, but 10-9 offsuit. Big pot for Kaufman, who now is tied for second in chips at this table.
In the 1990s, Joe, Paul Daniels was King Rat. You've heard of Paul Daniels, right?
He played C-3PO.
No, the comedian with the lovely Debbie McGee.
He was the magician.
Yes. John Inman?
No.
I'm free?
No, I don't.
Oh, don't think you can do that joke in 2023. Danny LaRue, Les Dawson.
Danny LaRue sounds familiar.
George Martin.
Not trying to get a first of
Oh,
all.
not the Beatles producer, but a comedian that no one's heard of. Anyway, glad I looked that up.
A Rat King is a collection of rats whose tails are intertwined and bound together in some way.
Right. Well, we've all learned something today, whether we wanted to or not.
Oh, did you ever come up with your answer to the Johnny Lawton Thinks question?
No, I'm still thinking.
How many rats has Lucien Cohn dispatched in his illustrious career?
Tilka's raised with 9-6, called by Kaufman with tray deuce of diamonds. And we're going over to the secondary feature table because we have the sickest and classicest of all races. Ferreira all in with ace-king. Karadimos with queens. The ace-king, the at-risk player. And queens holding post-flop. Ferreira looking for an ace or a king to survive. Same outs needed. 6 cards that can save Ferreira. Needs to hit on the river.
Brutal.
The 3 changes nothing. And Diogo Ferreira from Brazil busts in 10th place, taking us down to 9. And that will necessitate the final redraw of this tournament. The 9 remaining players will now draw for seats on the main stage. We will carry on playing until they are down to 6 today.
I said brutal because Danilo Velicevic did most of the damage to Diogo Ferreira, cracking those aces with ace-10 when 2 10s flopped.
Oof.
Huge pot. And then ace-king, no good either.
So we need to verify the stacks of all 9 players. They'll need to draw their seating assignments. We'll need to get them mic'd. We'll need to get them on the main stage. We still have the former EPT champion, Lucien Cohen. We still have Parker Talbot, Tonka from Team Pro.
Ah, okay. Originally Ukrainian.
along with Ankit Ahuja and Igor Kaufman, who are still sat at the feature table right now. So with 9 players remaining, everyone's now locked up 62.5 grand. We hit the 6-figure scores when we get down to 7. The winner tomorrow, whoever we crown champion of this record-breaking event, is going to claim 676,000 euros. So yes, streaming this Estrellas main event over the course of today and tomorrow, playing down to 6 tonight, playing down to a winner tomorrow. And we are going to take a short break to allow the redraw to take place, to get the chip counts verified, and let the players take their new seating assignments on the main stage. So we're going to be back in around 10 minutes' time, and then the action will continue. This is the biggest live tournament in PokerStars history, and our live coverage of the penultimate day's action continues here on PokerStars TV on the other side of this short break.
James, I don't mean to put you on the spot here, but which chip is bigger, the purple or the green?
Oh, that's a good question. I did say it at the beginning, didn't I?
It must be green, because there's purple in the middle.
Purples are
already.
100, greens are 1,000, okay. Browns are 5,000. Here comes Alex Stevic. But he does have another pretty junky hand, though, 7-4.
But he's got all the chips, right? So, yeah, not all of them, it looks like.
Well,
looks like he's the chip leader, so opening light. All right, I'll allow it.
Well, Roback is the other big stack at the table. What a flop for Roback. All the equity under the sun.
Please tell me it goes running diamonds. I mean, look, Stevic has 2 piles of chips.
Stevic continuing for 14K.
So all options available to Roback. Yeah, well, raise, obviously, fine, totally fine.
He has announced raise, and we see a check raise to 50,000.
Alex better give him a couple of good looks to let him know he won't be pushed around. What's he doing? Why does he have chips?
Raise. Oh my God, he's re-raising!
Okay, all right.
Oh, this is awesome.
I mean, look, it would work sometimes.
Okay,
a non-zero percentage of the time, this would work.
Okay, at best, this is bold. At worst, it's button clicking. Crucially, how do you respond if you're Roback? You have got a straight flush draw.
Okay, so something that we're actually not thinking about that we should be is ICM considerations. I don't know how big of a deal it was then, but these are the 2 biggest stacks. Like, this is totally unnecessary.
Well, the re-raise from Stevic was to 160,000. I thought Roback may shove there. He just calls. The turn pairs the board, king of clubs. We can see that Roback is still a huge favorite, a 9-1 favorite.
I absolutely hate calling there. Personally, I just can't ever call there because you can't. Now what do you do? Like, this is one of the worst cards possible.
Well, he checks, and Stevic is loading up for another bluff. Bear in mind, his re-raise on the flop was to 160K. This is a bet of 60K. This is pretty small in relation to the pot.
Change. Remember how you said part of it was bold, part
and a
of
fold.
It was clicking? I'm going to call it bold button clicking.
Oh, look, and he gets a round of applause for everyone for pulling off that amazing bluff.
Yeah, I'd be pretty tilted, too.
I told you to play the flops. Didn't I tell you? I know, 8-9. He has 8-9.
He did not have 8.
And the blinds are up. 5,000, 10,000.
I miss some of this creativity. I miss creatively peeling your cards. I miss creatively stacking your chips.
So it's a 3x raise from Roback with ace queen of hearts. And there is a shove from O'Callaghan with 7 deuce.
Wait, what?
Okay.
This is just for the lulls, right?
O'Callaghan at risk and slightly behind.
They knew about 7 deuce back then, right?
Maybe the 7 deuce game was being played.
It wasn't like seatbelts and smoking while pregnant. They knew that 7 deuce was a bad hand.
Oh my God, it has always been coming 7.
Oh my goodness. That Roback, hold on. You got 1%.
Also, Callahan's the at-risk player. Oh, hello. Hello. A little bit of hope flashed at him, but I think Roback is still going to have chips. That was a big double up for David O'Callaghan. Ace-4 of diamonds for David O'Callaghan. He's all in.
That makes sense to me.
Luca Pagano has ace-jack in the big blind. And he's going to call all in, so Luca at risk, but he does have the best hand.
Domination Nation.
Ace-4 of diamonds. Luca's all in with ace-jack of hearts. Flop comes 4.
Oh, it's a 4 on the flop. And I fear, Joe, this is where the trend starts. This begins a narrative that will become prevalent on the EPT for the next 10 or so years. Luca Pagano gets done dirty. And he is out in 3rd place. His first cash of many on the European Poker Tour in the inaugural event. 20,000 euros for his 3rd place finish.
Down to 600,000 for Alexander, 550,000 for David.
Another Domination Nation situation. All kinds of paint.
David calls.
So Stevic raises to 85,000. O'Callaghan calls, and once again it's Domination Nation. And it's a queen high flop.
David checks.
Is now the time for justice.
Justice.
Alexander bets 135,000.
Go.
David calls.
Really tough to tell the size of Stevic's stack with his chips all over the place.
5 queen deuce. Tonka.
Oh, this is going to be impossible for O'Callaghan to escape from now.
GNGG.
All in and a call. And for the 3rd time, by my calculations, Stevic is in a position to win this thing.
3 queens, kick a check.
This one feels like the one, though.
O'Callaghan.
86%, one card to come.
Looking for his lucky jack. Does not hit on the river, and finally it's over. And this is the moment that Alexander Stevic became the inaugural European Poker Tour champion.
James, I just noticed a huge mistake. That was a 4-star hand versus a 4-star hand.
Some 4-star hands are better than others.
This is pretty cool, though, huh? Look at this emotion.
Crucial information left off the graphics. A great moment. And it all gets ruined by someone knocking over their lunch.
We have never hit this blind level before on the EPT. 200,000, 400,000 with a 50K ante.
That's over 10 times the starting stack for the big blind. Crazy.
Kimo Coco raises his button with ace-4 offsuit. Pocket fives for Tom Middleton.
Stacks are a little deep for Tom to 3-bet, call it off at 2-5, so maybe he just calls here. Nope.
That is a 3-bet to 2 million.
And I think Kirko could go either way here. And by either way, I mean fold or shove. Tom has left himself room to fold to a shove. And if Kimo thinks that'll happen a certain amount of the time, he could easily stick it in.
He does shove. And Middleton calls.
Loose call by Middleton. I think he's really lucky to be up against ace-4.
Tom Middleton is a 70% favorite to win the EPT Barcelona main event on this hand.
That's about as big a favorite as you can be.
Kimo Kirko looking for an ace. It's a 10-7-6 flop. Fives holding for now.
Not a particularly dicey flop for fives.
Finn's looking for an ace. It doesn't come on the turn. It has to come on the river. Oh, we have a champion here in Spain. 3 outs for the Finn. That is not one of them, which means Tom takes the title.
Middleton is on Toppleton.
He was the chip leader at the start of day 3, day 4, day 5, and day 6 at the start of the final table, and now he is an EPT winner, joining his friends Jake Cody and Toby Lewis in that elite circle.
Also, let's not forget, good game, Kimo Kirko, but it's time for Hit the Hole to hit the bar.
Welcome back to Barcelona and the 2023 edition of the PokerStars European Poker Tour, where we're kicking off our 8 days of live coverage with the penultimate day of the record-breaking Estrellas main event. This is the local tour, the regional tour in Spain, which had a 1K main event, which attracted 7,398 total entries, the biggest live tournament in PokerStars history. They have already played down to the final 9. We will play down to 6 tonight. We'll play down to a winner tomorrow. And these are the 9 players about to take their seats on the main stage. The chip leader coming into this unofficial final table is Petros Karamidos from Greece with 44.8 million and 89 big blind stack. We've seen a lot of Marcos Tilka today. He was the chip leader at the feature table, but now everyone's at one table. He is second on the leaderboard. Ankit Ahuja has impressed so far. Lucien Cohen is a former EPT champion, won in Deauville back in 2011, and he is the Rat Man. We have 2 Israeli players at the table, and the short stack Joe is the last remaining member of Team Pro, Tonka, Parker Talbot.
He's been the short stack and the last remaining Team Pro since we started coverage today, and he's still alive and kicking.
And they're all now guaranteed 62.5 grand, 6-figure scores for the top 7. Up top, the winner tomorrow, as well as lifting the trophy, will claim that first prize of 676,230 euros. total prize pool in this event was around 7.1 million euros. With most of that money still to be paid. So time to get cards back in the air. And now all the remaining players in this event sat at the same table.
I'm excited to see them because a couple of these flips we haven't really witnessed yet, like the chip leader.
All right, one of you guys bust each other.
Yeah, just like go to war.
Cards up, action continues.
Man, this is annoying as fuck, actually.
I don't know how.
Is it just me or is Tonka really easily tilted?
It is not just you.
This is not going to work, though, is it like that? Maybe I just put it like this.
Like the Eiffel Tower.
I don't have one.
So yeah, we are going to see some faces we haven't seen so far today.
Did he say like the A-hole tower?
Good luck, gentlemen.
Eiffel, Joe.
Eiffel Tower.
So this is Danilo Velisevic. Ace-9 offsuit. And it's a raise to 1.25 million. And looks like it's raise and take it.
You guys let him get away with that first hand, eh? That's crazy. That's crazy.
Hello to KC, watching on Twitch. Busted out of this in 421st place, watching from my hotel room after winning a satellite ticket for the 5K tomorrow. Best way to spend a lazy Sunday.
The 5K, meaning the main event?
I'm assuming you're going to be playing day 1B of the EPT main tomorrow. Congrats.
Hell yes. What's the name again? Let's keep an eye out. I mean, we won't know their Twitch screen name, but what is it?
Yes, tell us your name.
You can whisper it if you need to.
Confirming I'm not losing my mind. So you just sit out all day?
Keith McIntosh. Keith, good luck. We're all counting on you.
And that's all you did?
Lucien Cohen has raised from the cutoff. He's made it 1.2 million. Blind still 250, 500,000 right now. Still got 33 minutes to run on this level. 10-9 off is the hand. Tielka defending the big blind with King 4 off.
Same stack as yesterday. That's doing well. You had 37 million yesterday? No, you had like
30,
20
31
million.
or something.
You had like 20.
And it's a king high flop.
30? I thought you begged
22.
Oh, I thought you begged more, sorry. I thought you begged like 30. Yeah. That's why I said sitting out.
Cohen continuing for 1.3, gets called by Tielka. And Cohen now picks up a straight draw on the turn. Is open-ended. Equity increases to 21%. Action goes check, check. The river is a jack, and that means Cohen gets there. Runner, runner to make the straight. Tielka still with top pair. And he's going to lead into a pot of 5.75 million. Marcos Tielka bets 1.5 million.
Look at that, he's sniffing the beans.
And a quick raise from Lucien Cohen. He's raised it to 8.5, and Tielka looks confused.
I am the red man.
I know we have the benefit of seeing all the hold cards. But Lucien Cohen doesn't seem like he gets out of line like this, right? Massive river raise, you've got top pair, bad kicker. It feels like a frustrating, but a pretty easy fold. He's talking. You're the chip leader. Andro on Twitch asks, has Cohen bluffed at all today? He checks it down when he's weak.
My final answer, by the way, is 3,967.
You think only 3,967 in what was probably a 20 to 30-year career?
You are the king.
You have jack?
Did you just use a calculator for that too, by the way?
No, I just plucked a number out of thin air.
You have jacks?
One jack.
I would go 5 digits for sure.
One jack.
One jack.
With a king.
Maybe 6.
No king. You sure? No king. I'm look after. No pay and look.
I mean, he's screaming fold. He's telling you everything you need to know.
Tilka thinking it through, and a reminder, this event does not play with a shot clock.
The big money.
Yeah, no, it's the big money. You want to pay?
No.
If you want, I pay.
Huh?
You want me to pay? I pay.
You remember want you leave tonight. You sleep, you sleep. Very difficult to pay, huh?
Allez, clock.
There we go.
Time.
Was that Tonka calling time?
Very difficult to call with king 4 here.
Go.
What?
Okay.
30 seconds to make a decision. I think it was Tonka putting on a French accent, by the way, who said allez, allez, clock. Any player at the table is entitled to do that. And that's a call! Oh, Tilka Heroes with a king gets shown the nuts.
No pay! No pay! Right, man!
The former professional exterminator, the so-called Rat Man, wins a huge pot there.
You lied.
What, man? Right, man.
Smell the beans.
Hey, no pay. No pay. Hey, no king me. No king.
Well played.
No pay. Look free. You look free.
It looks like a lot.
The former EPT winner is now third in chips. Lucien Cohen, the Rat Man, 64 big blinds.
Yeah, last time he was big blind.
Tu continues ainsi, c'est le prochain à sortir.
Fair man.
My friend, I am crazy man.
Yeah.
Story checks out.
No problem, huh? Parce que you costaud. I am.
Don't worry, sir. It's okay. Good hand.
That's
I
nice.
am you no pay. Look free.
As a viewer, I love Cohen, but if I was the guy that just got beat in the pot like that, I would be on stone tilt. I'd be like, I don't know if I'd say it, but I'd definitely be thinking it. Who jacks?
Yep. Ankit Ahuja opening here with the Jack of Spades, Jack of Clubs. Made it 1.2 million, and looks like Cohen is coming along with Ace King. No re-raise, just a flat from the hijack. Tilka, no doubt, tilted after that last hand. 7-6 suited in the small.
Yeah, just sit this one out, pal.
Right? Day one. Me? Yeah, day one.
3.5.
Oh, no.
Oh, buddy, you've stepped in it big time.
I mean, and without seeing the cards, this table is going to be well aware that Tilka is
to make
quite
final table together,
possibly
and then get
tilted.
1-2 as well. We had a nice corner of death, we called this, where we just knocked. We were on day 3, right? Yeah, yesterday. Yeah, yesterday. Yesterday in the morning. We were the only 2 left after like 6 hours or whatever. We got them all. But now we've had to make a new corner of death here, right? Because these guys have lots of chips and we're on the outside, so you guys will have to suffer, unfortunately.
All in.
You can play pots against each other, but...
Ahuja shoves. What does Cohen do? Quickly folds the ace-king.
Yeah.
Can you count it, please?
Oh, we're going to get a count now?
Oh, just wasting everyone's time.
Almost 21.
I know he wants to make this look good. I get it.
I neither want him to call, nor do I want him to get a count and fold.
Count to 10 in my head, make it look good, and then fold.
Throw him a 5.
That was it.
That would be fun.
No, nothing.
He wanted to shove.
Poker fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Agree.
Good fold, good fold.
Exactly, Tom. Could you imagine if this guy got rid of a rodent in your house and then started dancing and singing everywhere?
That would be amazing.
I almost want to have a rodent in my house so that I can have Lucien Cohen come around, kill it, and then sing and dance.
It'd be a hell of a feature just to shadow him on the job one day, see what he does. He gets down on the floor, looks in that little mouse hole and goes, blah, 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 blah.
Seven raise.
Yeah, 7 raise. 9,
No,
8,
it's
7.
8.
No, but we are speaking about the balls.
8 bucks, 9 bucks. It's 1 through 10.
So 10
Under the gun raise from Ferdinado D'Alessio.
How dare you?
Believe D'Alessio was the start of day chip leader, currently second in chips, started the hand with 75 bigs.
Who's got more, me or you? You.
D'Alessio has the spraggy, ace-7 offsuit. Kaufman's in the two pair now for D'Alessio. Well, we are going to step away briefly from the Estrellas and drop in on the EPT main event because, Joe, there is a soccer superstar playing in this tournament. We are looking at a chap by the name of Sergio Aguero.
Sergio Aguero, he's one of the best kickers in the game.
He is also, and this is my favorite hashtag fun fact about this guy, married to Madonna's daughter.
Madonna's daughter?
Correct. So what it says on the bit of paper I've just been given.
That's crazy. Madonna and Guy Ritchie are different. No, it says it's Maradona.
That's a typo. It's clearly meant to be Madonna.
Maradona. Is Maradona Madonna's daughter?
Maybe.
Maradona. No, Maradona is an old man. So it makes more sense that someone would be married to his daughter.
Wait,
married to Donna? Is that what they're saying?
You call? You call?
No, this guy Maradona seems like he was a really good kicker too.
It's also pretty handy.
I have suited ace.
Either way, I hope the wedding night was like a virgin.
I think about sleep.
My friend, huh?
Kaufman calling on the button with ace-8 off. Kaufman a little loosey-goosey.
Well, the flop is queen 7-6. 10's still good.
Pedro on YouTube says the commentators better stick to poker and leave football alone.
We weren't talking about football.
Maradona played in the NFL?
We were talking about soccer.
Yeah. How many Super Bowl rings does Maradona have? Kaufman really needs to get lucky on this river. And maybe can pay off a small bet with ace high. Maradona has 0 SEC titles. Thank you, Aggressive Goose. Yeah, Kaufman did pay off the river bet, $1.2 million. Hooch has been pretty solid.
Yeah.
Okay, someone says better search Maradona to see what kind of Okay, so it says here you did say you were going to break the internet.
That's not what I was referring to.
The hand of God unplugged our servers.
Well, we'll not allow this trolling to continue. Pull the plug. These people are obsessed with playing Queen Jack offsuit. I was under the impression we should be folding. Food, we use a ZX Spectrum.
I do like this theory from Yo-Yo Skybomb that it's the Rat King eating through the internet cable.
Oh, God, don't. This is what happens when Lucien Cohen plays poker. There's no one to deal with the rat problem.
We don't need to use this anymore? Do we still need to use this? Oh, okay.
I mean, this is why you just...
Both.
Queen Jack offsuit from that early position. There's just so many ways it can go wrong.
Thank you.
Huja really taking his time with ace deuce here. You got to be thinking about a cold 4. I don't think you can really call, but some people in chat going to bat for us, noting that there are some outages out in various countries right now, England and Spain being 2 of them.
Computers can go wrong.
How many you play? 22?
I think 22, 23.
I call. Et c'est quoi? C'est quoi le pire de
Tonka needs to be saved by the bell.
Yeah,
here.
there is a
Needs
break
to take a walk
in 13 minutes, and I think he, of all players, is going to benefit from that break. And hopefully he can just get away from it on the flop.
It's hard to watch, actually. It does beg an interesting question, James. Does he tilt this hard if Lucien Cohen doesn't react that way to winning the hand?
Hard question to answer. I think it's more about the fact that he made a bad, in inverted commas, call.
It could not have any effect on it at all. He could be tilting just as hard if Lucien got it quietly. Mitt on Twitch asks, why bet? Well, when you 3-bet before the flop and an ace hits, you're going to be betting your entire range a lot of the time. And there's a fair amount of hands that would call your 3-bet that wouldn't be able to fold to just 1 bet on the flop.
So Tonka has dropped down from the top half of the leaderboard to the bottom half, playing a sub-40 big blind stack now. Petros Karadimos is our current chip leader with 43.5 million, just shy of 90 bigs. Tonka remains the shorty at the table with 13 bigs. And 11 minutes until we hit the break, and the blinds will go up.
I'll put mine here. On the other side. Yeah.
There's no chipping the cards. Do we have to show it to camera?
Yes,
both.
They're using both.
Oh, okay. Because all the time I thought it was like chip.
The cameras is very never using camera before though for the last 6-7 years or something.
So something we highlighted earlier is once we do get down to 9 players, there is a pretty significant increase in prize money with every single elimination. And this is the point when we did expect the action to slow down. It's been moving at a pretty fast pace today with eliminations every few minutes. Yes, we've got a player with 17 bigs and a player with 13 bigs, but
I think this 25 minutes since we've come back from nine-handed is the longest we've gone without losing a player, which makes sense.
You're on 18.
my gut tells me it might take a while to get down to 6 today, but...
Yeah, okay, okay.
You never know.
I think so, too. I think we could be
14 house.
2 hours or more to get down to 6.
Well, look, average stack right now is around 50 bigs. And generally speaking, this tournament plays around a 30 big blind average. So they're pretty deep right now.
Kaufman with a legit hand this time. Ace-Jack suited.
Do we really need a dinner break?
Does miss this flop,
I'm not
except for
saying
the
we have to
spade.
skip- we could skip the dinner break.
We might not be able to skip the dinner break though, because it might be for like the camera crew or something like that.
Tonka.
Right? There's like certain breaks and certain things that have to be done so that the camera crew
He knows it all.
Not have to work for 12 hours straight or you know, something like that.
Yeah.
So it will be like mandatory stuff that are necessary even if players want to play through.
Yeah.
Guys, if you can get this done in another 2 levels, you don't need to take a dinner break. I'm telling you that now.
You don't have to follow like schedule of a network or something. At least that's
But kind of you do. You do.
Yeah.
Because like there's only a certain amount of time to film things, right? There's only a certain amount of time to play things, so shit does have to stick to like a pretty. You can make things shorter, but you can't really make things longer. It's hard. Well, we did make this longer, but it's like difficult to make things longer with like capacity and stuff.
Yeah.
Like,
in effect, we're trying to make it shorter.
Yeah.
Than longer. Like, so that they don't have to be late. Like they'll get off earlier too. You know, we might still just play till 6. But maybe not have a dinner break. I don't know. Or maybe play till like 3. I don't know. But by skipping the dinner break.
Like we'll see. You know.
Yeah.
Kaufman.
It's the break after this.
Lets it go.
Yeah.
So, well, still ways to go. Don't know yet.
Yeah, I'll be long out by then.
Hey, you don't know, man.
I don't. You're right.
You know, it could just be like some coolers or whatever. You just don't.
Flawless Technique asks, is that a Serbian flag over Velisevic's name? Yes, my understanding is that Danilo Velisevic specifically requested the Serbian flag.
It was like, it was a deuce.
Deuce?
Yeah.
So what's written there is incorrect?
Deuce flop.
Yes.
Okay, good to know.
But I cannot play.
So a reminder that we're going on break in just shy of 7 minutes. And yes, we are aware that due to internet issues around the world right now, there have been some problems with the streams on both Twitch and YouTube. So during the break, we are going to reset the streams. And that means we will be off air probably for a couple of minutes. So just be aware that during the break, the streams will reset. Which means you're not going to miss out on anything important. You're going to miss out on like some old poker hands that we would show during the break. It's the most obvious time to do it. Hopefully the streams hold until we get to the break. But thank you for your patience. Sorry for the glitches earlier on. Circumstances beyond our control, blah, blah, blah. Internet traffic problems, blah, blah, blah. Resetting during break.
James, it turns out Janina Maradona is Arguero's ex-wife.
Well, all I had was a bit of paper with that one hashtag fun fact on it. It didn't expand on the details.
Bedtime rap man or what?
Don't need it.
I said bedtime?
They've been divorced for over a decade.
He hasn't said anything in 5 minutes. He's sleepy.
Est-ce que nos jetons?
Sleepy boy.
Ratman! Special one, Ratman! My company, you. Embauché.
Man with many skills.
Je respecte.
Respect for D'Alessio, who's opened here with King Queen.
Toujours c'est vrai.
King 10-7 on the flop, with Karadimos defending the big blind. So top pair versus second pair. Karadimos checks, D'Alessio continues.
Oh.
Karadimos calling with second pair, and now has a straight draw as well.
Karadimos football rules.
Je crois que je vais même garder la chemise la prochaine fois. Et Dior, ils vont me faire un procès, Dior, avec le café.
So the last bet was 800K. This one is 1.8. Pretty tough to call again with a 10. Bye-bye.
Alors, je sais pas, ma préférée, c'est Roi 8. Super, hein. Peut-être, mais peut-être je fais que je gagne à la fin, peut-être. Ah, je fais. T'as compris ce que je veux dire? S'il soit un valet, je pense que je gagne. Voilà. Hein? Voilà. Et le 6, il fait gagner.
Le 6 te fait gagner.
Hein?
Mais
I want my whole break, you know?
Ça fait mal.
I didn't want to do that on break.
T'as compris?
Ouais, je comprends.
C'est ma main.
3 minutes left on this level.
Non, mais je t'ai rien dit. Hein.
Oh!
Ah, bah oui, j'ai même pas réfléchi. Tu verras sur le truc, je te mens pas. Hein.
Ah, tu verras aussi, je te.
3 8 colorés.
Tu verras, je te mens pas aussi.
On a le temps pour se taper.
Parker folds under the gun. Not going to have too many hands left this level.
8 folds, 9 folds.
Igor, ace 9 suited and dominated by Ahuja.
2 minutes. Vous savez que j'ai un doigt magique, hein, quand j'appelle la carte, elle descend. Because big.
10 raise, 1,650,000.
No.
1 fold.
Nice one, Lucien. Folds are the worst of the 3 aces out there.
3 folds. 4 folds.
Everybody else out onto the big blind. Tilt key. All right.
So it's going to be Kaufman versus Ahuja. Going to the flop, a domination situation in Ahuja's favor.
Par contre, il me faut un petit chocolat, là.
Check.
T'as de la monnaie ou pas sur toi, Ilan?
Jack 5 tray. Ace King High still the best hand.
Good news for Kaufman. I think this flop that you can get away from very easily with ace 9 of hearts.
$2.1 million, the continuation bet from Ahuja.
Now Kaufman can do the table a solid and tank for 40 seconds, let everyone get a head start on the break, and then fold. No.
We're going to squeeze in one more hand before the break, one more hand at this blind level. Blinds, I'm guessing, will jump to 300,000, 600,000 when we come back from break. Likely still to be 9-handed at this final table as we play down to 6 in the Estrellas main event.
Trance Music chiming in. Check to a tough shark on a scare card and you give him the keys of the Lambo. Unless you have the The station down and call might be best to bet scare cards.
Analysis that's as true today as when it was first spoken. So this is the last hand of the session. Let's hope it's a doozy. Ahuja folding 7-5 suited.
Ooh.
Smadga.
Oh boy.
All in with King Jack of Diamonds, has a 14 big blind stack, requests the red triangle of death, and
this is capricious.
The shove gets through, and that is going to take us to the break. So 9 players going on break, 9 players returning from break with the blinds up to 300,000, 600,000. Pressure on Tonka. The 2 Israelis also reasonably short right now. No such problems for Petros Karadimos and Ferdinado D'Alessio, 68, 69 bigs respectively. So back in 20 minutes time with more action to be played here from Barcelona. Antonius calling Gus Hansen raise with 7-6 suited.
Hansen Antonius, welcome to Rail Heaven.
By the way, I'm pretty sure of all the players we've seen so far, Patrick Antonius is the only one who is still making EPT final tables in the modern era.
Yeah. So far.
One of the all-time greats, that is for sure.
So Antonius does flop a pair.
Action checks around.
A rare slowdown from Gus Hansen, but he is multi-way with no connection to the board. Bergstrom with the double gut shot straight draw. A 4 or an 8 will make him a straight. You'd imagine. Yep.
Wait, how do you even see that double gutter there? Now I know why you do this for a living.
Well, double gutter does brick. Bergstrom at the river with just 9 high. Antonius checks his hand. Can't bet if you check. That is the 2005, and I think reasonable decision to bluff here as well. It will be one of the worst hands he gets to the river with. I'm sure in 2005 he's not thinking about not blocking any diamonds and just getting Antonius to fold some ace-high diamonds or something like that, but just because he isn't thinking about it doesn't mean it doesn't work to his advantage. He is betting 84K with the 7-9.
Do it. Can he do it? There it is.
And that's why he's the best. Patrick Antonius picks off the bluff.
Oh, man. What a guy.
Antonius. So King Deuce against Ace Tray. Spades would make things spicy. And there are two of them on the flop.
I like it spicy.
So Patrick with the pre-flop betting lead. Looks to continue when he flops pretty well himself. Makes the flush draw, bet 60,000. And Bublé, most players in 2020 with the nut flush draw, I think most likely to call, but definitely good to play aggressively as well. I think that was one of the first real poker lessons at Super System 101 for you. You got a draw, you play it quickly.
Also, you want to put your opponent to a decision for all his chips. I have to say, Patrick's finger has been in his ear a lot. He's going to call with the king-high flush draw. Bublé way ahead with the ace-high flush draw.
Well, we know he wasn't getting information in his ear, that's for sure.
You're a huge underdog. Call it off.
And there is the flush on the turn. So Jan Bublé is going to win that pot, do a little dance, and make love tonight. Blinds 20,000, 40,000.
Blind versus blind. Patrick Antonius in the small. Big Bublé.
King 3 against 4-3. And an ace, ace 4, 2 spade flop.
This seems like a 2005 confrontation.
Yeah, I think if Antonius is checking, a lot of the time it's going to be to check raise, and we see Bublé betting his hand for protection. Very similar to the big pot we saw before at the end of season 1, right, where you have one player with the trips, but the bottom pair tends to play very quickly in 2005. Yeah, check shove.
All in, I call.
Snap call.
Wow, snap calls with a 4 and has marginally more equity. It's 55-45. Patrick can't believe he got called by a weak 4.
Oh boy.
And now
Bublé has a flush draw now as well.
Is a 70% favorite. And it is a heart on the river, the flush for Bublé. Patrick Antonius eliminated in 3rd place.
And he was never heard from again.
117,000 euros. His 3rd place cash out in EPT Barcelona.
$20K, $40K of the blinds. King, queen. Looks like a hand that could generate some action. Not sure yet how much.
It's typically however much these guys can move out in one motion.
Yeah, that's the sizing choice. It's on weight.
It's a raise to 110 according to Thomas Kremser. Can't raise to 70,000 if the blinds are well, the blind with 40-80, right?
20-40, I think.
Okay, 20-40. Well, he definitely can't raise to 70,000.
Yeah.
I'll let him do it. They have the small chips.
It should be like a pick and mix at this point. Just put him on a scale. 3 pounds of blues.
Christy Johansson pairs his deuce.
Oh boy.
Wow.
Excuse me?
Just shoving
I don't imagine a better hand's ever shoving here on this spot.
Sorry, he just shoved 2.2 million into 200,000.
Well, James, you said it yourself. Sometimes you just got to put a man to the test for all of his chips.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's the right look right there.
I mean,
Johansson rightfully baffled.
As baffled as everyone else is by this play. I mean, he's got nearly 80% equity here. If he makes a call, it'll be a huge call. And he does, and it's the right call. So Johansson at risk, but way ahead.
I mean, obviously it wasn't for the full 2 million, but it was still 1.1 million effective into a 200,000 chip pot. It's like a 5x overshove.
And Johansson set for a double up, just has to fade a king or a queen on the river. It's a queen, and it's over. Christy Johansson, the runner-up for 228,000 euros. Jan Bubli, the EPT Season 2 Barcelona champion, taking down this event in September 2005 for 426,000 euros.
Blinds are up to 4,000, 8,000. And on this hand, we are going to sweat with Tobias Reinkemeyer, who's in the big blind.
Olo doesn't sweat with anyone. That's why he ditched the sleeves.
He folds. Watson's out.
Showing the card seems like a foolproof way to show everyone what you have.
Mercier and Jensen. And Dan Smith all pass. So round to Philip Sternheimer in the small blind. And he will raise. Makes it 20,000. Tobias's hand is...
looking good for a defend.
King 8 suited.
Yep, we can defend.
It's never easy.
Well, if Reinkemeyer calls here, it won't be easy for Sternheimer. He'll have to play the next 3 streets out of position.
And we're 100% German.
There's the call. Here comes the flop. King 9-9. Tobias will be feeling pretty happy about this one.
This board's pretty dry, and we've got an okay top pair, so if Phil continues, I'd say our most likely course of action will be to just call.
Sternheimer does continue. He bets 23,000.
Raising would eliminate most of Phil's bluffs, and folding, well, that's just crazy. Come on, you stupid banana head.
Reinkemeyer just calls. 93,000 in the middle. The turn card is the 7 of spades. Reinkemeyer picks up a flush draw.
Ooh. Phil bets we are calling again.
Sternheimer now checks.
I think I like a check behind here best. There's not much value to be gotten from worse hands.
42.
Reinkemeyer's betting 42,000.
Well, Phil's not going anywhere. Little trembly maybe too.
Well, his shaky hand manages to throw out a raise to 86,000.
Small raise relative to pot, but a big chunk of our stack. If we are losing, we can still hit a king that's probably good for at least a chop, and flush outs that are probably also good.
Tobias calls, leaving himself 92,000 behind. There's 265,000 in the middle. A blank on the river.
Not a great card for us, but it's basically the same as the turn.
I'm all in.
Sternheimer shoves, putting Reinkemeyer to a decision for his tournament life. And he is in this tournament for 2 bullets. He's invested 100,000 euros.
What should I do, Philip?
In general, this is either a 9 or it's nothing. This is why I like checking turn and just calling a smaller river bet. Even though we're getting 3.5 to 1, this is for our tournament life. I don't know if Phil's going to turn up here often enough with nothing to make this call for our last chips.
Reinkemeyer with just a bluff catcher. What's his read on Sternheimer? Does he think Philip's bluffing? He does! He calls! Sternheimer tables King 9. He flopped a full house.
Ew, our outs were not live at all.
Tobias Reinkemeyer calls it off and is eliminated.
Right. And we lose another full-blooded German.
Bye-bye.
Ich bin ein eliminated.
Sternheimer up to 900,000.
Don't like taking from other Germans.
Something tells me you'll get over it.
Back to the main feature table. Jason Mercier is folded under the gun. Actions on Philip Sternheimer, who's got pocket kings. He raises to 22,000. Jakobsen folds. O'Dwyer is out. Vitaly Lunkin's got queens.
See you at the river.
3-bet to 56,000. Watson folds the small blind. Negreanu folds the big blind. It's back on Sternheimer.
Both these guys should be looking to get it in. This is a really tiny 3-bet from Lunkin, so we may see another small 4-bet rather than a straight shove.
Sure enough, a small 4-bet from Sternheimer to 132,000.
Now, I know Vitaly is older and all, but there's no way he folds this, right?
Well, this is weird. A 5-bet from Lunkin. It's not a shove, but it is a virtual all-in. Most of his chips have just gone across the line.
And is Phil Sternheimer Hollywooding, or is he genuinely getting sick in the gutty works over there? You got kings, bruh.
And then he got like 200.
200 sentence trail-offs? Yes, just 199 more to go.
What, 300 behind?
Oh, he was counting.
Surely they're going to get the rest in here.
I think that was a legit groan. Talk about first world problems.
There aren't many players that would be taking this long against.
Wow, this is a legit decision. Somebody delouse the bakery because this is one hell of a knit roll.
I guess he thinks Lunkin never 5-bets with anything less than aces.
Well, Tolly, you got one of two hands, I guess, or maybe three.
And you're crushing all but one of them.
So I gotta think about it a bit more. You show me if I fold?
I know there's a chance that Lunkin shows up with aces, but you're never folding here.
All right, boys.
Well, Sternheimer has only called. He's left himself 61k behind.
Okay, I'm going to go all in blind.
That would have been way more dramatic had it actually been all in.
Well, I think the rest is about to go in.
I'm going to buy it. It's not too late to fold.
Sure enough, he's betting 61,000 blind before a flop is dealt, and Lunkin has called.
Can we turn him over now or wait to the flop?
Are you calling? Yeah.
Boy, is this table going to be surprised when they see him turn over those kings.
And Lunkin shows the queens.
Pocket Kings has a Heimer lock on this hand. Why is he standing up, though?
Well, officially, he is the player at risk, even though he is an 82% favorite here.
What are you thinking about?
Vitaly, you couldn't easily have aces there, you know? I respect your play.
This pot is worth 1.45 million.
Oh.
There's a queen! There's two of them!
Not bad.
Quads for Lunkin!
Wow, that was grosser than when your shoelace comes undone in a public bathroom.
Not bad.
Hold on, he can still hit running kings.
Sternheimer with less than 1% equity. And now drawing dead. Ladies and gentlemen, you have just witnessed death by quads.
That is horrible. Totally makes me want to vom. Sternheimer was in for 100K too. Phil, it's okay if you want to cry. No judgment here. This is a safe place.
Good luck, yeah. Good luck with the chips. Mike, good luck.
What are you going to do, bud?
What are you going to do, yeah? Good luck, okay?
As Sternheimer exits the stage, Vitaly Lunkin becomes the new tournament chip leader. Time for Sternheimer to spread the word. Hashtag death by quads.
No, what happened?
All in, like a 1.5, 1.4 million flop. Kings against queens. King, flop is queen, queen.
That was the birth of hashtag Death by Quads, by the way. 10 years later, we find ourselves back in Barcelona with the PokerStars European Poker Tour, and we are covering the penultimate day of the record-breaking Estrellas Main Event. The biggest live tournament in PokerStars history is down to the final 9 players from a starting field of 7,398. These are those 9 players. At one end of the spectrum, we have Ferdinado D'Alessio with 41.5 million. At the other end, Parker Talbot, Tonka, 5.6 million. Fewer than 10 big blinds. I'm James Hartigan. Alongside me for the next 60 minutes is Nick Walsh.
Hello, hello. Thank you for having me.
And Nick, we're going to get back to the action with the blinds at 300,000, 600,000 with a 600k big blind ante. Everyone now guaranteed 62.5k. We have reached the point where there is a big jump in the prize money with every single elimination. And as we suspected at the start of the day, that has somewhat slowed the action.
Yeah, absolutely. The ICM pressure is really starting to take hold. It has done for the last 2 tables in particular. So we're returning from the break, and we would love to see our boy Parker Talbot run it up, but he's got 8 bigs, James.
He does indeed, although he has been nursing a reasonably short stack for most of the day. He's done a great job laddering so far. Let's see how far he can go. And of course, the top 6 players, everyone who earns 136k and above, will return for tomorrow. That's when we're going to play down to a winner. 2 more days still to run on this huge, record-breaking Estrellas 1k buy-in tournament. And that's a key thing to highlight, right? 676k for the winner. We've had EPT mains with smaller first prizes. That's a 5k buy-in. This is a 1k buy-in.
Yeah, I was going to jump in and just say unreal turnout. I have never been happier to say we're going to do an extra day for a poker tournament, because this is incredible stuff here from the side event. Obviously still a main event, of course, but what I'm saying is the EPT main event is the main event, but this is becoming a main event in itself, and it's absolutely crushing it.
Too many main events, it's becoming too confusing. But yes, this is the conclusion of the Estrellas segment of the festival. The European Poker Tour now well and truly underway. Day 1A of that main event playing today, day 1B tomorrow. And I didn't check the numbers, but I know we had 749 entries on day 1A last year, Nick.
Yep.
And day 1A this year, we're already at 766.
I really, I'm not going to say it out loud, but you guys know what I'm rooting for, because I would love to see it.
Enjoy yourself, all right?
I think the record's going to get broken again. So back to the action. Another 60 minutes on the clock.
Karadimos, King 3 suiting. What a great name, Karadimos. Sounds incredibly Greek. Parker folds the small blind. Big blind has aces. Kaufman, 17 big blinds. Karadimos has 66. He's second in chips at the moment on our FT.
9.5.
You fold that King 3.
Caught him with his pants down.
Ah, il va partir avec un gangster. Ah, mais j'aimerais pas qu'il le remette dans le coup, quoi.
Calgary Hockey watching on YouTube says they should all agree to split it equally and end this. Leave feeling good and make new friends. See, that's the way I look at poker, and that's why I'm a terrible player.
Ahuja.
Ahuja!
Ahuja's got a Ahuja stack there. 53 big blinds opening from UTG +1.
I was thrilled to learn earlier on, by the way, that Gladiators is coming back. I was less thrilled to learn that John Fashioner has been replaced by Bradley Walsh.
Oh, another Walsh.
Smadga got jacks.
Smadga, 14 big blinds. There's only one way for this to go, James. And if it doesn't,
Now, obviously, I'm anglicizing this for comedic effect. I'm going to assume that it's Smadga.
Oh, okay. And also Smadga decides just to flat. Okay, fair enough. Final table, playing it cautious, crushing this ace-jack pre-flop. But you know what they say about the desk, James?
Always an ace on the desk.
Yeah, that's what they say.
Well, we've also got D'Alessio in the big blind, who has ace-6 of diamonds, so I guess we're going 3 ways to flop.
Do you know what they say about desks, guys? Never mind.
Jack's holding.
If I'm a Hooja here, I am checking this all day long. Yeah, it just feels bad. You've actually got showdown with the ace-jack, and obviously you have the opportunity to improve to the gut shot here. Smadga decides he's going to start betting now. Would be interested to see the actual solution for the jacks here. I did allude to the fact that I thought, you know, this player would just be all in with the 14 big blinds, but final table ICM is weird, and obviously being somewhat out of position there, UTG +3, maybe the flat is actually approved. You know, there's so much action that can happen behind you that you might be able to get away from.
So we've actually seen a raise from D'Alessio. Smadga all in, and D'Alessio priced in to call. Raised with the straight draw and 2 overs to the board. Backdoor diamonds also working for him, but Smadga now a 3-1 favorite to double up.
Yeah, James, I mean, look, 25% when you got caught bluffing ain't that bad, though. 1 in 4 times will take this pot regardless.
I had 2 pair.
Yeah, but you were folding.
Oh yeah, you were in the pot.
I had a.
You were in the raise.
I had a jack as well.
I thought we were just yelling out our hands.
Yeah.
So no diamond draw for D'Alessio, an ace or a 3 required. 10 of diamonds, the river. Sees Smadga get that all-important double up.
Yeah, great situation here. The flat paid dividends, disguised the strength of his hand, and was a good opportunity for him to actually get the full double on the final table. The actual dollar value of which is monumental, James. 676,000 euros.
Hello to Sir Toast III, who writes in to say, I played against Parker Talbot in Niagara Falls back in 2019. He beat me then, and I have seen his skill. I predict him to win.
Yeah, I know he's a fish, but anyway, moving on. Just kidding. Come on, Tonka. Let's see it, buddy. Let's pull a little move like that. Get some doubles in there.
Well, right now he is in the danger zone.
Danger zone!
Just 8 big blinds, and the second shortest stack is Igor Kaufman with 21 big, so it's Tonka by quite some margin who's the player at risk of elimination.
Yeah, we're obviously playing down to 6 today, guys. And there is a players' party tonight, James. Will you be in attendance this evening?
I don't think so, Nick.
Oh, that's a shame. So, of course, we would like to get to 6. However, we would love to see our boy Tonka run it up as well.
And that says, James, you were right the first time. It sounds like Smadga. Okay, we'll go with Smadga. D'Alessio completes in the small with the Spraggy, ace-7 off. Vilisevic checking his option with king-3 of hearts. It's a 7 high flop. D'Alessio, 4-1 favorite.
So Alessio here, 52 big blinds. And the king 3, 49. So quite deep. Check, check, and the king 3 picks up the flush draw. Yeah, strawberries. $2.5 million on the turn as a lead. Sorry, 700,000, excuse me.
Yeah, 700K into 2.5.
Correct.
And now we get the king on the river. So no flush for Velicevic, but top pair is good. And D'Alessio is going to value bet this 7.
Huh.
Thin value.
Huh. So thin, it's not even a value bet. Really considering a raise? I think you're just always flatting here. I think given the check on the flop, there's going to be plenty of king X that has you out kicked, so, you know. Having said that, I would love to see it if you can find it. Ho, 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 hello, sir. What is this? My guy, I absolutely love it.
Okay, is this raising for value or turning this rivered king into a bluff?
No, it's definitely for value, and I love it. I mean, you know, you can simplify the spot and just say, yeah, it's always a call, as I did myself. But, you know, really switched on, really feeling the flow, and legitimately thinks he is going for value. And he's actually hitting it on the head. He's going out. You might still call me with ace-7, maybe ace-9.
So, Aaron Paul Kramer, because you asked, I'll tell you. James Watts check for the day. Velicevic has the Rolex GMT Master 2 two-tone stainless steel and rose gold, known as the Root Beer. It is a personal favorite of mine.
Oh. I didn't know you liked watches, James.
I have been known to buy one or two in my time.
Hand number 97, guys. Still 9 left.
It's called the Root Beer because of the two-tone bezel, which is black and brown. And all of the GMT Master 2s, or the majority of them, are named after drinks. The blue and the red is the Pepsi. The black and the red, which has been discontinued, is known as the Coke. The left-hand drive model, the black and the red, is known as the Sprite. The exception that proves the rule is the blue and the black, which is the Batman. And that's what it's called if it's on the Oyster bracelet. If it's on the Jubilee bracelet, it's known as the Batgirl.
Wow. That was hashtag fun facts galore. Duck Truck in the chat saying, you still playing Sit and Goes, Nick? Absolutely. It's the only thing I can do. It's the only thing I'm good at. I am going to try and play some more tournaments in the future. As we go to the flop and 10-6 of diamonds, drilling it, plus Street Flash.
Wow. Street Flash potential here.
Okay, just going to see the lead. You know, James, I appreciate a lead there if you have a bad flush. But when you got the Street Flash, there's two diamonds that aren't even scare cards anymore because you're going to always have the best hand. So I don't know if maybe a little bit of opportunity missed there. He's thinking about it. He doesn't know if he did the right thing. Who just definitely got a interesting look going on, though. He's got a great thinking face. You can literally see the cogs turning, James.
Aces for Petros Karadimos, who remains chip leader, starts the hand with just shy of 40 million chips, more than 65 big blinds. Jack 10 for Ferdinando D'Alessio. Folds. Savage is out. King 3 off for Lucien Cohen.
Just a betting to take it. So that will see our friend from Greece take the chip lead, James. 69 bigs.
Well, it was already chip leader, has just extended that chip lead up to nearly 42 million now.
Yep, quite right.
Samuel says, James, are you sure it's not a GRNR GMT? So basically he's questioning whether it's the two-tone yellow gold and stainless steel rather than the two-tone rose gold and stainless steel. The way you can tell the difference is the rose gold is on the oyster bracelet and the yellow gold is on the Jubilee. I think Felisevic's watch is on an oyster bracelet, but let's double check. Yep, it's the rose gold.
That really is impressive, James. And a little situation brewing here now. Garadimos, as I just mentioned, our chip leader raises. KJ getting out of the way in the cutoff, though. Hooja. Is he tempted to 3-bet here? Okay, puts it in the bin, seems good. First that UTG. Probably a lot less 3-bets, of course. Cohen! Just flats. Ace-7 out of the way, that makes sense. Does not play well in multi-way pots. Karadimos takes another glance at the King-Jack suiting. Two checks. Deuce of diamonds on the turn. We've been seeing this all day from Cohen, you guys. Just playing very, very, very passively. Obviously, the flat with queens pretty unconventional already, but just really willing to check down, excuse me, in pretty much any situation, even when he actually has a hand. Just flats the turn. 3 of clubs is clean. Queen's definitely the best hand. Karadimo is probably quite happy to get to showdown with the king high as well, I imagine, but let's see how he feels about it.
Well, if he bets the river, I think he's getting called.
Yeah.
Checks it back. Queen's good. Lucien Cohen wins the pot. And Cohen's been pretty quiet for a while now. Tends to celebrate quite loudly when he wins a big pot. There you go, there's my understatement for the day.
Push back again. I said I wish I could get double down.
So we've referenced a few times already that Lucien Cohen won an EPT. It was back in 2011. He beat Martin Jakobsen heads up in Deauville. And again, I just want to shout out the fact that that season of the EPT, Martin Jakobsen had 2 second-place finishes to Toby Lewis and Lucien Cohen, and a 4th-place finish in Berlin, and still didn't get Player of the Year.
Yeah, you have to wonder if Cohen might have got a little bit more if he 3-bet that pre-flop. Obviously, we're on a final table. He's done very well to find himself here and negotiated the situation to a final table very nicely, but that passive play might be leaving a few bucks on the table. As we see D'Alessio opening pocket eights here.
Opening to 1.3 with the Snowmens. And a few people observing the stain that Lucien Cohen is rocking on the white t-shirt that is over the top of his actual shirt. The story behind it, day one of this event, someone spilt coffee on him. He considered it to be lucky and has therefore kept wearing that coffee-stained shirt every day of this tournament.
And it's working. It's working, guys.
I don't think Lucien Cohen considers himself to be a professional player. Oliotcho, he was a professional exterminator. He did kill rats for a living, which is why he's known as the Rat Man, which is why he used to have a plastic rat as his card protector. Looky! I'm sure you've seen some of the archive footage of him literally forcing that rat into people's faces.
Luki. Yeah, Cohen feeling his way around here, and the 6 deuce goes in the bin. Smadga in the bin. Garadimos the same. Tonka, this is a hand you can play.
Guys, we need somebody to bust it. We need it to not be me.
Okay, so a couple of comments I want to address. Crosstrack Error says, wouldn't he consider himself a pro after winning a main event? No, winning a single poker tournament does not make you a pro. Nathi says, are players allowed to sell chips to each other for real money? For example, if Kaufman and Smadge are left in a hand and one makes the other a great offer. No, we call that collusion, aka cheating, aka against the rules and likely to result in disqualification.
Yeah, aka chip dumping, and no, absolutely not. Olinskians, Sunday Millie time, and of course it is that time. You guys are interested in jumping into the 109. Says, Sunday Millie time, good looking everyone. Hopefully I'll see you tomorrow on the stream. Olinskians, I'm really sorry, buddy. I hope you go all the way. There's no Sunday Millie stream tomorrow, buddy. We're in Barcelona. This is what you're watching.
Wish we could license the Freddie Mercury Montserrat Caballé song. Just be so awesome to play that at the start of every broadcast.
I actually put that on my...
it's such an awesome song.
Rude.
I put that on my story on Instagram, actually. It's excellent.
Rude. I think he said 1.3. No? Oh.
Velasevich opening with ace-king, jack-6 for Cohen in the hijack.
I think you were a nice guy.
This is round to Tonka in the small blind. He's got the snowmans, num-num, pocket eights.
So just to update you guys, these are the two, sorry, not two chip leaders, excuse me. Tonka, actually 28 big blinds, excuse me. Our second chip leader was the initial raiser.
Yeah, Tonka doesn't have anywhere near as many chips as he once did.
Yeah. It looks like he's putting in a raise, and I'm assuming, James, his intention is to 3-bet call, because this is going in the middle. Although final table dynamic might 3-bet fold Ochos at this stage, especially with Parker being down to just 6 big blinds. And just strikes me as a situation that might have been better as a flat, given the fact we're on the final. Honestly, don't know it particularly well, though. Get your votes in the chat now, chat pros.
9 all in.
Kind of turning the 8s into a bluff here. It is difficult to play them from the small blind. I appreciate that for sure. You're going to get loads of folds, especially as one of the chip leaders is the initial raiser, so slightly wider range. Trying to apply pressure to the short stacks, or shorter stacks in this case. Shout out to Black Elf in the chat. My friend Yosef, 88 just jam. Yeah, I mean, I think that might be my line too, but with Parker being so short, interesting to see the adjusted ICM range here, because it's going to really heavily impact that a player is only on the 6 bigs. Thing is, those 8s, you know, as soon as you start looking at ranges here, Ochos start to become very shovey. And decides to fold it.
The shove from Velisevic gets the fold from Tilka, who's dropped down to around 20 big blinds. Was chip leader at one stage, was table chip leader for a long time. And now, third off the bottom. 13.6 million. So Tom wants to know what we're doing about Chat Pro Saturday. It's only Sunday, got a few days to go. But here's the thing, it's not a given anymore. It's not a right, it's something that has to be earned. So based on how everyone behaves and conducts themselves over the next 5 days, will decide on whether Chat Pro Saturday is allowed.
True.
Cohen is back in the mix. Min-raise with kings. Smadga. Now, I will harken back now for a moment, James. We saw Smadga flatting jacks previously, decides that he's going to do the same again now. Karadimos has a great spot to squeeze. Ace-9 suited would just be like an absolutely glorious situation. Probably not anticipating that jacks are going to be flatting here too often. It looks like that's where we're headed, though, guys, and I appreciate this move.
1 in low hundreds, then.
Seems like something you should know.
Yeah.
Fuck.
So yeah, obviously, you look at this in isolation and think jacks, kings could get it in here, but what on earth is happening here?
Yeah, James.
Lucian Cohen just flatting the 3-bet?
I was about to say, if there's ever a guy that's flatting kings, it's this guy right here.
And that means Smadga will flat with the jacks as well, and we'll go 3 ways to the flop. I was going to say, Nick, that Tonka having only 6 big blinds is going to stop kings versus jacks getting it in here, but the Karadimos factor has also thrown the natural order of things out of balance.
Yeah.
And we do have 2 clubs on the flop. Ooh. Got 2 overpairs to the board, plus we've got the nut flush draw. It's all kicking off.
Yeah, I mean, just notice how Cohen's body language changes as soon as he's actually in a serious hand, though, right? You know, not nearly as chatty, not singing, no rap, man.
Karadimos continuing for 2.5 million. Very quick call from Lucien Cohen with kings. And
if I lose that, I'm out.
Jacks. It is the James and Joe, by the way. The JS and the JH. And Smadga decides he's going to call as well, and we are still 3-way to the turn.
Wow.
19.8 million in the middle. Smadga has about half pot behind.
Yeah, this is really interesting. No club, deuce of hearts, about as bricky as it gets.
And Karadimos, does he want to fire again? No, checks it back. River card. is the king of hearts. It is top set for Cohen.
And it's the nuts.
He quickly checks. And no one bets into him, and he's so frustrated.
How are you ever going to ladder up me?
Fuck, man. How am I ever gonna?
You're on so bad. Nobody's out.
Guys, come on, be reasonable. E3 bet. You guys have kings and jacks. Somebody go all in.
Eh les gars, vous avez pas connu sur ma
You probably had tens, didn't you?
C'est la deux.
Or maybe like ace queen.
J'ai attaqué après la rallonge.
He's a stone warrior.
Not even. Just check back ace king.
Je vais attraper, je sais pas pourquoi. Qui va attaquer? Un petit 4 millions river. Ouais, mais je pensais qu'il allait attaquer.
Man, that was the fastest check I've ever seen on the river with kings. That was.
Oh, man.
Parker really thought someone was going to go broke in
Yeah,
that hand.
absolutely.
So frustrated.
Ratman.
I am Ratman, yeah.
Fucking Ratman.
Ratman.
Look, my favorite part of that whole situation, James, was when the Rat Man was like upset that he rivered top set and nobody was going to pay him off. Like, you got to do some betting at some point, Rat Man. If you want to get paid, you got to do some betting.
I think I might just leave.
Cheat, my friend.
I don't know.
I am cheat.
Me too, bro.
I am cheat. Hey, go. Hey, go, I am cheat.
Well, Lucien Cohen back in action, opening under the gun +2 with 7-4 of clubs. Raise and take it.
I'm cheat. Hey, cheat.
I love Cohen, man. The ultimate field player.
Is he saying he's on tilt because you didn't get paid off with his set of kicks?
She would have probably called you too.
No, I had a, yeah, of course.
You had a good shot then.
I had a really good hand. I really didn't believe. Yeah, you honestly don't know. Last time he did that, he had the nuts against you or whatever. And then other times, last time he did the speech about tilt, he had the nuts. Hey, you never know. King Jack.
Parker slowly exposing Cohen's tells.
And Croker making the point. That call by Tilka is looking worse and worse and worse and worse.
I see. I'm learning the strategies.
January. Je suis sûr d'avoir attrapé. Il va bouger les cheveux. Attends. D'ici là, 2 ans.
Karadimos doesn't even want to play the deuces as the chip leader.
Poker is fun for everyone.
Savage fold.
6 players remaining.
But it's going to be like 2.
No.
God, no.
Much sooner. Maybe
like in the next 2 hours. This is wrong.
So we're blind v blind, guys. D'Alessio, 49 big blinds or thereabouts.
We'll just play till 6 tonight. Like if it takes the next
65 big blinds in the big blind.
But I would guess it'll take like 2.5 levels max.
Yeah, you're gonna raise a bunch of this junk blind v blind. It's just what you're supposed to do.
Play till 3.
Actually, seeing these kings and jacks, I don't think it can happen.
Yeah,
we need aces and kings.
Jesus. No, that's not going to do it.
Okay, well, Jack High is still the best hand.
I want to see like a 1 big blind bet on this flop, James. When you're in position, this is like absolute gin. This is exactly what you're trying to exploit. You're going to raise, you're going to bet dry flops like this. It's not the driest board, but when it comes to ace king high, you're just going to bet nothing. And yeah, there you go. Let's go. 2 big blinds, easy game. Take it away.
Yeah. Scary guy.
Après check. Après check. Mais je payais tout, de toute façon. Je payais tout, je sais pas trop payer. C'est la merde. Mais t'inquiète pas, c'est parce que j'ai pas envoyé qu'ils ont payé aussi. Si je l'envoie, peut-être que je gratterai. Ouais, je veux pas de trèfle, par contre. Eh, trèfle, ils envoient une douche, je sais pas si tu payes. Ah bon? Tu passes pas.
Going to correct our moderator, Ed, on YouTube. Oh, no, he's Fine. Okay, well done, Ed. Second part of your answer. IC2D asks, where is Nick Walsh from? And Ed's original answer was Nick is from Brighton in the UK. I would say Nick lives in Brighton in the UK, but yes. Ed then follows up with, well, originally from Wisconsin, but has lived most of his life in the UK.
Yep.
There we go.
Correct. Racine, Wisconsin.
So good rescue there by Ed.
Ed K knows. Ed K must play.
Kaufman has opened with queens. D'Alessio with king-jack.
Had some big hands on this final table, James, but no car crashes as of yet. That King's Jack's hand's super weird.
Well, there is no hand bigger in poker than the Spraggy. Ace-7 offsuit.
I don't know about you guys in the chat, but I get this vibe from Ahuja, like he really wants to make a move. Like you can tell he's like just holding, he's got the restraint. He's just trying not to pull the trigger every time, but this might be the moment that he tries to pull it off. It's a good combo to do it with. Ace-7 is not a good playable hand, but does have a lot of the characteristics of a hand that is a good three-better. Of course, through that bluffing with this kind of combination.
Allô, tu rigoles. Allô, on va rap quand je colle. On va rap quand je colle. T'as compris aussi ça psychologiquement? Deux dames aussi. Tu vois, allô, allô. Moi je vais bien coller. Mais partout à moi.
Come on. You can't be doing that. Can't take a minute and a half and fold. That's outrageous. Next time clock him 30.
Blinds going up in 25 minutes, and Tonka is nursing a 6 big blind stack right now.
But you did the one that shouldn't be allowed once you take this long. Once you take this long, you should be mandatory call. You should not be allowed to fold. Same thing with somebody raises, you take 30 seconds in like first day of tournament, mandatory put chips in the bottom.
I've been snapping most of my decisions. You know
have.
that.
Sevens for Kaufman. Opens with a call. Again, it's part of Kaufman's MO is to limp a lot of hands pre. And that means Lucien Cohen gets to see a free flop with Jack-10. And is that him checking his option, or is that him checking in the dark?
Again, Cohen chirpy as soon as he doesn't have a hand. And I'm not trying to call out our guy. Big Cohen fan.
Oh, wow. Just gets better and better.
Don't check again.
No.
Cohen.
No.
Cohen.
You're about to win the absolute minimum with a full house.
It's a chop pot on the board as well most of the time. Don't.
I mean, I folded King Jack with you.
Tonka's going to go mental when he sees this.
Honestly, this is inappropriate. I think Cohen should get a round penalty for that behavior. That's not allowed.
Granted, he is the player out of position, so he could legitimately argue he was checking the river hoping to induce a bet.
No, that is the perfect board to convince your opponent to call for a chop pot. It is perfect.
Of course. Without
this guy's an EPT champion. I will not have his strategy questioned.
That's fair. That's fair. I withdraw my statement, but I really feel like he's missing opportunities here.
Don't need a full house.
Those kings, that Jack-10. There's a bet somewhere. At some point, you got to put chips in the pot, James.
My friend, no look.
Look. snap.
You always do.
D'Alessio is raised to 1.3. Cohen in the small blind this time with Jack 4 of hearts.
You have a spot, you have a spot. What are you going to do?
I don't think any spot takes a minute and a half to fold. Yeah, of course. Take your time to do it.
It's raise and take it for D'Alessio. Ramboka says there is like a 0% chance he's going to win the tournament. You're new to poker, aren't you?
I made the right fold. Against him.
Keep telling yourself it's a skill game.
Against not flat.
And I will remind you, this guy has won an EPT main event already.
It helped in the end. Cool.
That's fair enough, Curling Master. Poker is indeed a skill game. The skill you need is winning tournaments.
Oh, Ivey. Pero, yes.
So a button raise from Cohen has been called by Karadimos in the big blind. It's 9-6 versus Jack 7. And Cohen just continues to flop the world and will no doubt win the minimum as this gets checked through the streets. I think he might bet. Yep. And gets an immediate fold. And Cohen is now just moved over the 50 million mark. Lucien Cohen is the chip leader with 9 players remaining, with around 85 big blinds.
Oh, man.
Tu vois ce que j'avais dans la main, tu veux venir foutre.
Tonka with 9-7 under the gun. He's going to take the big blind on the next hand and post the big blind ante. And that will account for 1/3 of his stack.
Yeah, I mean, we're getting to the point where he's going to be priced in just to go with whatever he gets dealt. And we got a little situation brewing here. Ace-10 suited raises, Ace-King suited for our second in chips who has 70 big blinds. The initial raiser starting the hand with 18 bigs. I'm assuming it's going to be a 3-bet fold, to be fair. At this point, especially with Parker being this small Ace-10 suited, it just doesn't feel great. Again, UTG +1 being 3-bet by UTG +3 really isn't a spot that's like massively overbluffed here as well. So it's not a moment that you're going to take a stand when that pay jump is looming, and it's a chunky one. It's about 20K.
Tonka with 7s in the big blind. However, there's been an early position raise. There's been a mid-position 3-bet. You've got an awkward stack size, 20 bigs. There's a guy with 6 big blinds about to post on the next hand. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what we were leading up to.
Every single time. No questions. Easy. If you're Kaufman, you don't want to be pushed around here, but it's just not a high-value situation. Your guy is not bluffing in this spot that often.
My name is Dr. Kaufman. I am an amazing marksman. Please take my word for it.
Chat, name that reference.
They did earlier on, Nick, but
Oh.
chances are it might be a different audience now, so worth doing it again.
Yep, seems good. On to the next one.
Which is to say there'll be people who've joined the stream since then and people who've departed since we last asked that question.
Parker's talking to the rail, dashing back for his hand. Is that mockery on the rail?
Yes, seriously.
Very good.
Yeah, very good friend. Thank you, my friend.
C'est moi.
Fuck you.
Yes, Lobster 667. It was from Tomorrow Never Dies.
I already did this once, like fourth hand of the day or some shit. They've taken ages to raise and then 3-bet, and I'm in the big blind, and I just got up from the table and walked away.
We've got a Gibbons from Kaufman limping under the gun with pocket fours.
Really smart guy.
Quick shout out to Tom. Announcement in the chat. Final 10 minutes. Late reg. $1.10 mini EPT.
So you can't win all the chips and break all the rules, all right?
Velasevich is going to call.
I love Tonka.
What is this, some fucking squad player?
Ahuja with the Grafton, 10-9 suited.
Does he know that that's the Grafton? Is he aware of that?
I guess not.
Clearly hasn't been watching the stream.
So this has come round to the blinds. We've got Tilka in the small, Tonka in the big. 6 deuce for Tilka. He completes. So Tonka can see a free flop.
3.2 million total.
Or he can do this, moving all in with ace-jack.
Mr. Parker, Mr. Tonka, Mr. Canada. I mean, it's a great hand to wake up with as a big blind, right, James? Especially when you got 6 bigs to start the hand.
And with the reshove from Kaufman, we're off to the races. Ace-jack against fours.
110.
Fours with the slight advantage. Tonka, the at-risk player.
I had a reasonable.
Claps in the chat for Tonka. Let's get it going, guys.
I had a very good hand, like playable, but.
King 8-5 on the flop. Running hearts needed, or an ace or a jack for Tonka.
Queen of Hearts on the turn.
Ace on the turn.
Hello.
And now Tonka just has to fade a sailboat on the river.
This guy's never lucky.
I actually folded 4, so.
No 4. And that will see Tonka survive. And he'll now be playing a stack of 7.6 million. Sorry, 8.2 million. And that means Tonka is actually no longer the shortest stack at the table. Igor Kaufman is now the player with the shortest stack.
I wonder if those 4 should have just gone in the bin straight away, James. I don't know if that was a misstep from Kaufman on the final table. Very low value open there when we're still 9-handed. That was a UTG open and stack, James. Yeah. I don't know if that was the move there, but great spot for Parker, especially when he was nursing that short stack. Much better position now, 13 big blinds. That's such a handsome fellow.
T'as compris? Tu limes avec 4-4 et tu show voler.
Je suis sûr qu'il va relancer.
Il a juste river en fait.
Et donc il paye pas de toute façon.
Non, ouais.
Il paiera pas si j'envoie.
Mais lui, ouais. Peut-être lui.
J'ai les goûts parce que je suis persuadé que là-bas il va envoyer moi. Soit en vol, soit avec une paire, tu vois.
Lui avec les valets, je pense qu'il paye. Une petite mise.
In the words of Alan Partridge, speak English.
T'as compris, dans ma stratégie, c'est tout ça pour ça. Je pense même pas qu'il va avoir le roi.
You're a mentalist.
He said that line in response to a French woman telling him that he was being xenophobic. Speak English. King 9 of diamonds for Ahuja.
I only just watched Greed. You know the film Greed?
I haven't seen it yet.
Oh, I very much enjoyed it, and I thought he was fantastic in that. Folds round.
Round to the button. Marcus Tilka. 8-7 of spades.
dynamique, elle repart. Faudrait qu'il y en ait un qui casse.
8-7 spades. Everybody loves it. You can literally do nothing wrong with this combination. Kaufman's all in. Misstep by the 8-7 of spades. I take it back. Yeah, I honestly don't know if I like the flat here. Tonka is relatively short stacked. There is a extreme short stack in the big blind here. I feel like you're probably just burning chips by flatting in that spot, especially when you consider the ICM pressure he's under. That takes Tonka down to 17 bigs. Kaufman now slightly above Parker again. He went from shortest stack to now 17 big blinds with that one chip. And I feel like Tonka might have just given him a couple extra big blinds there when probably should have been getting out of the way. Okay, ace queen off. Under the gun opening, and it's a situation where we're gonna always see an open from this spot, especially as this is our second chip leader. Cohen wants a piece. Oh, never mind.
Oh, I thought he was calling with the ace deuce of strawberries.
Yeah, maybe I've got that wrong. It looked like he called.
He has called. He's in.
Okay. I'm not going crazy just yet.
Uh-oh. Karadimos just flatting with the ace-king. And now we've got Kaufman just calling with nines. And D'Alessio coming along. There's 5 players going to the flop, and someone's got something. I mean, good luck working that out. Obviously, it's a pair of 7s for D'Alessio, which is effectively top pair. Kaufman ahead, though, with the overpair to the board. I don't quite know how we've got 5-way to a flop with ace-king, ace-queen, and nines among the 3 hands.
Yeah, James, let me tell you how this happened. Cohen decided randomly to defend ace-deuce suited from UTG +2, opens the door for all the players behind to just see a flop getting good price. And we're narrowing it down now at least. So ace-king and nines.
Look, we predicted that this was going to slow down when it got to 9. I didn't think it would be like this.
Yeah, it's been definitely on the much slower side. Kaufman rocking that 100% licensed PokerStars merch. Is going to scoop this pot, though.
I'm working for both of us. Yeah, it's perfect. Yeah, one for me, 2 for you. Yeah. I guess next one is mine.
Yeah, seems like.
10 folds. Six one folds. 3 folds.
So there's about 8.5 minutes left to run on this level. Then the blinds will go up to 400,000, 800,000. Now, if we play through the next 60-minute level, Nick,
yep,
and we still don't have 6 players, we are meant to take the dinner break.
Okay.
Question being, will we hit that dinner break? I'm thinking it's looking more and more likely, and I get the impression that some of the players might not be overly happy about that and may just want to keep going.
Yeah, I mean, that's probably how I feel about it, too, if I was on the table. It's how I feel about it here in the booth as well. Let's just get it done. Let's get to our target.
Well, hold your horses there. We do have other people on this crew, other than you, Nick Walsh, who have been working since early this morning, who probably need a break and are quite hungry.
No.
Okay, look, I appealed to his better person, but I failed. Nick Walsh has ruled.
I apologize. I retract my statement. I was speaking from the perspective of a player. That's all I was.
Yes, of course, of course.
I think that we should give a clap for all of our fantastic crew here. Barcelona.
Also, I'm gonna take just a crazy guess that there is one player at this table who will really want a full dinner break, and that player is Lucian Cohen. King 7 deuce on the flop. It's top pair for Tonka. I heard bet, all in, fold. Happened very quickly there, but Tonka wins the pot.
Yep, pretty speedy there. I like the ship. I think that's good. I think probably just do it a bit slower, because then you actually give yourself the opportunity to still get called by like pocket nines there or something like that. When you do it that quick, it really feels a little bit on the stronger side.
Uncle Deuce says, who can eat at a time like this? Well, it's 7:30 in the evening, and if they play through the next level, that's going to be 8:30 in the evening. That's the time I normally eat.
Depends on who you talk to.
Depends on who you are.
Hand 115.
Sealord asks, did Griffin make it out to Barcelona? Not yet. He is due to arrive tomorrow, so should make his first appearance on the stream for the final table of this Estrellas main. And as we referenced earlier on, if Maria makes it through day 1A of the main event, she'll be with us tomorrow. If some calamity should occur, she will probably fire her second bullet on day 1B.
She loves a bullet.
Frankster says, I already ate dinner. Good for you.
All right, guys, so I've been saying this for probably about 40 minutes now, but it really feels like Ahujo's been wanting to make this move for about all that time. And here it is. It's finally coming. He's actually picked a good moment for it, too. I don't think D'Alessio has much of a response. Technically speaking, there's probably some frequency of 4-bet bluff with ace-deuce. It might be a better situation with a different combo, but when you have that ace in hand, you think your opponent's capable of 3-bet bluffing, you can probably get away with a light 4-bet there once in a while. Let's be real, though, James. Maria's going to crush it. Easy day one, not a problem.
Maria.
Maria. Nice move there.
You sleep. You go, no go. Right, man.
I'm not being funny, guys, but that clip is about to be the follow alert on the PokerStars Central stream from now on, guys. I'm writing that down. What's the time code? Somebody give me a time code.
190140.
Thank you.
Here's a question for you then, Nick.
Yep.
What was the follow-up single to Scatman by Scatman John? He did get a second single. I don't think there was a third. Stop waiting for the audience to help you.
No, I'm not reading. I wasn't reading. I wasn't cheating. Is it?
No, it was called Scatman's World.
Oh, right.
What was the follow-up single to Cotton Eye Joe by the Rednecks?
It's okay, don't worry. The police are here.
No, you got me again.
Popping an oak. So we've had the 3-bet from Ace-Queen. We now get Karadimos respond by moving all in with Ace-King. Tonka with the dominated hand. It's all in to call.
pretty hard to fold this one, guys.
You've put in so many chips already.
This is the second time Tonka has done this, but I think this time is probably a lot more logical, especially given UTG +1/+2. Yep.
There's the call.
There it is.
So it is a domination situation, and Tilka's going to need to get lucky, and Tonka is loving this. Tonka cannot wait to ladder after Tilka goes broke with ace-queen.
He is literally licking his lips.
That is going to happen 72% of the time.
French?
He's like,
this is a 20K ladder, guys, for Tonka if the ace-queen is Bustarino.
For everyone.
True. Oh.
Jack 8-8.
Just in case we have to sing. You go low, I'll go high.
Okay.
James, middle.
Yeah. Well, I understand that it's coming, you know?
Well,
Plus, I like him.
there is a 13% chance of a chop. Tilka can only win the pot outright with a queen on the river. 4 times out of 5. He goes broke here. The river is a 7. And that is going to see Tilka KO'd. And that is going to take us down to 8 players in this record-breaking Estrellas main event. Part of the EPT Barcelona Festival. And one-time chip leader, Marcus Tilka, will cash out for 62,470 euros.
One-time chip leader, dive time bezel.
Imagine winning 20K and you're not even in the pot. The glorious moment you ladder in a poker tournament.
So everyone now ladders up. Guaranteed at least 8th place prize money, 81,320 euros. Tonka, still the short stack with 13 bigs. Ahead of him, Avihai Smadga with 15 bigs. And blind's about to go up. I think we're going to squeeze in one more hand at 300, 600, and then we will be into level 38.
Who's next? And do not say me. No.
Who's next for Karadimos to eliminate for me?
Karadimos and Cohen tied for the chip lead, by the way. 48 million apiece, 80 big blinds each.
I grew up playing in Casino in Quebec, though. That's why I played my first poker, was in the French in Quebec. Why do you know Tabarnak?
Yeah, it's Québécois, no?
Yeah. But why do you know it? Oh, you're French. I keep thinking that you're Spanish for some reason. Like, I always think that you're Spanish.
Button raised from Ahuja. Cohen folds the small blind. Smadga in the big blind. Ace tray of diamonds.
Ooh, not even a defendo. You know what? I respect it.
Quite nice to say, to be honest.
And there is the new blind level being announced. Level 38 sees the blinds go to 400,000, 800,000 with an 800K big blind ante. That means Tonka's dropped below the 10 big blind mark again.
I mean, having 10 big blinds yourself, if you're Smadga, Parker having 9, I respect the ladder game. A lot of money on the line. If you can just outlast one more player, 2 more players.
Kaufman, ace, king, in early position.
The suited variety.
Now, Kaufman is fond of the limp, but I think he might be raising this time.
Well, especially it is, no, not quite.
Wow, so this is interesting. This is a guy who often limps in early position.
What is this?
And he's 3xing here.
Même la dame, je sais pas si je le paye. Il relance tout.
Zabati watching on YouTube says, my crystal ball says it's going to be Hoosier versus Cohen. Heads up.
My big blind.
I will allow it.
Hoosier. Is someone from Indiana playing?
Hoosier!
It's time.
That can't be copyrighted. I was thinking of pulling that sound effect up on my computer.
He's working for you.
You're doing the old-timey car horn, right?
No.
Oh.
Well, yes, but it was basically at the end of Gladiators, John Fashioner used to do it. I've no idea why. Every episode.
Down, 3 to go.
Ulrika would say, we'll see you next week on Gladiators, and Fash would get down on one knee, look at the camera, and go, Auga! And so basically, I'm just channeling my inner Fash.
5 down.
Russell Crowe movie?
To go.
I believe in your part of the world it was branded American Gladiators.
American Gladiators. Sure.
Now
Zap, Nitro,
Or King.
Titan.
So on our side of the
laser.
Atlantic, you had Wolf, who I think was like 60 years old. And we had Jet, who all the boys loved. All the boys.
Is Jet a man or a woman?
A woman.
A woman, okay.
A lady.
You had lady gladiators as well.
Laser, taser, blazer.
There was definitely a laser. I don't know about the other two.
I think that was from Dodgeball.
Probably nice to be that rich.
I can't believe it took that long. I can't believe it took that long to lose one player, actually. I don't know what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. It took one level.
Yeah, I think it's safe to say, though, we have 2 players in
More
the
than
danger zone.
I've said that.
Level and a half.
Forever.
Smadga, 10 bigs. Parker, 9 bigs.
Yeah.
I can't help but feel a little bit for Tielki. I think there's a lot of times where folks go deep in a poker tournament and they go out like 3rd or 4th and they are pretty bummed and they think about it for a couple days and they feel better about it. I think Tielki might feel worse later.
Yeah, I mean, this is such a
It's only 60.
such a big stage, but also it's just such a huge field. Joe, you got to ask yourself, how many times am I going to run good enough to make it to a final table like this? You know, poker being a game where you can make good decisions, but the cards don't always fall in your favor. And a misstep at this point, you got to think, am I going to get another opportunity? You got to believe. You got to manifest.
Speaking of believing, how about catching a queen on the turn?
How about catching an ace on this river?
Or a 9.
Chat Pro activated.
9 bet 4,400,000. 7-4.
Wow, wait, you don't need it. You don't need it. That's the name of the game. I mean, the name of the game is poker or Texas Hold'em or No Limit Texas Hold'em, but it's crazy. You can just bet. What do you call it? Win without showdown, right? Is that what you say?
That's it.
Was that our gag?
There are two ways to win.
Two ways to win. One is at showdown, and one is not at showdown. Blah, blah, blah. So, David on Twitch says, that sucks Bob Barker from The Price is Right died at 99. He really did get close to $1 without going over. Okay, I've seen like 1,000 versions of this joke. This is by far the worst. How did he get close to $1? So you got close to 100 without going over is a good way to... It's like you ripped off the joke and made it worse somehow.
The only joke worse than that is the ones that I asked ChatGPT to make for us in Monte Carlo.
He wasn't anyone near $1. He was 99 years old, not doll. Okay, sorry. Thank you for your comment. Lucien Cohen.
The 9-10 did it. The 9-10
A7 offsuit.
That did it.
Makes it 1.8 million.
He played for Jagger after that, didn't he? I think he seemed up.
Yeah.
I don't think so.
I don't know.
And Karadimos Man, I would not be opening any ace on this table unless it's ace king, because someone's just going to wake up with a better one.
I think so.
And Kaufman with 2 9s.
Yeah, he said more or less. That's right. And squeezing 6 7s.
Yeah, I mean, this is textbook why you don't play ace-7 at this stage in the tournament from this position. I mean, ace-7 is already a dubious raise at the best of times, and now you're just in a ton of trouble.
Trouble indeed. Trouble ahead, trouble behind.
I mean, if there's any player who can lose the minimum in this pot, it's going to be Cohen, but it should have never been an open in the first place. I think really you're burning EV dollars in a serious way here.
Well, now everyone has a really solid pair. Aces for Karadivas, aces for Cohen, jack for D'Alessio, 9s for Kaufman.
The guy that never bets finally finds a bet, and he's behind. Checks the full house. That's the ace-7. But understandably so. I mean, he's going to have the best hand here, an absolute mountain.
Dubious, as you said.
King of spades on the river. Cohen strikes me as the
Now
kind
they
of guy
chop.
that he blocker bets this river, doesn't he, every single time?
I think he value bets this river.
That looks like a blocker bet, Joe.
I would pay you $100 if you ask Lucian Cohen what a blocker bet is, and he can give you the definition of it.
He doesn't know what it is, but he knows how to do it. Yeah, I mean,
think he was going for really thin value, personally.
I actually think this was a very great spot to employ that bet, control the size of the pot. He knows that his opponent really kind of just has to call and or raise. His opponent is going to just flat a bunch of stuff there. I mean, obviously getting paid by like 9s if they're heads up, right? Like if you bet like a couple big blinds, maybe pocket 9 still hero calls you there. So I appreciate that. Yeah, good line.
You know what it is, though?
What?
It's a chop pot.
Oh, yeah?
And you know what they say.
Everyone loves a chop pot.
This guy says, nobody loves a chop pot.
I'm down with that.
I'm okay with
guys
that.
down with 30 minutes
You
instead of
banned.
60? 30 instead of 60?
Yeah.
Thank you for your comment.
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
Yeah. I'm in.
Okay with what? What's being decided?
30 instead of 60?
Shorter dinner break is what was being requested.
Yeah, 60's one time.
Yeah, I think he needs to translate and like, tell him.
Yeah, pretty stellar run out there to find the Chopperino.
You want 60? Everyone wants 30, though.
If you are sitting in Cohen's position.
That's being called the best chop pot song of all time, Nick. I don't know if.
I mean,
he wants 60, so. Cool. He wants 60.
You want 60?
I think we want to make the break.
50 minutes?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. I will be gone.
No break. That's my prediction.
I'm gonna. You think I'll be gone?
Same, huh?
Oh, I didn't say that.
The same, huh? 30 winner.
Just that we will.
30,
I will be here. Wow, don't be so confident.
Don't say I'll be here. Just say that
you'll be here.
Hope so.
Oh, il y en a one il bust, zombie, hein? One.
How will one bust when you play kings like that? You need to re-raise pre-flop.
I am afraid.
Is this a weird time to mention that I've got 10% of Tonka in this tournament?
Yes, it is.
Yeah. You don't bust if he 3-bets pre? You fold.
You fold.
I don't, but now I said it on stream. So, unlucky, buddy. Pay up.
Unfortunately, that would be a massive breach of ethics. So even if you did, unfortunately, it's going back to Tonka.
I don't.
All right, guys. So if we want a 30-minute break, we somehow have to get 50 million off this man. If everybody takes about 8-9 million, we should be there.
I'll do my best.
My friend.
Hashtag quick
He's a
maths.
rat man.
I think Tonka's done with that now. He's got a decision here.
Ratman serious.
Yeah, it's a fold. It is. Yeah.
What'd you say? You take that long, you can't fold?
That was like 15 seconds.
Doesn't really flip
maybe
against
like
Jack
20.
9.
Yeah.
20.
25. Fair enough.
9 folds.
Hey, my friend,
10 folds.
check for me. No cap. You check.
Check. Okay.
Check.
Wow, Cohen somehow domination rotations Kaufman turns trips.
Stop checking.
Checks it the whole way.
Stop checking.
What's going on?
I mean, they cannot play like this.
I mean, I don't. On the flop, he could have got something.
Oh, I just.
Maybe even on the turn, right? Because Kaufman still has a gut shot.
But are they?
Probably not flop and
Like,
turn,
do they
but
know
still.
each other? Are they active friends?
He don't want to play with him. They just check down.
Oh.
Your friends?
No, your friend.
I mean, Joe, I know sometimes we talk about
You
the
just
fact you don't run particularly good at cards. You've had some bad luck in the past, sure.
I mean, if I
Like,
could,
if you could have 5 minutes of what this guy has been dealt,
yeah, I wouldn't be checking. I'll tell you that much.
I'm assuming you'd actually get a few bets through, but I don't know. Here we go.
Yeah, I know. But that's not.
He's had some very, very nice situations. A couple spots where he would almost definitely have gotten paid a little bit more. And yet, Lucien Cohen, 65 big blinds, chip leading.
Yeah, like a naive.
The Estrellas Poker Tour main event, FT.
It's fine, yeah, whatever. He's just like running good. He's just running good like that. It's variance.
He's not
It's
just
part of
running
live
good.
variance. What else are you gonna do?
He's the rat man. Blah, 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 blah.
You must have scared him or something.
Is this the part where like he wins and we play that song for him and he's like, I've never heard this before in my life?
Like, what are you talking about?
I just made that up. It's just the song. It's the song that I created.
I'm an
You call
original.
if I go all in? No.
I am free because they have a big tapi.
Sit 9 raise 1,800,000.
No look, no look.
No, look. And check down.
10 folds.
No, with me.
Look. Oh, my friend. I'm cold. I'm free.
And we're going to have just a call
I'm free.
from Cohen. Going to slow play the queens. Look forward to seeing 3 checks here. 10 high flop. There's check number 1.
One check.
I'm free.
18.
Vilasevich is going to feel compelled.
9 bet 1,000.
Cold.
Sit 1 fold.
I'm free. I'm free.
And
I'm
Cohen
free.
makes the
I'm
call.
tilt. No.
I'm tilt.
Smallish C-bet.
Oh, wow.
And we've got 2 checks. There's check number 2. A jack on the turn. I mean,
It's just always a bet, Joe.
I understand it's a bet, but look at Vilasevich is improving to the exact hand he needs to.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Checks a 3rd time.
And 9 check.
Oh,
Vilasevich checks back.
And you queen jack.
No. Queen.
And gets.
Almost.
I have no problem with Cohen's spirit. I have no problem with his antics. I like it. But does he realize he could be winning more chips?
He's doing it just the way he likes to do it, Joe.
What the fuck?
Okay.
How much pay?
What the fuck?
What is happening?
Can you imagine this guy finding a rat in your house? He picks it up by the tail. He's like, "Wow!" He's running around celebrating.
He walks in your front door. Hey, I'm the rat man.
Yeah, the jack.
Rat man.
So Lucien Cohen has a quarter of the chips in play right now.
Killing it. Killing it. He probably could have more, but he's doing it. He's doing it his way, and I love that and I respect that. The one thing I will point out from that previous pot, though, Joe, I feel like at this point the other players are picking up on some of these tells we've been talking about, because I don't think anyone is ever checking top pair on that turn. So for him to slow down when he turns the top pair and not try and go for value at a later street, on a later street, excuse me, I feel like at this point we're getting a.
It's like playing Ultimate Texas Hold'em. Like you just get to check it down if you want to, and then see what the opponent has.
Cohen's playing the UTH strategy.
Like you're like, oh, I flopped a set. I guess I bet now.
He's gonna make quads, and he's gonna look at the dealer and be like, cool, is that 100 to 1 or?
Right. I mean, they are 4xing at pre-flop against him too, so. Kaufman is
I
at
bet
least.
those guys are loving it. Like, this is going to be an amazing stream. They're just loving the stream.
We are loving the stream. That is true.
So we rejoin the action now, guys. This is hand number 126. And yeah, Lucy and Cohen, 72 bigs. Significant chip leader here. Parker, 9 bigs. Smadga, 8 bigs. Kaufman, 12 bigs. 3 danger zone scenarios.
Comment here from Cool Runnings Poker, who says, guy makes final table of 7K field event and commentators question his strat and he's won an EPT. Low, 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 low. I mean, clearly no one has ever won a poker tournament playing less than optimal.
Listen, I got nothing but respect for Cohen. I love the rap, man. I love the energy. I love the play. His chips, his way. I can only say it from my perspective. That's my truth. I'll give you another truth. You banned.
Oh, sorry.
Je suis le seul représentant français. Hein. Je sais pas, je l'ai appris, on m'a dit ça tout à l'heure. Personne. Non, parce qu'on était 20, on était 26. Mais je l'ai annoncé sur mes flyers que j'allais faire un star à Barcelone. Je retouche les cartes depuis que j'ai fait Circus.
Check bet call on the flop. Jack of hearts on the turn. Nobody's got a heart. Top pair of kings looking real good for Karadimos.
J'ai pas vu ma main, je voulais pas le jouer le mec. Tu comprends pas, j'ai pas envie de le jouer parce que j'ai eu des nerfs.
And this turn goes check check. Tray ball on the river.
C'est pas comment t'expliquer, c'est une porte de métier. Et maintenant sinon.
Karadimos last chance to go for value.
J'ai cru qu'il allait le faire quand il y avait la dame. Tu m'as pas vu que j'ai des tocs, ça? Donc 10 fois les. Je peux compter 10. Zeb, c'était Ahmed, toi. Hein. Ça.
Rocky Rose writes in to say, this Cohen character is a nutbag, and I love this nutbag.
Me too.
Yeah, don't sleep on Karadimos. Second in chips.
I'm like trying to make another friend.
Not super far behind Cohen.
It's good, the car cheese. It's good. No good.
Yeah, we love it, man.
Smile. It's good, smile. No smile, no good.
I agree with you.
I'm smile because aussi. Yeah, he smile. Il n'a pas de jeton, il smile. Very, very player, good.
He wasn't kidding about that lucky coffee stain.
Donc tu sautes.
Oi, oi, oi.
The rat man.
3 down, 4 to go. Skibbity bop bop boop boop.
He must have crushed some dreams
4 down,
on day
3 to
one.
go.
He must have crushed some dreams on day one.
Yeah.
Day one.
5 down, 2 to go.
Action has folded all the way around to Karadimos in the small blinds. Parker's big blind. Not really a hand you can exert a ton of pressure with. And Parker gets a walk.
Yeah, that's huge for Parker. That's a huge pickup.
Are you supposed to just jam 6-5 there and hope Parker has 9? You're supposed to just give him the walk?
No, but what's really funny is like you're probably going to do it with like 8-7.
8-7, yes.
Like 8-9. So you're right on the cutoff there. The chips have more value because we're at the final table as well, so you're going to be maybe a little bit tighter than Nash. But in that situation, the push-pull dictates an extremely wide shove, and Parker needs to be extremely tight in response. So understandably so, makes the right fold. And I'm loving Karadimos. He's kind of quietly getting it, but very solid. Just seen some really, really good play from him so far. Couple people in the chat suggesting a limp. No, it doesn't exist. 10 big blinds effective, or in fact, I think it was closer to 8 in that scenario. There's no limping. It's going to be min raise or shove or fold.
Pocket kings for Karadimos on the button. 2 short stacks to his left. Is this ever a limp?
On the button, no. I think that would be very out of character for one of the chip leaders to be limping this, so you got to keep it balanced and find that min raise every time. Does the big blind wake up? No.
No. The big blind stays asleep.
Zolt in the chat says, I'm not a Tonka guy. Well, guess what? You're also not a person that's allowed to comment in this chat anymore because you banned.
Oh, jeez.
We're not having any anti-Tonka in the chat.
Hey, pas de sucre, do sugar, please. Please, sugar.
Don't test me.
Sugar.
We didn't quite catch what happened there. I assume it was some sort of push-up. Or press-ups, as they say.
Come on.
My friend, no look.
I look. I'm too scared. Chicken. Have to look.
Oh, yeah.
Uh-oh. Oh, for a second, I thought he got dealt kings back-to-back.
1 seat over this time. Smadga.
Yep, sub 10 bigs, keeping it balanced with the ship. Feels good.
And D'Alessio forced to fold the ace-6. D'Alessio's been pretty quiet, huh? Schneehund asks, how do they track the chip counts? Does the table tech track the chips like cards, or do they just calculate it from all actions? The latter. We know what chips everyone started with. We verify on breaks. We verify at the start of the day. We keep accurate records. The dealer is relaying the information of all the bet sizes to a delightful human at a computer. Punches everything in that goes to the graphics. And that's how we keep track. Thank you for your question.
It's a good question, too. I think a lot of people wonder about that.
And sometimes they are off a little bit.
Yeah.
Every once in a while.
Our world-class dealers here announce the action as they go, and they're keeping track like that.
Karadimos with Jack 8 suited. Once Cohen's folded, Karadimos far and away the chip leader for the rest of this table. Free to raise at will. Other players handcuffed via ICM as well.
Connor.
You don't want to go broke to the player who's second in chips with Tonka, Kaufman, Smadga. All have 10 big blinds or less.
Yeah, exactly. This really is pretty much a textbook scenario. If you're sitting in a Hooja's position with 37 bigs, you're right in the middle, and you are feeling that pressure more than anyone because there are a lot of setups that can occur that instantly net you a huge amount more cash. So it's another 20K jump basically between 8th and 7th. It's incredible how much you can win by folding, Joe.
I'd like to say, don't I know it, but I've never experienced that either. I'm definitely the guy that wakes up with pocket jacks, 37 big blinds, and shoves over an open and runs into kings.
Yeah, so far Smadga is the individual showing us how to play the Jables. Manages to win the max with jacks against the bluff with ace-6, and then lose the minimum against kings. The only correct way to play jacks.
Moxel asks, are the players allowed to run the flops, turns, or rivers more than once as in a cash game? And Mustafa asks, rules question, do you have the right to say anything you want on a poker table? The answer to both questions is no. Thank you for your question.
Yeah, exactly. And there are certain statements that are what we call binding. So for example, if you have cards and you use the words all in, you can rightfully be all in, and you will be forced to be all in. So you have to be careful. A lot of people make that mistake when they're starting out. They'll be sitting at the table and they'll say, hey buddy, yeah, haha, I'm all in. And then the dealer's like, sir, you're all in. And yeah, I know, I was just joking.
There's a lot of stuff you can't say. You can't say stuff that affects the action of the game.
Yep.
You can't give away your hand strength.
Ace, one ace?
Or specifically what your hand is.
You can't talk in a multi-way pot.
And you can't be abusive either. It's not. It is not a total pure free speech situation in a poker tournament. D'Alessio finally entering a pot. Ace-9 off, ace-5 in the small blind. And Ahuja behaving exactly the way you would expect 1-2 with 37 big blinds, an open in the small blind, ace-5 off. You fold. That's right, Crazy Carl, and you can't elbow drop from the top rope like Shawn Michaels. Not exactly speech, but you can't do that either. Thank you for your comment.
All right, chat. Let's list other things you can't do at a poker table.
Yeah, we don't need to list all the things that aren't allowed. Good question from Mini Cooler says, but how vaguely can you give away the strength of your hand? In a multi-way pot, not at all, really.
Yeah.
Heads up, there is a bit of a gray area there. And I wouldn't test it personally.
Yeah. I mean, it's an experience thing, but you definitely usually just want to err on the side of caution. Talbot, he has ace-queen, and he's definitely all in. Or the effective all in, I should say. Tonka employing this sort of almost all-in scenario. He knows he's probably going to bust against one player, but if loads of players go all in behind him, still an opportunity to fold, and this is very, very important. Does make a huge difference, even though this scenario doesn't happen that often. But if Parker makes it 4.2, the player to his left goes all in, the player to his left goes all in, the player to his left goes all in, whatever. Something that looks extremely strong.
You see how
he
many
can actually fold and insta-profit from a very likely ladder.
Fair. Thank you.
Giving himself
Thank
the
you, my friend.
opportunity to make a hero fold.
Because my friend, you.
It bears repeating, by the way, my babies. 8 players remain out of the 7,398 total entries. That is an incredible achievement to have faded all of the bust outs that have led up to this point. The insane money on the line right now for a 1K buy-in, 676,000 euros for the winner.
This is a 1K buy-in, you guys.
The
That's
biggest PokerStars live tournament of all time.
Hear them
just
on
mental.
the rooftops, can't you? One more walk. One more walk.
That would be like.
Yes, Yellow Cat Head. There is going to be a 5K main event too. We'll begin our coverage of that Tuesday. We'll finish this out tomorrow. Main event starts Tuesday.
You remember, you
Yes, Guillermo. Those entries do count. The re-entries. That's why we say entries and not players.
You fought to me tonight. J'aime pas perdre des blindes.
This is not right time. Not right time. What time is it? 5 levels.
Quarter to 8.
Quarter to 8. Chip counts on the left side of your screen. You can see how little there is separating Cohen and Karadimos, and how little there is total between Talbot, Kaufman, and Smadga.
I think Luke is my bust, actually.
And D'Alessio entering another pot. And no surprise, it is a premium ace-king offsuit.
Yep, should be a premium from this position, raising off of what was 27-ish bigs, or in that region. And yeah, I mean, as we mentioned before, with those short stacks, you're just not going to want to be involved with this position unless you have a really strong starting hand. Gets it through.
Why?
On to the next one.
John the White asked, what was the total prize pool? So the total prize pool is all of the money that everyone has put in combined, minus what's taken out for fees and rake. That is the total prize pool. Thank you for your question.
No good for me.
Why not?
7.1 million euros, guys.
It's a joke.
Huge. Absolutely ginormous prize pool for a 1K.
No look, no look.
Alessio back in the mix, this time directly UTG.
Fescu asks, Joe, can you ever give a non-sarcastic answer? Yeah, I give non-sarcastic answers all the time. Thank you for your question.
Big blind, Kaufman. He only has around 8 bigs after he puts in the big blind in the ante.
4 in a row?
Chris asks, so what's the fee for players this year? The fee is the amount of money that comes out of the buy-in to go toward tournament costs, staff, those sorts of things. Thank you for your question.
Je des vraies mains, là. J'ai 3 fois 2 as. Des gros. C'est rien, c'est rien. Je préfère, j'ai pris 6 millions.
Cohen, King 6 spades.
And as the chip leader, this is perfectly reasonable.
Yep, yep, King 6 of spades. Definitely in that range anyway.
A little more than 2.5x, which is bigger than most folks would make this.
Yeah, I think there's some merit to that, though. It's obviously going to inspire a little bit more folding, which is great on a final table. Flop is queen, queen, and then the jack of spades. So rainbow flop, quick check, check. Yeah, Queen, Queen, Jack is just an absolutely snap c-bet here. And I think he's just going to let ace high get the showdown and win. The UTH. And ace 10 is 4 out of 4. 4 pots in a row.
That's got to be a tournament record.
It's like Tonka's answering you, Nick.
And he drew 6.
Thought she was going to come over and say, just to confirm.
Well, there was some debate over how long the dinner break was going to be.
Toilet for 60 minutes?
60 minutes, a long time.
Everybody wants 30 minutes except for a player, which I believe means it's going to remain a 60-minute dinner break.
I thought she was going to come over and go, just to confirm, that is actually an EPT record. Five pots in a row. You just won 5 pots in a row? Okay, EPT record.
Are you just deciding that?
Parker, Talbot. He doesn't have many big blinds. He's in the cutoff. He might be tempted to get in the mix here. Does not play, and we have an all in. Can we find another ladder? Kaufman shipping the button with Jack 9 of clubs.
How do we feel about that chip?
Yeah, it's probably fine with the big blind antes. I think the big blind calls every time, though.
Yup.
Domination situation.
Domination situation. Kaufman in big, big trouble. Igor. 84% likely to be heading for the door. Ace in the window.
Wow. It's hard to come back from this one, Joe.
2%.
Yeah, running cards usually 2%.
And I wouldn't call them, and I wouldn't call them sweaty either. Like they're sweaty, but they're not.
Need to see a 10 or a queen. Nope.
That is GG, GN, Igor Kaufman.
Good luck, everybody.
Dispatched.
I am go Israel.
Yep, running 9s would have been good too, but that's it. And we see another ladder. That's another 20K for everybody at the table.
And that is going to be
Go ahead, Jackie.
most welcome news for Smadga and Talbot. Igor Kaufman out in 8th, 81,230 euros. And as Nick mentioned,
like I said,
everyone else ladders up more than 20,000, which means we're in six-figure territory for the remaining 7 players, and 1 elimination away from being done for the day.
You gotta love the double.
If I just
You gotta love the all in there. You gotta love the call. And 6 figs. Who doesn't want that?
Also true.
Yeah, okay.
Well,
I mean,
no,
not
I just
that
mean
sweaty,
like
but
just because
like,
he gets 5 outs no matter what, right?
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
like maximum.
Maximum, yes.
5 or 4 outs. It's not like
So
he can
ace
turn
10
a
off
straight
here.
flush draw or something.
Yeah,
Coming for a
Well,
raise.
that's too many anyway.
All right.
Pocket
No look, no
eights
look.
for Ahuja.
No look, my friend.
No avoiding it this time.
No look, no look.
Onk it.
Yeah, no look. No look. No look. No look, no look. No look, no look.
And Cohen outflops.
How much you want to bet he checks the flop, Joe?
I would bet everything he checks
No
the
look,
flop.
no look.
Oh, never mind.
No
Oh!
No look.
You promise?
Promise.
He's randomizing. Oh, he says he hasn't looked at his hand?
I don't believe you.
I
don't-
believe
I
on
don't
the
believe him
wall.
either.
So. Look.
Yeah, loses the min.
Shows the ace.
As de trèfle. Un bon bloqueur.
Non, mais je te jure, c'est une belle main. Tu verras sur le truc, tu verras.
Non, mais je sais pas.
On est largement derrière, je peux te jurer.
Tu verras les 3 mains que j'ai réussi à 2 millions.
Another French speaker at the table?
3 fois, un million moins suité.
J'ai roi comme tout à l'heure, je t'ai dit là.
Ah ouais. J'ai 3 fois un.
Same winner.
J'ai 3 fois un gros à suité.
Non, mais je t'ai rien dit. Attention.
Et quand je fais.
C'est le jeu, hein, je peux rien faire.
Oh!
What was that? Oh, good.
J'ai As-Roi, As-Dame, As-Valet de pique.
Okay, looks like D'Alessio speaks French.
Et t'as vu, après le quatrième, j'ai check avec toi jusqu'à... Yeah, yeah.
Oh, it's a Belgian flag. That makes sense. Thank you, Finesto, who says the Belgium dude.
But do you speak French?
You speak beau gosse? Playboy, you speak Playboy?
D'Alessio loosening up a little bit here. Opening King 7 of Hearts. Huja probably not going to get involved with this King 8. Nope.
Yeah, I like the open here. I mean, especially when you got Cohen in your blinds, just being a more passive player in general, I think you just do really well.
Yeah,
if you don't get the full pre, you can get away with some stuff post a little bit more often than against a more aggressive style.
7-5.
Pas de compte, je fais que faire, je reviens.
Seems like a slam dunk
Right
to
now?
me.
7-5 for a house.
That's a good hand.
Very good hand.
Par exemple, j'ai rien, je paye s'il me fait all-in. Si je suis tout seul, je ne vois même pas mes cartes. Je vois même pas mes cartes. Je paye. Ouais. Passe, all-in. Good, okay?
Action pass folded around 2. 2. Ahuja. King 10 on the button. All right.
No look.
No look, he says as he looks. Oh my goodness. Ace, Queen of Diamonds. No re-raise, right? No re-raise. That is a call.
Yeah.
No re-raise.
I mean, just again, Joe, I feel like you actually get mountains of folds from Ahuja if you 3-bet here just because of his positioning.
Yeah.
30 big blinds with 9 big blinds and 6 big blinds still on the table. He probably massively overfolds this spot, so you just insta-profit by 3-betting here. And you don't get any pushback, really. People just don't get out of line in this situation, but we're going to a flop. King 10 is the one that needs to catch up.
King 10 catches up hard, but my goodness.
Wow. Oh, man.
Diamond draw for the Rat Man. Blah, blah, blah.
And the gut shot to go with it.
And here comes the C-bet value bet from Ahuja. And Cohen gets to play this hand. You're missing one chip there. Exactly the way he likes. Passively. Oh my goodness. The card.
Wow.
The card on the turn. Nut flush for Cohen. Full house for Ahuja.
Oh,
Cohen
man.
drawing to a royal flush.
Unreal. Unreal stuff.
Nothing would surprise me at this point.
Do you think he checks if he makes the royal?
I mean, check raising a royal flush is literally everyone's first poker dream.
Just the flat. Just the snap flat.
Also, something wouldn't surprise me is the money not going in here the way Cohen plays somehow.
Oh, wow.
Man. The poker gods giveth and the poker gods taketh away. My goodness.
Yep. Really unlucky run out here for Cohen.
My goodness.
Yeah, I mean,
Went from a ridiculously tough fold to a river bet to one of the easiest folds.
Yeah, and just Cohen being quite, passive and just, not getting too attached to hands in general, even when they're particularly strong. I feel like we're going to see the bet from Ahuja every single time, of course, obviously. I think Cohen is not going to be lulled in here. I just don't think Ahuja has any bluffs here either, so it's just really hard for him to have anything you're beating. I think he snap folds.
Yeah, I don't.
Je sais qu'il a le roi, mais sinon j'attrape.
Just doesn't really play this way with any chops. So Ahuja still wins that pot. Bit of a bummer of a river.
He wants a 60-minute break.
We are 12 and a half minutes away from that 60-minute dinner break.
Ask him if he wants to keep playing until we get to 6 instead of taking 60 minutes.
Smadga, now the shortest stack, 5 big blinds.
There is just one player like, to pass to. Yeah, but still. It's not going to take long.
What about what?
40 minutes, okay, yeah,
What,
whatever.
for the break or?
Yeah.
Yeah. 40 minutes. Everybody won in 30 except for him.
Yeah.
So unless you change your mind now.
With 40, I'm fine.
40, yeah. 40?
Yeah, 40
okay.
minutes. Yeah. Okay.
Excellent negotiation from Parker Talbot.
Sorry.
He's a persuasive individual.
He is. He is.
You had it on the flop on the turn.
I had it on 3 streets.
Yeah,
I was like, he couldn't have. What
king
can
10?
he have? Yeah, I was just hoping he has like ace high flush and makes the trying call.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
king 10.
Yeah, you?
Flush, Max.
Flush.
Steve in the chat says, it's Smadga, Mr. Commentator. Thank you very much.
Don't care.
I appreciate the help and also your band.
Yeah, I think I double up. If
Cohen somehow flops up and down with 3-5, 3-4, 5-6. And this should be a pretty easy fold for Jack 5.
Ace Queen Diamond, maybe I get a call.
Despite dominating at the moment.
I don't know. I was trying to get called by ace high flush.
He had like ace of diamonds.
Yeah.
Oh.
I think, yeah.
Well,
someone is going to play back at Cohen.
Maybe it does because turn diamond.
And that someone is the actual chip leader right now. Karadimos has had enough.
Yeah. I had like, like fuck.
Is that a snap call from Cohen?
Yeah, Cohen's not folding. He has a straight draw.
I couldn't figure out how much.
You do it.
Easy Cap says, it's S-Madge.
Well, the big blind. Repping pretty strong here. Repeat 6 on the turn.
Okay, now here's the question. Does Cohen semi-bluff turn? It looks like he's sizing it up. 18 million in there. Is that 14? No, 7.
7 million.
Wrong chips.
And just gets the fold.
Nice.
Gets the fold.
It was it's like always like slow play the nuts.
Lucien Cohen up over 60 million in chips.
I am Team Cohen. I want him to go all the way. This is great. Sorry, Tonka, you can have second.
I'm just glad that something like this is possible.
I love it. Had a good question in the chat here. Mr. Commentator, genuine question on the King 10 versus Ace Queen hand. Is the penalty for King 10 to not bet the river as last action? Sort of, yes. I'm actually not sure how the floor would handle it specifically, but it would probably be considered collusion of some sort not to bet with what is the effective nuts on that river, yes.
It has to be the actual nuts.
It does. It does.
4 to go.
I think it would be dubious, which is why
I don't think there would be an actual penalty.
Right.
3 down.
Because the quads is impossible. I know what you're saying. I don't think I've ever seen that situation.
Yeah,
I hate that rule to begin with.
It shouldn't exist, really, but it would be a very weird situation indeed, especially for players who have made it to a final table. They should know what is an absolute omega nut situation.
Man, this is made a lot worse by the fact that you didn't shove the previous 2 orbits.
Demos does shove the ace-4 suited, and Tonka's right. Oh man, King 9, what a spot!
He's got a call here.
4.7 million.
He's got a call. King 9 is just so high up in your blind v blind calling range here. There's minimal ICM pressure.
Big fold.
Oh wow!
Yeah. I mean,
basically folded Broadway.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's right. I'm really surprised by that. I'll have to ask Tonka about that later on, but really interesting fold. I think he was going, it sounded like on a previous read, right? Joe, he was kind of saying you haven't been aggressive in the small blind in the previous orbits. Therefore, I think he's going to be on the tighter side.
The best hand I had of the 3.
Yeah.
Sorry, Nick, what was that?
I was saying, I mean, that fold can only be based on the previous action.
Right.
He actually announced that. He said this is made even harder by the fact you weren't shoving in the previous rounds, but he just didn't have the hands. We can see that, obviously, Tonka on the other side.
King 9. You keep telling me this extreme stuff.
King 9?
Makes the fold. He was slightly behind. I really thought that was just a mandatory go, but Tonka had other plans in mind.
I give you my promise.
Hey, Dan Morales, thank you for the shout out. Thank you for your appreciation. And Parker is finally committing all of his chips. Has Smadga covered.
Fair fight.
Good luck, brother.
Fair fight.
And they are flipping.
What? Le tournoi est fini. Si le sort, c'est fini?
No. Potentially to end the day.
Oh, you want it?
Potentially for a $31,000 pay jump on a coin flip. And the untold riches that come tomorrow if you should make it through to the final day. Smadga, the slight favorite. Jack on the flop. That is bad news for Smadga.
Never lucky.
Parker faring very well in his all-in situations. Bided his time. Got it in nearly good and is 1 card away.
Oh no.
From eliminating Smadga, who has picked up
not this time.
A lot more outs.
Usually, but not this time.
Got clubs working for him now. River card is the 7 of clubs. Smadga gets there in the end with the 8 high flush. Parker, excuse me, not running so hot in this particular all-in. And that is going to leave Parker with a chip and a chair. 2 big blinds left.
Yeah, really unfortunate run out there. Team Tonka, man, really savage situation. He's only got the 2 bigs left. He has position, but he's only got a few more moments before he's going to be forced all in with the big blind and big blind ante. This is one of the benefits of having the big blind ante now. You're not still bleeding, even though if you're in this position, right, Joe? But when it comes round, it's really expensive.
It's all of it.
Yep.
In this case, Parker is going to get to see a few hands before being forced all in, or he can choose to go all in. Ace queen under the gun for Ahuja. And Cohen somehow with ace king just calls.
It's not going to happen, but can you imagine Ahuja just busting here and like giving Tonka the 2 big blind ladder?
What the heck? How is this possible? It keeps happening over and over again. 10, 8, 8. 2 hearts. Cohen with the bigger heart.
Okay. Continuation bet.
Revenge. Revenge.
Zabity says this marks the Smadga evolution to Smudja. 7 on the turn.
For you. Nice river for you.
You had the flush? You had the club?
Oh, wow.
On the river.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow. The payday river as well.
And Cohen's kicker will play the nonchalant and a snap call from Ahuja, who has to laugh. Lucien Cohen has 30% of the chips in play with 7 players remaining.
Non. Il a juste l'as de cœur sec.
Just getting the hands and getting paid.
Wow.
Just all.
No, I mean,
just every single domino falling the exact way you needed to win every pot.
Yeah, it's crushing. 85 big blinds now. Absolute monster chip stack. 68 million chips.
And Cohen's going to raise under the gun, it looks like, with Queen 3 offsuit.
I just want him to have ace jack. Ace 9.
Alors no, because we put me. No, look. No, call alors.
Oh, it's being ruled a call. Okay.
Je sais pas ce qu'elle m'a dit. Elle me parle. Speak French and then not speak English. Becky, speak French, speak French.
It's weird how things can go from so happy to so perturbed in the blink of an eye. I mean, I'd be kind of annoyed too if I was forced to limp with Queen 3 under the gun.
Yeah, he'll figure it out.
Woo, baby. Ahuja. With a nice hand after Karadimos just decided to raise the pocket deuces. Maybe getting a read on the situation.
Can we play some more, guys? A few more hands?
Yeah.
More hands.
Okay, so
just a few more hands.
we're supposed to be on dinner break at the end of this hand. There's just a few seconds left. Parker is pleading.
If I double, we take break.
Let me either double up or go broke before we take the break.
No problem.
Yeah.
That seems reasonable, though.
And I think that they're going to let that happen.
Looks like it.
Non, mais y a pas de problème.
The clock has been stopped. So top pair good for Ahuja. It's probably a good thing that Lucien Cohen kind of bungled that one. Because he'd have top pair right now, and he'd be outkicked in a big way. Ahuja checking to Karadimos, who probably should not get too out of line here. So queens and tens now for Ahuja.
think there's a value bet now.
Yeah, it might be time to get some value.
So plenty of stuff that pays you off here too. I think you kind of polarize here. I think something close to 9 million would be really sweet because that's probably how you want to bluff as well. Wow, just a check. Huja playing it safe too.
I guess with Parker having 2 big blinds,
yeah,
it
but
seems a little too safe. But
well, so the thing is, it's like it's not a spot where you're going to do a stack and then you're not going to bust if you get that. If you bet there and he raises, you just fold, right? You know, it's not a, or you know, potentially still call. But what I'm saying is, you're not going to do a stack. Like when you choose to enter the pot, you're opening up yourself up to the opportunity that you're going to get stacked by the river. There's minimal damage to be done. It seems like a pretty obvious value spot. If you're not value betting ace queen there, you're only going to value bet trips or what?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not good enough to check there. Looks like they're going to
break after 2 hands no matter what.
Play one more hand at 400, 800.
Yeah, 30 minutes.
We're just asking for some clarity here.
30 minutes. Yeah.
Okay, I heard that.
30 more minutes, or if I bust.
If he
busts, it's over anyway.
Yeah.
30 minutes, or if I bust.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Is this the part where we go on dinner break, Joe?
Or until I
and
bust.
Lucien Cohen comes back in with an even more stained shirt. Guys, have the coffee ready.
Je sais pas, tu sais. Ah, quand il sera en blind. Ouais, ok. J'espère. Ouais, mais...
All right, here we go.
Je crois pas qu'ils vont jouer ainsi.
One last hand at 400, 800.
Sans problème. Ah, mais tu peux le refaire. Mais bien sûr, moi je le fais sans problème. Ah ouais, il y a 30K en plus.
Oh my god.
Non, mais faut que ça relance. Bah, au pire, il aura 6 blindes. Non, mais il faudrait que ça relance. Un mec qui relance.
And there we go. All right. We're going to play out the last 8 seconds of the level. And then continue on for 30 more minutes if necessary.
Raise it.
Oh, that's the moment that he was waiting for. Ochos.
Can Parker raise? Oh, no.
Oh, wow. I mean, they didn't have to wait long, did they? Queens way out in front. Can Parker find the Ocho?
Snowmen's versus the ladies.
ESPN 8.
Oh, there goes an 8.
The Ocho.
Cohen is going to contend as well. Cohen is checking in the dark. That old chestnut. Parker really needs to see that last 8. 9, not quite there. 3 is half of an 8.
Oh, close for Cohen.
And this hand runs out for once the way you would expect. Queens hold, 8's no good. King 7 whiff. Parker Talbot fought valiantly all day, was short stacked all day, and laddered up an insane amount of money.
Yeah, good way.
You'll remember it was 20K when we started today, and he just laddered up to a 6-figure score. Congratulations and congratulations, Parker Talbot out in 7th. James Hardigan, what say you?
I love the fact that he's still able to tag the Scatman bit with Lucien Cohen, despite the fact that he's just gone bust and isn't coming back for the final table tomorrow. But he still gets a 6-figure score, 105,590 euros. But yes, the final 6 players all now guaranteed 136 grand. More importantly, they get to come back for the 5th and final day of this record-breaking tournament. Play for the trophy and title, which is not meaningless, Nick, when you consider that this is the biggest live tournament in PokerStars history. Winning this is going to mean something, plus you're going to get more than 776 grand.
Yeah, we've said it so many times, but the turnout is just unreal. Final 6 now, final 6, of course, excuse me, and so many pay jumps to come. More excitement tomorrow.
And coming into the final table, coming into the final day as chip leader will be this guy, Lucien Cohen, the Rat Man, with 65 big blinds. Lucien Cohen is a former EPT Main Event champion, looking to become an Estrellas main event champion as well. I think it's fair to say that most of these players have impressed over the course of the day. We have still got one short stack. Smadga may have doubled up through Tonka, but still has a sub-10 big blind stack, because we are going to be kicking things off at the start of the 400K, 800K blind level tomorrow.
Yeah, and that's 136,000 euros worth of 9 big blinds. So
I'm sorry, scratch that. We just played level 38. We just played the 400, 800 level. We're coming back at 39, Nick. 500,000 and $1 million is the blind level tomorrow.
Right, you are. So time for the human calculator.
I'm ready. I'm going to have to rest up, but when I come in tomorrow, I'll be ready.
So these guys do get to bag and tag, and we hope that you will come back tomorrow and watch them play down to a winner. We will be on air at the same time as today, which is 1 p.m. Central European Summer Time. That's noon UK time, 7 a.m. Eastern Time. And I imagine it'll be a similar length day to today, approximately 6 60-minute levels to get down from 6 to a winner.
Sounds about right.
Yes, it started off quite fast-paced today, but as soon as we got to the point where the money gets big and the prize jumps become significant, things slow down. And every money jump tomorrow is incredibly significant, is massive.
Might see some deal talk a little earlier than we're used to.
Possibly.
EPT main event tomorrow. I mean, there's a lot of money on the line. Even if they chopped it right now, which I don't think that they would, that's a lot of money for everyone.
Yeah, it's huge. I mean, this being such a huge event, I mean, a 1K for most people is the top of their sort of buying range, you know? So to get to such a record-breaking event in a live setting and be playing for this money, I think deal talks are probably very likely.
So if Maria Ho makes it through day 1A of the EPT main, she'll be joining us tomorrow. Assuming Griffin Benja's flight is not delayed, he'll be joining us for the stream tomorrow. Either way, we'll be here and we'll be watching 6 players competing for glory and big monies. And those 6 players are headlined by Lucien Cohen, the former EPT champ, who will have the chip lead with 65 bigs. Petros Karamidos from Greece, 42 bigs. Danilo Velisevic, 40 bigs. Ankit Ahuja, 32 big blinds. Ferdinado D'Alessio, 30 bigs. Avihai Smadga with 11 big blinds. And again, congratulations to the players who made the FT and cashed out earlier, including Tonka, who cashed out in 7th place. But the money still available is huge. Everyone's locked up 136 grand. Big jumps along the way with more than 676,000 euros up top in this record-breaking Estrellas main event, which still has 1 day to play. With such a big field, we've added a day, so the final table is going to play out on Monday before we segue into the EPT main. If you want to follow the action from the main event, by the way, and check out what's happening in the Super High Roller, check out the live updates on Poker News, and of course, for updates and stories from the European Poker Tour, head to the PokerStars blog. The guys doing sterling work. But we will be back tomorrow, 1 p.m. Central European Summer Time, for the final table of the Estrellas main event. Until then, from Joe Stapleton, Nick Walsh, and me, James Hartigan, it's good night from Barcelona.
We're ready, we're here, high kicking in the high gear. Ooh, ooh, ready, set, let's roll. Go get 'em again, just feel it within, it's about to begin.